Chapter 372. You're welcome. Where are you going? Zhuoxiaoduo asked. We're going to the university to register. Ji Weiran was confused by Zhuoxiaoduo's question. Aren't you going to take a plane or something? Zhuoxiaoduo was puzzled. Ordinary people running around in the meteorite plains? Weren't they afraid of being eaten? Ahem. Ji Weiran looked at the dozen or so companions around him. His face was filled with embarrassment. The others were also embarrassed. Ahem, it's a discussion among my classmates. We'll leave a few days in advance and pool money to hire a bodyguard team. Then, we'll just take it as a trip. Besides, although we don't have the aptitude for cultivation, we're looking forward to fighting with swords. We'd like to see it. Ji Weiran sounded very embarrassed. Zhuoxiaoduo was speechless. What was there to see? The price of seeing it once might be losing one's life, okay? Everyone, have you seen the different scenery of the meteorite plains? Zhuoxiaoduo asked with a smile. Yes. Ahem. Do you want to see it again next time? No. Ji Weiran's face turned red. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed. Where's your university? Fenghai. Ji Weiran was hopeful. Master Zhuo, you're also going there to register, right? May I know which university is your target? What a coincidence. My target university is also in Fenghai. Then I'm afraid not. Zhuoxiaoduo shook his head regretfully. But you're too slow. If we go with you, we won't be able to make it in time for school to start. That's a pity. Ji Weiran's face was full of disappointment. It's okay. You'll travel slowly along the trade route. The trade route is well protected. However, it's better not to see such things in the future. Zhuoxiaoduo smiled and instructed. After exchanging contact information with Ji Weiran, Zhuoxiaoduo greeted the others and continued on their journey. Old Ji, let's keep in touch when we reach Fenghai. After rushing forward for more than 500 kilometers, he unexpectedly did not see Li Chenglong. He did not know where that fellow had run off to. Why did he not arrive at the agreed destination? However, Zhuoxiaoduo was not worried that Li Chenglong would end up in the astral beast's stomach. With Li Chenglong's vast knowledge, his survival skills might not be inferior to his own. After a while, Zhuoxiaoduo finally found Li Chenglong hiding in a deep pit on a hillside like a groundhog. Zhuo. Li Chenglong shouted excitedly, "Come here, there's something good here." Zhuoxiaoduo squatted at the entrance of the cave and asked, "Is there anything good?" "I don't know yet." Li Chenglong climbed out of the cave and panted, "Those astral beasts were chasing me all the way. I was afraid that they would run back if I got too close. So, I took the jade of astral souls that you gave me and ran for another 100 kilometers before putting it away." The spiritual essence suddenly disappeared and more than half of the astral beasts ran away. After running for a while, there were no more astral beasts chasing after me. To be safe, I saw a hole on the left and hid in it. Guess what happened? Li Chenglong was excited. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed and opened his eyes. He looked listlessly and pretended to be shocked. There was dirt in the hole? Damn you. Li Chenglong laughed and scolded. There was a jade of astral souls in the hole. It was huge, so of course it was nothing. But when I looked carefully, there was another hole next to the jade of astral souls. It was a very deep hole. In other words, there was only one hole here, but the jade of astral souls fell from the sky and smashed into it. Otherwise it wouldn't be so deep. When I explored this deep hole, I found a faint fragrance coming from it. If I'm not wrong, this should be the cave of an extremely rare astral soul's musk. Because it was destroyed by the meteorite, the native astral soul's musk must have left long ago. But where the musk of astral souls lived, there must be vanilla orchid. This thing has no legs, so it can't walk. Musk of astral souls? Zhuoxiaoduo turned his head and looked around. The hillside was full of potholes and fiery red soil. Moreover, he could faintly feel that the temperature underground was even higher. Waves of hot air rushed out of the hole. It seemed that the musk of astral souls musk might have lived here before. Li Chenglong said, "Now you understand why I've been busy with this. What a coincidence. I just finished cleaning the hole and you arrived." Zhuoxiaoduo looked carefully and found that Li Chenglong had already cleaned up about 20 meters deep. It was obvious that the work was almost done. What's the use of the vanilla orchid? It's only worth a little money. It's not much. It's only worth a few 100,000. What is it worth? Zhuoxiaoduo said disdainfully, "It's just a little money. You care about it? I really look down on you. Get out of the way, let me do it." Li Chenglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother, this isn't a matter of money. The market price of the vanilla orchid isn't too high, but it's really rare. Because of its special harvesting conditions, it's difficult for ordinary people to harvest it. I heard that. The vice president of Hidden Dragon High School was splashed with the water of the River of Forgetfulness during the war with the Umno Alliance. Since then, the strange smell on his body couldn't be removed. Every time he went out, he would spray an unusually strong perfume, but it still couldn't cover it. That's why the vice president rarely comes out. The solution to his problem is to use the vanilla orchid. As long as the vanilla orchid is combined with some medicinal liquid, the stench can be removed. Do you understand? Li Chenglong said, if it weren't for this matter, just a few 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough for my hard work. I want to find a backer for the two of us in school. Since I've met one, it's a waste not to harvest it. I see. Zhou Xiaoduo, who knew the whole story, was still a little disappointed. Picking the vanilla orchid just to flatter him, Master Zhou really felt that it was meaningless. He actually wanted to use it as a gift. Not for me. Money that couldn't go into my pocket. Could that still be called money? That was called dog shit. Then go ahead and pick them. I won't stop you. Zhou Xiaoduo sat down weakly. He was really a little tired now. Just now he was worried about Li Chenglong and searched for him at top speed. Now that his mind was relaxed, especially when he was full of disappointment, he suddenly felt tired. Everything he did became dull and dull. Li Chenglong said, normally the places where the star spirit musk deer lived before would have more than one stalk of vanilla orchid. But what that vice principal Xiang needed, he only needed one stalk, at most 2 stalks only. If this cave had 1 stalk, what do you think would happen? A patch. Zhou Xiaoduo sat up straight abruptly. His eyes were shining as if all the tiredness in his body had disappeared without a trace. If there is a patch full of vanilla orchids, then we will be rich. Li Chenglong said enticingly, look at the situation in this cave. I'm afraid this cave has existed for at least hundreds of years. The most conservative estimate is that there should be no less than 10 vanilla orchids in here. 10. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhou Xiaoduo was suddenly energized. You are too slow, let me do it. Okay. Li Chenglong jumped up and said, if you see the vanilla orchid, you have to remember the key points of picking it up. You have to dig it up along with the soil and then use your scorching technique to maintain the temperature of the soil above 60 degrees. Understood. You are too long-winded. Zhou Xiaoduo started to work enthusiastically. Li Chenglong took out a bottle of water and started to drink. He stretched his legs and rested leisurely. Finally, this guy was here. Go in? If I go in, I can only kill the vanilla orchids. I don't know how to use scorching skills. I have been waiting here for you. Do you think I am not tired? I am dying of exhaustion. After a while, Zhou Xiaoduo came out with a big lump of soil. The soil below was steaming hot because of him. But Zhou Xiaoduo's face was as ugly as it could get. Didn't you say that there were at least 10? Why is there only 1 after searching for so long? Master Zhou felt that he had been cheated. He had gone down smoothly, found the vanilla orchids, and dug them up smoothly. That the only thing that did not meet his expectations was, where was the patch that Li Chenglong mentioned? Where were at least 10 of them? There was only 1 stalk that looked like a bean sprout on a small patch of warm soil. He had been cheated by this bastard. Only 1 stalk? That can't be right? Li Chenglong was exaggeratedly surprised. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. I worked so hard just for 1 stalk? Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him coldly. But 1 stalk is enough. Li Chenglong comforted him. It is enough for us to find someone to rely on in school. Zhou, you worked hard this time. It was worth the price of the ticket. Zhou Xiaoduo angrily threw it into his spatial ring. He rolled his eyes and said, Swollen, I will remember this. Now that the thing is in my ring, I want to see how you are going to take it out of my ring. Hee hee. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. As long as he got the thing, it was enough. As for how to take it out, he had his own plans. Boss, should we continue or take a break? Come, drink some water. Li Chenglong looked at him obsequiously. Zhou Xiaoduo became angrier the more he thought about it. He was careless and was treated as a long-term worker by this guy that he was going to die from anger. He had a feeling that this guy was up to something, but he couldn't figure out what his real purpose was. Where is my jade of astral souls? Zhou Xiaoduo stretched out his hand. Give it back. What jade of astral souls? Swollen asked in surprise. Cut the crap. Zhou Xiaoduo glared at him fiercely. You mean the black one you threw to me to lure the astral beasts away? Li Chenglong sighed. I led the astral beasts and ran for a long time. It was fine at first, but then I used up too much of my spiritual power. I had no choice but to absorb it while persevering. But I didn't expect. It would be gone in a short while. Swollen laughed. Zwat, it is just a jade of astral souls. Why are you so nervous? I will compensate you with 10 mid-grade ones later. Aren't you generous enough to be my brother? Li Chenglong. Zhuo Duo roared and charged forward in a fit of rage. Chapter 373. Bastard. That's the best quality jade of astral souls. How dare you touch it when it hasn't even reached the embryonic breathing realm? I'll tear apart your meridians. Are you going to hand it over or not? He grabbed Li Chenglong's neck and pressed him to the ground. Li Chenglong stuck out his tongue. It's really gone. Even if you beat me to death, it's gone. How could Swollen not recognize such a good item? Previously, when Zhuo Duo gave teacher who those Swollen couldn't sleep for a few days. Now that it was in his hands, he actually wanted to take it back? No way. That was the price he had to pay for risking his life. Give me back the money for my ring. No. Give me back the jade of astral souls. No. He was beaten up ruthlessly. From this moment on, all the way to Fenghai, Li Chenglong was basically kicked by Zhuo Duo all the way. Swollen's miserable encounter along the way was simply heart-wrenching. Zhuo Duo didn't intend to take back the jade of astral souls that he had thrown out. Swollen was his good brother, so what if he gave him one? No matter what, he wouldn't let an outsider benefit from it. However, this didn't stop him from using this as an excuse to beat Li Chenglong violently all the way. Moreover, he acted like a tyrant along the way, forcing Li Chenglong to do work. Whenever Li Chenglong disobeyed, he would reach out his hand. You're still blaming me for the ring, and you're still blaming me for the jade of astral souls. The problem is, if you're blaming me for it, then so be it. I'm magnanimous, but now you don't even want to do a little work? That's not justifiable. As soon as he said that, Li Chenglong had no choice but to submit obediently. Along the way, Li Chenglong served Zhuo Duo well. Wherever he went, Zhuo Duo would stretch his legs and act like a boss. Li Chenglong was the one who ran all the errands. He even massaged Zhuo Duo's shoulders at night. When Swollen slightly disobeyed, Zhuo Duo immediately said, "My ring, my top-grade jade of astral souls." Hence, Li Chenglong, who was in the wrong, quickly worked obediently. It was only when Li Chenglong reached Fenghai City that he finally reacted. Fuck, you're actually using this piece of jade as my reward for working like a cow, a horse, and a punching bag, right? What do you think? Zhuo Duo looked at the city gate of Fenghai City and snorted, "When have I ever taken the initiative to take away my things? Wake up, little brother." Li Chenglong was dumbstruck. Zhuo Duo. I'll never forgive you. Hurry up and find a place to stay. I want to stay in a clean suite. Hurry up. I'm not going. The money for my ring, my top-grade jade of astral souls. You heartless bastard. How many people can I hire to work for me if I sell them? You bastard. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll go now. Li Chenglong realized that although he understood it very well, he still couldn't resist this set of words. So, I accept my fate. Fenghai City. Somewhere in the Wu family. That's Zhuo Duo from the life and death arena? Are you sure he came to Fenghai City? A cold voice asked. Yes. Hidden Dragon High School? Yes. Not bad. This young man is really courageous. The cold voice said, pass down the order, no one is allowed to act rashly. Family head this. Just pass down the order. Yes. Let all the family disciples who are studying in the Hidden Dragon High School gather in the main hall. After a long while. None of you are allowed to find trouble with Zhuo Duo. That matter, it was our own family that went too far. Those who provoked him first deserve to die. Not to mention dying in the life and death arena, it's only natural. No revenge. Also, everyone in the Wu family, other than not being allowed to make things difficult for others, if you have the opportunity, you might as well make friends with them, understand? Zhuo Duo is a talented person, his future is limitless. Instead of making enemies, it's better to make friends. At that time, when you communicate, you might as well pass on my apology as the family head. Try to make friends with that Zhuo Duo as much as possible. He just came to Fenghai City, there are many things he doesn't know about this city. You all should take care of him and help him. Also, girls in the family, if you like, you might as well take the initiative. If you can make Zhuo Duo a family member, that would be a great thing. Does everyone understand the family's position? If you understand, then you may leave. The Wu family's gathering had caused a group of Hidden Dragon High School disciples to be at a loss as to what was going on. Did the family head lose his mind? That's our biggest enemy. He's the one who killed Yun Tian. Not only does he not want us to seek revenge, but he wants us to make friends with him? Also, girls in the family, if you like, take the initiative. This is simply, at about the same time. The Gao family. The family head of the Gao family also gave a similar message. If it's not necessary, don't offend Wuxia Duo. On the contrary, if you can make friends with him, do your best to do so. On the life and death arena, there is no resentment between life and death. Our Gao family shouldn't have any complaints, and we shouldn't hold any grudges and taint our state of mind. Wuxia Duo is new here, so there must be many things he doesn't know. If you have the opportunity, you must take good care of him. You must not be hostile. If I find out that any of you are hostile, you will be expelled from the family immediately. The Gao family doesn't keep any family members with a bad state of mind. When the young disciples of the Gao family heard this high-sounding declaration, they were all dumbfounded. Something was amiss. Is what you said true, Patriarch? Are you serious? Are you really not joking? Everyone's ears were buzzing. No one could figure out what was wrong with the Patriarch. Wasn't he so angry that he almost vomited blood a few days ago? Could it be that in just a few days, his cultivation had improved greatly, his realm had improved greatly, and his mind had become clear? And now he wants us to do the same. Bah, how is our state of mind not clear and our minds not clear? That night both families held a core family meeting at the same time. Let the family disciples make friends with Wuxia Duo first. It's easy for young people to make friends with hot-blooded youths. The better the relationship, the more genuine it is, the better. Wait until we become friends and the whole country has cleared their suspicions of us, then we'll make our move. When the time comes, we'll let him die a clean death. We'll use the excuse of avenging him and clearing our name to make friends with these martial arts teachers. How can we let him live after killing our people? But we have to turn killing him into an opportunity for us, and not provoke a powerful enemy. If we kill him, we can get strong support. This is the best choice. The children are ignorant and don't understand my real intention. This is our biggest weapon. Pay attention to the children. As long as there's a move, public opinion and evidence must follow. What we want is for the children to be ignorant. Even after Wuxiao's death, the children can't know. When the time comes, when they face the investigation, they will be completely innocent and indignant. This is the most moving weapon. As for creating public opinion, if Wuxia Duo is close to my girl, you can take photos and go online. Create something like, "The King of Swords is in love." There's no need to spread it. Leave it for the next day. Understand? When boys are together, it's easier to manipulate. Things like smiling and forgetting hatred, friendship between gentlemen, and so on. This may not cause public opinion, but there must be a lot of it in the future when it's needed. Don't just take photos of our family and Wuxia Duo. Take photos of the daily life of Wuxia Duo and the ordinary students. Introduce them in more detail. This is to show that our family is just incidental. The best. Wuxia Duo and Li Chenglong are now at the peak of their popularity on the internet. Young people love to talk about them and are most interested in tracking them. So take photos and post them. This is going with the trend. Find some famous people on the internet or public accounts to do these things and guide them. From the beginning to the end, no matter what the situation is, no one in our family is allowed to show up. As long as there is a large number of intentional and unintentional things as evidence, when Wuxia Duo dies in the future, even if it's just a keyboard warrior on the internet, it will be enough to clear our suspicion. Those people are actually very useful. With a little guidance, they will be more excited than we are. Let's do this. Yes, Patriarch. Killing people is very easy. Especially that kind of famous person. If you do the work well in advance, you can still bring benefits to yourself if you kill him. But if you don't do the work well in advance, killing him will lead to a disaster. And Wuxia Duo is now such a famous person. Countless high-level martial artists, principals and teachers of the major universities are all staring at him. His death has become a treasure trove. Not only do we have to kill him, we also have to get this treasure. This is called planning. Patriarch is wise. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Zhang Xiaofei rushed into the principal's office like a whirlwind. Principal. Wuxia Duo should have arrived. His face was full of excitement. The principal said very reservedly, "If he's here, then he's here. No matter how talented he is, he's still just a student in the end. Is it worth it for you to be like this? What about being a teacher and being a teacher? No, I'm talking about the problem of his treatment. The most important thing is the problem of safety. After all, the matter of the life and death arena may not be without follow-up. We have to guard against this. What I mean is, Zhang Xiaofei said excitedly, there's an empty house near my house. It's just right for. The principal said lightly, there's no need to consider these. The matter of the life and death arena is indeed a troublesome matter with endless follow-up. I'm afraid you alone can't protect everyone. There's one of the 2 villas next to my house that has always been empty. Just rent it to Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong. As for the rent, the principal frowned and thought for a while, it's definitely not appropriate to not accept it. But the students come from afar and don't have much money on hand. How about 50 yuan a month? It's not too much of a burden, right? The deadline is set to end after leaving the school? Zhang Xiaofei's excitement slowly turned into suspicion. Looking at the principal's indifferent, unperturbed and businesslike face, he finally frowned and said suspiciously, Principal, you don't have to do that, right? Requesting monthly votes, recommendation votes. In addition, I'll listen to you and delete the prophecy in chapter 67. If there's anyone who scolds me in the future, you have to stand up for me. Chapter 374. What do you mean by that? We have to be responsible for the safety of the students. Xiaofei, your thinking is too simple and one-sided. The principal said calmly, only when the safety of the students is ensured can we as teachers be at ease. Alright, you go and do your work. It's not a big deal. It's just 2 students' accommodation, and you actually came to the principal's office to talk about it. I've already arranged it. Zhang Xiaofei swallowed his saliva. His eyes showed a bit of unwillingness. He wanted to say something but stopped. He dawdled and didn't leave. The principal didn't even lift his eyelids. He still said indifferently, is there anything else? Just say it. Zhang Xiaofei said in a very unhappy tone, Principal, Zhuo Duo is a student that I've painstakingly snatched back. For this student, my reputation. I don't want to be a bitch. Super cheap. It's going to be very popular. You're snatching away my love like this. It's not appropriate, right? Snatching away my love like this. The principal frowned and looked unhappy. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? I don't understand. Since the establishment of our school. He rattled off a bunch of school motto and then said earnestly, Mr. Zhang, the school is not a place to form cliques. You must have self-respect and self-discipline. This is the way to long-term stability. You must be careful in the future. Zhang Xiaofei was dizzy, but the anger in his heart rose uncontrollably. He said angrily, anyway, I feel that you're abusing your power for personal gain. The principal frowned and lowered his head. He looked at Zhang Xiaofei from above the lens. Zhang Xiaofei was indignant. He said, this is clearly my student. What? I threw away my old face and charged at the competition. I snatched him from the hands of Yun Duan and Zhu Long. I've worked so hard. Are you done? The principal still looked at Zhang Xiaofei from above the lens. He said lightly, Mr. Zhang, don't get your position wrong. You're in charge of recruiting students. You're so high and mighty. TSK, according to some saying, you're a delivery man. Recruiting students. Delivery man. Zhang Xiaofei only felt that his self-esteem had been severely damaged. A burst of anger rushed up. Then he saw the principal pick up the school phone. Finance Department, Teacher Zhang Xiaofei's performance will be suspended from this year onwards. Resources. No. Zhang Xiaofei rushed over as fast as lightning and hung up the phone. His anger flew to the sky, and his face was full of flattery. Even his eyes were full of pleading. Principal, I was wrong. The principal snorted twice, pointed at the phone and said indifferently, Zhang Xiaofei, do you know where this is? This is the principal's office. Understand? You want to act like a rogue in this room? The principal snorted and shouted. Wait until you become the principal. Then his eyes widened and he pointed outside the door, now. Immediately. Right away. Scram. Zhang Xiaofei didn't really roll away. He just walked out with his tail between his legs and stopped behind the door. He heard the principal's cold snort behind him and couldn't help but shiver. He gently closed the door very considerately. There wasn't even a cracking sound, which showed how gentle it was. He took the elevator all the way down from the 33rd floor and rushed to the toilet on the first floor. Then, a series of curses came out from the toilet like firecrackers. Old bastard. You think you're so great just because you're the principal? You bully me. You still want me to be the principal? If I become the principal, I'll definitely be selfless. You're the perfect example of burning the bridge after crossing the river. You still want to be the principal, bah. People say I don't want to be a bitch, a super bitch. I think the old bastard is the one who really doesn't want to be a bitch who's invisible and traceless. Recruiting students, delivering goods. You can even fucking say that. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you. Fuck. 300 square meters of accommodation and 3,000 square meters of villa rent for 50 yuan a month. Why don't you give it to me? It's also very difficult for me to find a place to stay. And deadline before leaving school? Does this mean that if Zhuoxiao Duo doesn't leave Hidden Dragon High School, he can continue to stay? Fuck, this scheme is too fucking deep. He can easily live for a lifetime. His intentions are terrible. Too shameless. In the time it took to pee, he scolded to his heart's content. Zhang Xiaofei only felt that his scolding was about to sublimate, and his whole body was refreshed. Just as he was pulling up his pants, a voice suddenly came from the partition next to him. Brother Zhang, the person you're scolding is the principal? Zhang Xiaofei suddenly felt a chill all over his body. The last bit of pee that was originally gone was actually scared out of his wits. Instantly, his crotch was wet and he said with difficulty, "Who? Is old Xiang?" Cheerful laughter came from the other side. Brother Zhang, I'm very tight on money this year. I can't eat anymore. Life is tough and the economic crisis is killing me. I'm hungry. Zhang Xiaofei's face twisted. I'll treat your whole family to food for a year. Thanks. Brother Zhang is indeed forthright. After a year I'll delete the recording just now. I won't keep any backups. I'll even delete the ones that are sent to the cloud drive. Fuck. On the day that Zhuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong arrived at Fenghai City as scheduled, Zhu Xiaoyan and Mu Yanyan were also about to arrive in Shangjing. As her master, Mu Yanyan was naturally escorting her disciple to the Nine Heavens Pavilion to report. 300 miles ahead is the boundary of Shangjing. At this point, there are basically not many large forests and wastelands that can contain star beasts. After all, this is the largest human gathering place on the mainland. Mu Yanyan heaved a sigh of relief and said, the Nine Heavens Pavilion is the true cradle of the core forces of the Yanwu Empire. It can even be said that it's the headquarters. Once you're there, you must work hard. The Nine Heavens Pavilion has always been a place where battle power speaks. Strength is respected. Although your talent is outstanding, you still have to be careful. I understand, Master. Master, I'm going to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Where are you going? Back to the Kunlun Mountain Gate? Zhu Xiaoyan asked. I've just broken through and need to stabilize my current realm for a period of time. I plan to stay in Shangjing for half a year and return to the gate after half a year. I'll rotate between the two places for half a year, Mu Yanyan said. Thank you, Master. Zhu Xiaoyan understood that Master was still worried about her and wanted to stay in Shangjing to protect her. She couldn't help but feel grateful. Mu Yanyan smiled. With your cultivation foundation, I'm afraid it won't be long before you can surpass Master. At that time you won't need Master's protection anymore. Nian'er will always need Master's care. Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes reddened. Just at this moment suddenly, a hoarse voice said, Indeed, the relationship between Master and disciple is deep. Since you need each other so much, why don't you go to the underworld hand in hand and go to the 9 springs together? Ha ha. Both Master and disciple were shocked. They looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a black-clothed and masked figure appear out of thin air. From head to toe he was covered in black cloth and only his 2 eyes were exposed. Even his hair was not exposed. But this person was just floating in the air as if he was stepping on flat ground. There was an awe-inspiring feeling. Mu Yanyan suddenly had an ominous premonition. This person was right above her head and she didn't even notice. Then this person's cultivation, was it above the God-reigning realm? Such a great master came to kill her and Zhu Xiaoyan? Is he from the Umno Alliance? Mu Yanyan's eyes were sharp and she shouted coldly. Good guess. The man wandered in the air and looked down. He had already spread out his divine sense and confirmed that there were no more masters within a radius of at least 500 miles. The 2 women below were dead today. Aha, so what if the Phoenix Pulse Spirit succeeded? The black-clothed masked man walked down step by step from the air, as if there was an invisible ladder under his feet. He spoke as he walked, very calm and at ease. Do you really think you can live for a long time? What a joke. The Umno Alliance is really powerful. You must have been hiding in Shangjing for a long time, right? Mu Yanyan was very calm. She was trying hard to find an opportunity, any possible opportunity. It was unrealistic to break out and escape by force. Based on the strength shown by the other party, his speed must be much faster than hers. If she forced herself to move, she would only expose her flaws faster and be defeated in one blow. Now, her whole body was locked by momentum, and she might not even be able to give a warning. Mu Yinyan, I know you are not reconciled, but why don't you try and see if you can save your disciple from me? The black-clothed man sneered, and 2 hands stretched out from the black robe. They were white and slender. He clapped his hands and said lightly, "Now you can think of a way." Mu Yinyan closed her eyes and then opened them. Her face was shining and she said lightly, "Nian when the battle breaks out, you have to rush to Shangjing with all your strength at the first time. While rushing, give a warning. In this way we will have a chance to survive. Don't worry about anything." Zhuxiaoyan held the sword in her hand and said calmly, "Okay." Zhuxiaoyan's character had always been calm, straightforward, and decisive. She would never do something like, "I won't go. If we go together." She was decisive and she had her own choice of life and death. Zhuxiaoyan had always been the kind of person who was very clear. Her eyes were filled with extreme pain. The best outcome today was that one of the master and disciple survived. Even the 2 of them could not survive. She already knew what Mu Yanyan was going to do. In the face of such an enemy, the only thing Mu Yanyan could do was to blow herself up to create a powerful attack, giving Zhuxiaoyan a chance to escape. The so-called "in this way, we will have a chance to survive" was Mu Yanyan's last resort in case Zhuxiaoyan refused to escape alone. In fact, Zhuxiaoyan understood this point, and so did Mu Yanyan. So Zhuxiaoyan chose to accept this only chance, the last chance. Zhuxiaoyan also thought about blowing herself up to create a chance for her master, but her cultivation was too weak. Even if she forced herself to blow herself up, it would be difficult to cause considerable damage to the enemy, or it would not even be a trouble. In that case, both of them would be dead. Only when Mu Yanyan blew herself up could they have a chance. This was the reality. On the battlefield, between life and death, it was a choice that countless soldiers had to face. This was not cold-bloodedness but the cruelty of the choice. Because at this time there was only one choice, whose death was more valuable. But there was no choice, whose life was more valuable. Now there are 4,929 votes. Let's update the second chapter when there are 5,000 votes. According to past experience, 70 votes should take about 3 hours. I can write it. Chapter 375. Mu Yanyan and Zhuxiaoyan were ready. Mu Yanyan took a deep breath, and her beautiful face was shining with light. She stared at the man in black and said lightly, "People of the Kunlun Taoist sect don't fear death. Self-explosion to stop me? Try it." The man in black smiled faintly. Suddenly, a figure rushed to Mu Yanyan, and at the moment when he moved, another figure rushed to Zhuxiaoyan at the same time. This was an attack from 2 sides at the same time. "You want to stop my attack by self-explosion?" The man in black laughed lightly. "Mu Yanyan, you think too simply of me and underestimate the power of a high-level practitioner." Mu Yanyan had no intention of self-explosion at this moment. With a scream, she turned into a mass of blue light and rushed to Zhuxiaoyan. According to Mu Yanyan's judgment, Zhuxiaoyan was no match for the latter doppelganger. She might even be killed if they fought. But the man in black moved faster and blocked Mu Yanyan's way. With only 1 or 2 moves, Mu Yanyan was forced into a disadvantageous position. Between his movements, the blue light surrounded him. He had reached the level of star power. Mu Yanyan was full of despair. She looked up to the sky and screamed. But this scream was sealed in the space and could not be transmitted out. On the other side, Zhuxiaoyan staggered. After only 1 move, the long sword in her hand was knocked away and she staggered back. The man in black laughed grimly. His body flashed and he appeared directly in front of Zhuxiaoyan. Like a gust of wind, he slapped the Zhuxiaoyan on the head. Bang! Zhuxiaoyan's body fell to the ground without a sound. Mu Yanyan was scared out of her wits. For a moment she only felt disheartened. She shouted like a ghost, "Nian!" Mu Yanyan had decided to launch a self-explosion. She wanted to hurt the enemy at the cost of her own life. But, at this moment. However, the man in black seemed to have noticed something. He suddenly retreated and looked at Zhuxiaoyan's body in shock. His eyes were filled with fear. Because the palm he just sent out hit Zhuxiaoyan's head. Even if Mu Yanyan was hit by this palm, her head would only be smashed into pieces. However, the reality was that although Zhuxiaoyan had collapsed to the ground, her head seemed to be completely fine. The man in black could clearly feel that Zhuxiaoyan was not injured at all. How was this possible? What was going on? At this moment of doubt and astonishment, something suddenly rose from Zhuxiaoyan's shoulder. Mu Yanyan and the black-clothed masked man both looked at the sudden turn of events in shock. Their minds were in chaos. Of course, Mu Yanyan was full of surprise, while the man in black felt surprised and horrified. That was a palm. An illusory palm floated up from Zhuxiaoyan's shoulder and floated into the air. Then, little by little, it became solid and huge. Then all of a sudden the palm expanded rapidly and became extremely huge. Then it disappeared. Only a majestic and strong figure suddenly stood in the air. He was wearing a white battle robe and combat boots. He was 2 meters tall with a rough face and a majestic figure. Mu Yanyan blurted out, "Marshal Nan?" For a moment her mind suddenly went blank. The eyes of the black-clothed masked man in the air flashed with extreme fear. He was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. What was the origin of this spiritual goddess? Why did she have Marshal Nan's divided soul shadow? Why was this? Who could tell me why? This was the rhythm of sending me to my death. In the air, Uncle Nan's shadow locked his eyes on the black-clothed masked man. He looked disappointed and said, "You have finally been activated. Why is it such a small shrimp? What a pity." His body suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, illuminating the whole world. He shouted, "Come." He reached out and grabbed. With a flash of silver light, he had already caught the fleeing body of the black-clothed masked man in his hand. It was as if he was picking a flower or taking something out of his pocket. It was as if he had done it casually. Mu Yanyan didn't understand at all. They were clearly dozens of meters apart, and the black-clothed masked man had moved first, fleeing far away at top speed. How was it that with just a stretch of his hand, the other party was caught in the palm of his hand, and all the bones in his body were broken? With a poof, the black-clothed masked man's blood was squeezed out. He was completely crippled. Like a pile of rotten meat, he was thrown beside Mu Yanyan. Although he was on the verge of death, he still had a breath left in him. "Take this guy back to the Nine Heavens Pavilion for interrogation." Uncle Nan's shadow finally said this sentence. Then, with a flash of silver light, it rippled like water and disappeared completely in the air. It didn't turn into a palm print and return to Zhuxiaoyan's shoulder. This palm print should only have the power of one attack. But this time, it was enough to keep one's life safe and sound in any harsh environment. Mu Yanyan was naturally pleasantly surprised at this moment. She murmured but couldn't speak. From despair to great joy, the situation had reversed so quickly, so suddenly. For a moment she even felt a little dizzy. She went over to check on Zhuxiaoyan and confirmed that she was really fine. She just fainted slightly. She woke up after pinching her philtrum. Mu Yanyan really wanted to ask, "How did Marshal Nan leave a doppelganger shadow on your body?" This was an enormous favor and a fate even greater than the heavens. But after thinking about it, she didn't ask. It was a good thing to have it. So what if it was a fate greater than the heavens? What was the point of asking? If Marshal Nan was angry, not to mention her, even the Kunlun Taoist sect couldn't bear it. "Master, we're fine? How can it be?" Zhuxiaoyan woke up immediately. After being confused for half a second, she reacted. "Not only are we fine, but we also got a great benefit." Mu Yanyan smiled bitterly and said, "This half-dead man is the one who attacked us just now. Let's go, we'll take him to the Nine Heavens Pavilion." She wanted to let Zhuxiaoyan report by herself, but now Mu Yanyan was more and more worried. What if someone tried to kill her on the way? This master from the Umno Alliance was very strong and had a high status. If he had accomplices, they had to be careful. Moreover, this was sent by Zhuxiaoyan. It was a great merit. It meant that they had done a great merit before even entering. It was really a gift from the heavens. Mu Yanyan was now a little jealous of her disciple's luck. A great merit had fallen from the heavens. The master and disciple carried the masked man's body that was almost smashed to pieces. They even kindly helped him treat his injuries to ensure that he would not die for a while. Only then did they carefully sneak into Shanjing City. Nine Heavens Pavilion. Report. This is the one who tried to kill you on the way. People from the Umno Alliance? Suddenly, a large group of people rushed out. Looking at the injury, an old man directly gasped. "This is the hand of Elder Nan? What good luck." Looking at this silver Shen Yuan Qi, it could only be Minister Nan. "What good luck, girl." The old man called a little girl to accompany Zhuxiaoyan to report, and then accompanied Mu Yanyan to bring the masked man into the secret room of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. From beginning to end, they didn't take off the mask of the masked man. It was better not to expose this person's identity in public. If it was spread out, there would be a lot of trouble. The old man was undoubtedly very thoughtful. "It's okay. I don't think you need to know this person's identity. The old man said to Mu Yanyan without lifting his eyelids. Kunlun Taoist sect, right? Go back. Mu Yanyan coughed and didn't have any doubts. In the future, please take care of my disciple. As she spoke, she took out a space ring and gently pushed it over. Just a little something, please don't take it to heart. The old man turned to look at the space ring, and a strange smile appeared on his face. You want to bribe me to take care of your disciple? No, just a little something, a little something. I'll count to 3. If you don't take it back, I'll immediately punish you for trying to disintegrate the 9 Heavens Pavilion. 1, 2. No. I'll take it back. Mu Yanyan grabbed the ring back, and the smile on her face had already become very awkward. Your Kunlun Taoist sect has been very proficient in this so-called flexible method these years. Look at you, a young girl, and you actually sent a gift to me. The old man looked Mu Yanyan up and down and said disdainfully, at your age it's already strange that you've just broken through to the cloud transformation stage. What's more strange is that you still have the face to come to the 9 Heavens Pavilion to send a gift. Go, if you can break through to the God reigning stage in 2 years, then you'll be qualified to send me a bottle of wine. Thank you for your kindness. Not only was Mu Yanyan not angry, but she was even more excited. She bowed deeply and left. This was leaving a door open for her? Breaking through to the God reigning stage in 2 years could also enter the 9 Heavens Pavilion? Mu Yanyan understood the true meaning of this hint very well. And this qualification was probably the reward for capturing the black-masked man and sending it over. When the 9 Heavens Pavilion recruited disciples, the most important thing was aptitude. The disciples recruited were basically the indigenous geniuses of the Astral Souls continent. Under normal circumstances, they would rarely recruit people who already had a sect background such as the people of the Kunlun Taoist sect. And this qualification given by the old man was extremely precious to Mu Yanyan, or to the Kunlun Taoist sect. But 2 years of God reigning stage. Mu Yanyan was a little melancholy. This goal was not only difficult but also extremely difficult. However, at this point if she did not work harder she would miss the opportunity. Mu Yanyan left a letter for Zhuxiaoyan and left Shangjing almost without stopping. She went all the way back to the Kunlun Taoist sect. Practice day and night. Practice with all her might. He had to try his best to reach the God reigning realm within 2 years, even if it was the greatest possibility. Zhuxiaoyan was led to the first floor of the 9 Heavens Pavilion. There was a practice room, or rather a fighting arena. It did not look big from the outside, but after entering she found that the inside was bigger than she imagined. Zhuxiaoyan immediately realized that this 9 Heavens Pavilion must be the work of a powerful person who cultivated space techniques. There were only 2 words at the door. Elixir Pavilion. It's too fast. I haven't even eaten much. Cough. Besides, if you don't understand this chapter, go back to the first chapter, chapter 74. I won't explain much. I wanted to set this plot in the second chapter, chapter 74. In the end, it's only chapter 71. It's a little uncomfortable. It's not designed carefully. Besides, once this chapter is out, if anyone says that Father Zhua and Mother Zhua don't care about the life and death of their children, I will really start scolding them. It's okay if you can't tell that it's a congenital IQ problem, but if you write it clearly and scold them, it's too much. Chapter 376. Go in. There are 10 sets of challenge numbers from 1 to 10. You can choose any one of them. As long as you can defeat one of them, you can stay. Zhuolingyan. Well, there was a need to explain that Zhuxiaoyan's real name outside was actually Zhuolingyan. This was also the origin of the goddess of spiritual thoughts. In a sense, Zhuxiaoyan and Zhuolingyan were 2 separate people, almost 2 different people. Zhuxiaoyan didn't say much. She just nodded. She was only lively and cute in front of her family, and sometimes even eccentric. But in front of outsiders she was always an iceberg. No one dared to approach her. It was lonely at the top. Especially after practicing the Moon Sutra, Zhuxiaoyan's temperament became more and more cold and noble. She was like a pure lotus on top of an unreachable iceberg. The little girl who led her here had a strange feeling from time to time. Even if she walked beside this girl, she seemed to pollute the air. She was so far behind and felt ashamed of her inferiority. So when she led her here, she didn't stay at all and ran away. It was too much of a blow to her self-esteem. When she was in school, she was also the campus belle. Zhuxiaoyan pushed the door open and entered. Without hesitation she chose the first level. After a round of battles, she passed smoothly. If you feel that you still have energy left, You can choose to continue to challenge the remaining levels. A voice said. Zhou Xiaoyan's current strength had already exceeded the limits of her current age and rank. She was able to steamroll through the 10 groups of challengers. She broke through with irresistible force. In the end. Goddess of spiritual thoughts, is it? Please wait a moment. The attitude of the voice was much more respectful than at the beginning. This was a recognition of her strength, and also another way of showing that strength was respected. Zhou Xiaoyan stood coldly in the cultivation room and waited. In the almost 1,000 square meter cultivation room, hundreds of people were secretly looking at her from all directions. At this moment, everyone had a consensus. This time Heaven Pavilion had really sent a monster. This was the sentence that everyone said the most. The old man was treating the black-clothed masked man's injuries when someone knocked on the door. Elder Long, the manager of the first floor, requests an audience. What is it? The spiritual thought heavenly maiden who just arrived defeated all 10 testers. However, her current cultivation is only at the Dan core stage. According to the rules, she can't enter the second level of the nascent soul stage. How should we deal with this situation? The administrator outside reported in a panic. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had no experience with it at all, so he had no idea how to deal with it. When the old man heard this report, he was really surprised. No way, right? Wasn't the current tester number 10 Lu Mingyang, who had suppressed him 7 times in the embryonic breathing realm? He was already at the peak of the origin core realm and was a half step into the nascent soul transformation realm. That girl had even defeated Lu Mingyang? You still have the strength to continue the challenge? Elder Long pondered. Yes, she defeated tester number 10 and... Outside, the administrator's face twitched. Furthermore, he didn't use any weapons. Number 10, on the other hand, had already flashed his saber from the start. Lu Mingyang who used the knife? That means he used his full strength to the limit, which means he didn't lose due to carelessness. Elder Long pondered for a moment and threw out a token. Rules are meant to be broken. Since she has such strength and still has the strength to continue the test, bring her to the second level of the nascent soul stage to continue the test. Okay. 2 hours later. The administrator of the first level and the administrator of the second level came down together. Elder Long. The 2 administrators called out together. What's the matter now? Elder Long was very impatient. Zhuo Lingyan defeated 9 out of the 10 testers on the second level. Number 10 of the nascent soul stage is out on a mission today, so he's not in the testing area. This situation. How should we deal with it? The 2 administrators asked, wiping their sweat. Elder Long finally gave up on studying the black-clothed masked man. He stuffed an elixir into his mouth and walked out with a frown. You mean a Dan core stage? Defeated all 10 testers in the nascent soul stage? She defeated 9 of them? She didn't fight with number 10 just because he wasn't there? I'm old. Did I hear wrongly? Elder Long rubbed his ears subconsciously. You didn't hear wrongly. That's the truth. That's why we came here to ask you about the follow-up plan. Elder Long's eyes flashed with disbelief. He turned around and walked to the table, turned on the computer, and pulled up all the battle test videos of Zhou Xiaoyan so far. He watched very quickly, almost fast-forwarding the whole process. Until the end, he finally gritted his teeth and murmured, "This time it's really a treasure." She only started to use her sword when she defeated number 5 of the nascent soul stage. When she defeated number 9, she still had the strength to spare. With her strength, even if number 10 was here, he might not be able to stop her. Elder Long frowned and really felt that it was difficult to deal with. According to the rules of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, there was a strength assessment every month. Based on your cultivation base, you could get resources from that position. Correspondingly, you also had to perform the corresponding tasks for that position. The tasks on each level were different, and each level was harder than the previous. Each level was harder than the previous one. The difficult part about Zhou Xiaoyan was that although her real strength was amazing and had almost exceeded the limit of the nascent soul stage, her real cultivation base was only at the elixir realm. How were they going to arrange tasks for her? No wonder the 2 administrators felt that it was difficult to deal with and came here to ask for Elder Long's opinion. Elder Long hesitated and said, "Special people should be treated differently. Since her real strength is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, she will be given the allowance of the second level. However, she will still be assigned tasks according to her real cultivation base. Well, she will temporarily perform the tasks on the first level. After 2 months, we will see the follow-up progress and make targeted adjustments." This was equivalent to increasing the resource advantage by a large level. The administrator of the second level looked unwilling, but the administrator of the first level was full of joy. The completion of the tasks would be recorded in the performance of the two administrators. With Zhuxiaoyan's cultivation base on the first level, almost all the tasks' performance would fall from the sky. What's the code name, Elder Long? The administrator of the first level returned the favor and worked hard to fight for Zhuxiaoyan's benefits. Generally, once the geniuses of the Nine Heavens Pavilion reached a certain level, they would be given code names by the higher-ups. It was different from the order of number 1 and number 2. Zhuxiaoyan had obviously reached this level and surpassed it by a lot. Code name. Elder Long was suddenly stunned. Her surname is Zhua? Yes, Elder Long muttered to himself and murmured, this surname is not often seen. What about her personal file? Let me see. He muttered in his heart, her surname is Zhua? And Minister Nan even helped me. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Although I'm not at the level of Minister Nan, I don't want to get the wrong code name. If I get beaten up because it doesn't sound good, it won't be worth it. Although the possibility was very small, what if it happened? Not long after, Zhuxiaoyan's personal file was brought over. This information was very detailed and could be said to be very detailed. Name, home address, parents' names and occupations, younger brother's name and occupation, resume, comments. And the matter of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, that everything was recorded clearly and clearly. Even the nickname Nian Nian Cat was recorded. Could be said to be very detailed. Yes, her family background is very ordinary. When Elder Long saw the two names, Zhua Changlu and Wu Yuding in the parent column, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He said, the degree of this girl's talent can really be said to be one of the best. Yes, she's probably the spiritual goddess that was rumored some time ago. The commotion over at Phoenix City was very big. It's reasonable that Minister Nan would give some benefits and leave some protection measures after knowing about it. There's no need to think too much. Codename Spiritual Cat. Elder Long made a prompt decision and said with a smile, Spiritual Goddess, nickname Nian Nian Cat. Not bad, not bad. Let's just call her Spiritual Cat. Okay, understood. Transfer the file back and seal it according to Grade A. Elder Long said, Grade A seal number 1. The original order will be changed. Okay. Grade A seal meant that she was a first-class genius. It's okay, you can go to your work. Elder Long turned back and continued to do his work. The spy that Chief Nan asked the Kunlun Taoist sect to send was very important. He had to discuss it carefully with the pavilion masters in front of him later. The injury was really too serious. His body and limbs were destroyed, and his dantian and meridians were damaged. He was very lucky that he was still alive now. But this guy was a spirit control cultivator. Even if his dantian and meridians were damaged, his divine sense still existed. It was still possible for him to recover some cultivation and then commit suicide. So now he didn't dare to let this guy wake up directly. But if his divine sense was destroyed, this person's consciousness would also be destroyed and he would become a living dead. He still wouldn't be able to get any useful information out of him. It was very troublesome. Elder Long vaguely felt that he seemed to have overlooked something, but he couldn't figure out what it was at the moment, so he put it aside. Sigh, he's ranked 9th, but he worries about boss every day. Elder Long felt that he was a miserable person. Zhuxiaoyan settled down in the Nine Heavens Pavilion just like that. And other than a slight internal fluctuation, there was nothing unusual. It was too peaceful. It could be described as calm and tranquil. Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong had already checked into the Hidden Dragon High School guest house opposite the Hidden Dragon High School. With the admission letter, they could stay here for free. Not only were the meals and accommodation free, even the ordinary training grounds were free. And as long as they stayed here from a certain perspective, they were already halfway to completing their registration. September 28th. There were still 3 days before school started. How are we going to spend these 3 days? The training grounds in the guest house are free, but the facilities are almost completely meaningless to us. Li Chenglong asked. How are we going to spend these days? Zhua Xiaoduo snorted. You can spend these 3 days however you want. I won't waste them. As he spoke, he took out 1,000 pieces of mid-grade jade of astral souls and pretended to be indifferent. Anyway, this is what I plan to do for these 3 days. Use the fragments of astral souls to bury myself. Chapter 377. This suggestion is not bad. Let's see who gets buried first. Li Chenglong was not to be outdone. He also placed 1,000 pieces of mid-grade astral souls jade at the auction. As their cultivation increased, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's consumption of the Jade of Astral Souls also increased. Originally, when Zhou Xiaoduo was a martial warrior, he could not even absorb one piece of low-grade jade in 3 days. But now, if he were to put all his effort into cultivation, 200 pieces of mid-grade jade in a day was simply not enough. To put it bluntly, cultivation was an extremely expensive business. If one were to calculate the market price of mid-grade Astral Souls jade at 20,000 star dollars, 4 million a day would not be enough. If one were to use the monetary system of an ordinary person to calculate, the monetary system would have completely collapsed. This was why people often said that in this world, there were 2 heavens and earth. This was the logic behind it. The vast majority of people lived their entire lives in the first heaven. As for what the second heaven was like, they couldn't even imagine. The people in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts guest house were also very puzzled. These 2 people were ranked first and second in this year's batch of students. From the first day they checked in, the entire Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts guest house knew about them. The entire school was waiting for these 2 to report. In the end, after these 2 people came to the guest house, they did not even leave their rooms. They did not even go to the cafeteria to eat, let alone report. There was actually a misunderstanding, or rather, a misunderstanding. The notice stated that they would report before the 1st of October. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong instinctively understood it as report on the 1st of October. This was probably a misunderstanding. The 2 of them even felt that it was strange. Why is it that such a big hostel doesn't have any students coming to register? Could it be that all the students chose to report on the 1st of October? Or was Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts guest house on the verge of closing down? They could not recruit any students at all? This was impossible, right? But these had nothing to do with the 2 of them. From the beginning to the end, the 2 of them were only slightly surprised for a moment before they began to concentrate on their cultivation. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaofei and another teacher quietly went to Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's window and peeked in. They saw the 2 of them sitting on the same bed with their backs leaning against each other. They were leaning against each other with no distance between them. Other than that, the entire room was covered in powder. Were those fragments of the Jade of Astral Souls? The debris around Li Chenglong's body reached his chest, while the debris around Zhou Xiaoduo's body reached his neck. What are they doing? Cultivation? Or is it something else? Zhang Xiaofei was confused. Swollen, you've lost. Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly as he continued to practice. Not necessarily. Li Chenglong closed his eyes and channeled all his energy. He said, aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat or you'll starve to death. I'm going to eat? Then I'll shake off the debris on my body and you'll win? Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. In your dreams. I'm only 1 step away from burying everything. Victory is at hand and you want me to give up. Then what about the joke you told me just now that made me shake it off? Li Chenglong argued, unwilling to give in. Who told you to laugh? Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly, I just said it casually but you laughed as if you had asthma. Are you blaming me? Besides, even if you didn't shake off your body you're still a lot weaker than me. Li Chenglong said angrily, that's what I'm angry about. Zhou Xiaoduo was as if he was struck by lightning. Li Chenglong's eyes widened. Then the 2 took out the admission notice. Then Zhou Xiaoduo flew into a rage. Li Chenglong, what's wrong with your head? You can even misunderstand this? Li Chenglong felt that he was being wronged. It's not October 1st that you said. Why are you arguing with me for so long? Anyway, it's your fault. We almost missed the school's registration period. Zhou Xiaoduo started to clean up and said, Teacher Zhan, please wait a moment. This is all Li Chenglong's fault. This guy's brain has been a little muddled since he was young. He's been studying until he became stupid. We'll report to school now. Hearing this, Li Chenglong really wanted to beat someone to death. However, this wasn't a good time to argue about these details. He swallowed his anger and said, all right, it's my fault, it's my fault. Zhang Xiaofei coughed and resisted the urge to laugh. He went out of the room and waited. However, he didn't have to wait for long. In just 10 seconds the 2 had already walked out with bright and handsome faces. Even the smiles on their faces were simple and honest. Teacher, it's been hard on you. We'll report to school now. Zhang Xiaofei's face was full of kindness. Let me bring you there. Looking at the extremely simple and honest smiles on the 2 guys' faces and their seemingly honest and harmless expressions, Zhang Xiaofei thought, hee hee. After that big competition, his understanding was refreshed again and again. These were 2 old silver coins and the kind that was especially black-hearted. If anyone still believed in the innocence on their faces, He reckoned that they would help raise the price even if they were sold. Looking at the two guys obediently following behind him, their faces honest and sincere, their eyes looking straight ahead and following the rules. There was even a look of fear and trepidation. Zhang Xiaofei actually had a feeling for a moment. It was as if he was leading a big tiger and a big lion, slowly walking into a sheep pen. This kind of feeling was extremely clear. It seems that the students of Hidden Dragon High School are going to have an unusual experience. The so-called life experience, the beating of society, is about to come. Zhang Xiaofei was looking forward to the future. When others came to report, they had to pay the tuition fees, get a bed, put down their bedding, and then report to the class. After everything was stable, they had to think of ways to earn credits. The entire process. As for Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, when they reported, they received their scholarships, then went to a luxurious villa to settle down, put down their luggage, collect their credits, and finally their homeroom teacher came to welcome them. That he brought the two treasures to his class. There was nothing unexpected. Hidden Dragon High School, 1st grade, Class 1. The whole class, 36 people. The others had already sat in their respective seats. Only the two best seats in the front row were still empty. Those were reserved for Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. One was first, the other was second. Absolutely the treatment of a seed. It had to be said that when Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong walked into the class, the two of them were greeted by 34 students suddenly stood up at the same time. Nearly 20 people, their momentum was amazing. Then these people shouted in surprise, "Hello, leader." "Hello, Sword King." Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Li Chenglong was also dumbfounded. Was this the headquarters of Li Chenglong's Iron God sect? The homeroom teacher behind him was speechless. This time's enrollment actually attracted a group of Iron God sect? Sit down, sit down. Zhou Xiaoduo, you sit here. Li Chenglong, you sit here. The homeroom teacher cut the Gordian knot and didn't give the Iron God sect members a chance to exchange greetings. Now everyone in our class is finally here. The homeroom teacher said, "Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Wen and my name is Wen Xingtian. I am your homeroom teacher. Well, now I'm considered a god-reigning cultivator." Hearing this introduction, the students' faces immediately lit up. High martial arts was indeed different. The homeroom teacher was directly a god-reigning cultivator. What were their cultivations? Innate stage? Embryonic stage? This gap was like heaven and earth apart. Then, let's start from number 1 and do a simple self-introduction. When Xingtian looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo was ranked first, so it naturally started with him. Teacher Wen was actually looking forward to it. This person could already be regarded as a world-famous talent. He would definitely bring a big surprise to him. Teacher Wen had even confirmed Zhou Xiaoduo before he came. In his class, the position of class monitor was definitely Zhou Xiaoduo, and the position of assistant class monitor was naturally the second in line, Li Chenglong. This pair of old partners would definitely bring a new atmosphere to his class. And Zhou Xiaoduo's self-introduction was the first step for Zhou Xiaoduo to show himself and convince the students. The ladder has been set up for you. Student Zhou Xiaoduo, please come on stage and perform. Teacher Wen was looking forward to it. The captain and vice-captain of the champion of the Longhu list would definitely bring him a surprise. Now he was just waiting to see the captain's supreme demeanor. End of the 4th watch. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes to comfort my wounded heart today. Obviously they were dissatisfied and angry. This guy was showing off, wasn't he? Did Mr. Wen say that? Since when did Teacher Wen say such a thing? Mr. Wen also said that there are a lot of beauties in our class. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled. On the other side, Wen Xingtian was still smiling kindly. However, his hands behind his back were rubbing each other. His hands were itchy. He wanted to move. There are so many people here. I know all of them and many of them are acquaintances. Ah. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. Well, Xiang Bing, although we are opponents, the one who hit you mercilessly was Li Chenglong, not me. If you want to seek revenge, this guy is here. Well, you can't blame it on me later. And you Yin or Li Zhangming isn't here and we haven't met yet. Instead of glaring at me, why don't you sleep a little longer? Who knows, maybe we'll meet in your dreams. Zhen Piapiao. Ah, we are friends. Other than Zhen Piapiao, who nodded slightly, Yu Yin'er and Xiang Bing were glaring at each other. Their beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Was this guy speaking human language? Was he speaking human language? What did he mean by, blame it on later? And what did he mean by, meet in your dreams? Was he speaking human language? After saying that, he had offended 2 of the 3 beauties. Student Xiang Chong is also here. You really can't blame me for beating you up. That beating was really. We're classmates. Well, I didn't expect you to be so useless. You are in the same class as your sister. Shouldn't you be 1 level higher as her brother? Zhou Xiaoduo continued to taunt him. We are twins. The same age. Xiang Chong was so angry that he wanted to take out his sky piercer and fight with this bastard. TSK. Twins, that's good. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Hey Pai Bao. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. I have a deep impression of you. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Pai Bao's wrinkled face. Pai Bao looked at this bastard with a twisted face. This bastard was indeed the Sword King. He was so despicable. What the fuck? Meng Zhangjun, your whole team is here? What are you all doing? Zhou Xiaoduo said in surprise. 6 people in the same class. Are you all trying to form a faction? It was really unexpected. They came from the garrison store. Captain Meng Zhangjun, Vice Captain Hao Han, Team Flower Zhen Piapiao, Zhang Haonan, Feng Junqing and Jia Kuang. The 6 of them were all in this class and not a single one was missing. Meng Zhangjun laughed. We wouldn't dare. We are only here to cultivate. Our goal is to increase our cultivation. I don't think so. What's the use of saying it in such a dignified manner? Reality is the most practical. I feel that your garrison store wants to dominate the first class and then the entire Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. Tsk, you are really ambitious. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and sighed. Then he said, fortunately there are people from Phoenix City's second high school. From today onwards, Li Chenglong will represent Phoenix City's second high school. If you want to form a faction and fight, just fight with Li Chenglong. I won't interfere. With my level, fighting with you is bullying you. Zhou Xiaoduo looked lonely at the top. Li Chenglong, Meng Zhangjun, everyone, Wen Xingtian. His hands were itching. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Wen Xingtian's face was gloomy. It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His hands were grabbing and releasing. Alright, where is your captain Shimen Daqing? Vice Captain Xiang Chong, your captain. Why isn't he here? Li Zhangming isn't here either. What is he afraid of? Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't find Shimen Daqing after searching for a long time. He was a bit surprised. Could it be that the captain of Hidden Dragon High School didn't enter the Hidden Dragon High School? He's in another class. Xiang Chong clenched his teeth and tried his best to maintain a pleasant expression as he explained. Although Shimen Daqing's strength was the best in Hidden Dragon High School's martial arts department, he used up a lot of his potential in order to increase his own level. He also used up a lot of his divine sense in the battle with Li Qingming. In the end, Li Zhangming's great dream divine art directly damaged Shimen Daqing's divine sense, causing his own foundation to greatly decrease. The Hidden Dragon High School's selection of students was based on talent and foundation. The result was that this former captain couldn't enter the first class. Shimen Daqing's hatred for Phoenix City's second high school was as deep as the sea. He ran to another class. Yeah, I'm done greeting him. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. From now on we're all family. We're all partners in the same pot. Now I'll formally introduce myself. You guys have to listen carefully. Everyone subconsciously sneered. Finished greeting him? Did he offend him? How did this kid become the captain of Phoenix City's second high school? They were really puzzled. Why did I say that all of your conflicts go to Li Chenglong, and all of your grievances go to Li Chenglong? Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and proudly said, because my main occupation, or rather what I'm best at, has never been martial strength. Martial strength is insignificant compared to what I'm best at. Although I can already say that I'm invincible in our class, I really don't have any interest in fighting and killing. Zhou Xiaoduo said mysteriously, guess what I'm good at? Below, the 35 people, including Li Chenglong, all looked at him with gloomy faces. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed loudly and said proudly, you guys guess. Guess. It doesn't matter if you guess wrong. Come, guess. A figure flashed. Zhou Xiaoduo disappeared from the podium. Their homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian, who had been standing next to him, also disappeared. Only an angry shout could be heard, I'll let you guess. Outside the classroom, the continuous sound of punches hitting flesh could be heard. The sound of the punches seemed to be in a progressive, boom manner. It was a merciless punch and kick. What came along with it was Zhou Xiaoduo's blood-curdling screams and his grievances that soared to the sky. What's going on? It's just a self-introduction. Could it be that after coming to Hidden Dragon High School, I have to be beaten up first? I want to protest. I want to complain. I want to transfer schools. Oh, ow, ow. Teacher, I was wrong. Before this, when Xingtian had never dreamed that he would beat up the class monitor that he had decided on the first day. But it happened in such an explosive manner. This bastard still wants to be the class monitor? He has already offended the entire class and still wants to be a fart. Class monitor? Dream on. A moment later, when Xingtian dragged Zhou Xiaoduo into the classroom and threw him on the podium, his face was dark. Continue talking. I want to see how long you can continue talking. What else can you say? Zhou Xiaoduo's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His eyes were as big as a panda's. He stood on the podium in shame and grimaced in pain. The entire class roared with laughter. They all felt that it was too satisfying and too satisfying. Even Li Chenglong was no exception. No, it should be said that he was the happiest. Ever since Teacher Qin left, it had been a long time since someone had been able to teach this bastard a lesson. Felt so good. However, Li Chenglong also understood clearly in his heart. This bastard doesn't seem to want to be the class monitor. Otherwise he wouldn't have done this. It's a little regretful. If he doesn't become the class monitor, I won't be able to use my support ability. My experience will be less glorious. But it doesn't matter. It's good to just practice martial arts. Li Chenglong was quick-witted and instantly understood a lot of things. Then he also convinced himself. If Zhou Xiaoduo becomes the class monitor, he won't have to do anything. Won't it be my job? It's good that he won't do it. Li Chenglong actually calmed down and was proud of his strategy. However, the others didn't think so much. They just looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and gloated. He was beaten up by the teacher on the first day of school. Ah. This guy definitely didn't have the face to continue talking. However, they saw Zhou Xiaoduo rubbing his face and even tidying his hair. He grimaced and then smiled. It's just a small accident. Well, let's continue. Everyone in the class broke out in cold sweat at the same time. How thick-skinned are you? In fact, as martial artists, it's normal for us to be beaten up, let alone by our own teacher. Isn't it normal for teacher to beat me up when he's so busy? Isn't it normal for him to beat me up? Look at how happy you are. You're gloating. Don't you have any camaraderie? Zhou Xiaoduo actually took the opportunity to teach everyone a lesson. He said, but it doesn't matter. I'm a magnanimous person. I won't care about these details. Let me tell you now. I'm best at 3 things. Among them, I'm best at fortune-telling, followed by wealth and martial arts. When it comes to fortune-telling, I can see your misfortunes, life and death crises, lifelong marriages and future prospects. It's all-encompassing and all-encompassing. What do you not understand about life? What are you confused about? What are you worried about? Get out. Zhou Xiaoduo clearly hadn't finished speaking when he heard an angry roar. Then, his entire body suddenly flew up and landed on his seat with a plop. He sat down firmly on his butt. When Xingtian said in a suppressed voice, "Second, Li Chenglong." Li Chenglong was shocked. Was the teacher so angry? He walked up and said, "My name is Li Chenglong. I'm from Phoenix City Second High School. I'm 18 years old." At this point he felt that he could go down. However, when he looked down and saw Xiang Bing, who was looking at him with an irreconcilable expression, his head twitched. He didn't know why, but the last 2 words came out of his mouth. Unmarried. Xiang Bing's beautiful eyes were spitting fire. She almost exploded on the spot. Li Chenglong. If you're unmarried, then you're unmarried. Why are you looking at me? Zhou Xiaoduo said in a strange tone. Yo, Li Chenglong just said unmarried. Look at how agitated our beautiful Xiang Bing is. Xiang Bing suddenly stood up. She clenched her fists and was about to rush up. Xiang Chong, who was beside her, hurriedly pulled her back. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He whispered, "Sister, I can't beat him. I can't beat him." Chapter 379. Xiang Bing almost went crazy when she heard that. Other than being angered by Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, she also had to be angered by her brother. How could she live her life like this? Li Chenglong's face was red as he bowed. I'm done with my introductions. All hail the sect leader. More than 20 voices shouted in unison. It was a little uneven, but it was still a spectacular sight. Then Meng Zhongjun stepped forward, followed by Xiang Chong, and then it had to be said that this class was just as Zhou Xiaoduo had said. There were quite a few opponents in the past. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Pai Yibao, Yu Yin'er, followed by Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, Zhen Piapiao, Feng Junqing, Jia Kuang, and Zhang Haonan. In addition to Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, There were a total of 12 opponents who had participated in the Longhu tournament. After the class introductions, when Xingtian walked up to the podium with his lungs swollen, Zhuo Xiaoduo's anger still hadn't subsided. When Xingtian did not understand. As the head of the martial arts department, his position was higher than the dean's. Why did the principal ask him to teach a class alone? Although he was still the head of the martial arts department, it was a waste of his talent. Now he understood. This class of fellows was really hard to train. Just Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was ranked first, was already very hard to train. With one look, one could tell that he was a troublemaker. That student had offended the entire class on the first day of his self-introduction? He even dared to provoke the teachers? How dare he? If he did not beat him up, he would not be able to continue being the head teacher. He would not even be able to get past him. Now that the introductions are over, there are no classes on the first day of school. When Xingtian said, "Let's choose the class committee. There are the following positions: class monitor, vice class monitor, head of the cultural and education department, head of the martial arts department, and head of the health department. Everyone is a martial artist. You've heard everyone's introductions. Based on your memories and impressions, we'll choose the class monitor." The students could also canvass for votes on their own. Whoever wants to be the class monitor or feels that they are suitable for a certain position can go up to the podium to give a speech and canvass for votes. Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his head. He looked calm, but in fact he was already dozing off. Class leader? He probably didn't choose me. After a long while, no one came forward to run for the position of class monitor. What Zhuo Xiaoduo thought of was obviously what everyone else thought. No one wanted to do such an unpleasant job. When Xingtian was already prepared, he directly handed out a blank piece of paper to each person. Then he sent two beautiful women. One of them was to draw the paper while the other was to read the votes. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Hence, Zhuo Xiaoduo made a horizontal move. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Add another vertical line. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Add another horizontal line. When Xingtian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Originally he wanted to directly appoint Zhuo Xiaoduo as the class monitor. However, after seeing this guy's performance, he had already vetoed the idea in his heart. Hence there was a secret ballot. But how did this guy get so many votes? As the voting went on, Zhuo Xiaoduo's face broke down. Slowly his mouth opened wider and wider. What's going on? Why did they still all choose me? I ridiculed all of you with my speeches and actions, but in the end, all of you were convinced? This was somewhat incomprehensible. After the 36 people finished voting, Zhuo Xiaoduo won 24 votes in one fell swoop. He was actually elected as the class monitor with an absolute advantage. When Xingtian was very unhappy with this result. He already knew that if someone else was the class monitor, it would be very easy for him to lead this class. At least it wouldn't be difficult to lead. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was the class monitor. This was a shameless, immoral and lawless guy. With him as the leader, trouble would come one after another in the future. Today was the first time they met. It was less than half an hour. In such a short time, when Xingtian had already seen Zhuo Xiaoduo's true nature. If Zhuo Xiaoduo led the class to tear down the school building in a few days, when Xingtian wouldn't find it strange at all. This was a troublemaker. Little did he know that Zhuo Xiaoduo himself was also dumbfounded. He didn't know that when the students came to the high school to further their studies, they were all strangers to each other. Many of them couldn't recognize their classmates for a few days and didn't know their specific names. He was beaten up as soon as he came in, and then he was beaten up by the head teacher on the spot. This impression was very deep. They only knew and remembered this name. If they didn't choose him, who else would they choose? As long as they didn't have a grudge against him, they would think, hey, this guy is quite fun. If he becomes the class monitor, everyone will benefit a lot. But no matter what the reason was, class monitor Zhuo Xiaoduo was going to take office. Next was the election for vice class monitor. Li Chenglong, who was sitting obediently, heard the voice. Come up and run for vice class monitor. Swollen was confused. He looked up and saw the head teacher when Xingtian looking at him with shining eyes. Li Chenglong stood up helplessly. My name is Li Chenglong. I'm running for the position of vice class monitor. Leader is almighty. There was another round of uneven roars. However, the result was obvious. Other than Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong, Li Chenglong was elected with an unexpected 33 votes. This was the result he didn't want to vote for himself. Minister of Culture and Education, Meng Zhangjun. Minister of Martial Arts, Xiang Chong. Minister of Health, Xiang Bing. Xiang Bing repeatedly expressed his unwillingness to take office but was heartlessly rejected by Wen Xingtian. He was almost suppressed. Zhou Xiaoduo expressed his unwillingness to take office but was glared at by Wen Xingtian. Do you think you can take office just because you want to? Is it that beautiful? Zhou Xiaoduo could sense the teacher's deep malice. He could sense that he was about to be beaten up. Therefore, he immediately sat down and admitted defeat. Fine, I've been in this position for 5 years. I'm not afraid of this. Hence that the 999th batch of the Hidden Dragon High School students had formed a leadership team. However, they still needed to work on the operation. Class monitors with Xiaoduo with quotation marks was expected by everyone. After the selection, of course, there was a routine inauguration speech. However, when Xingtian allowed the students to make their own speeches, he turned and went to the principal's office. He wanted to seek an explanation. He really didn't dare to listen to class monitors with speech. Teacher Wen was afraid that he would have a cerebral hemorrhage due to anger. After so many years of fighting, he had suffered many internal and external injuries. Furthermore, this young lad's speech was the kind that would anger people to death. After Teacher Wen left, Zhou Xiaoduo went up to the stage with his hands behind his back and started to speak in a graceful manner. Silence. Now let me, the class monitor, explain to you what fortune-telling is and what's so profound about it. Let me tell you, you guys are really lucky to be in the same class as me. It's a huge advantage. In cultivation, it's called fate, a fate greater than the heavens. You guys are really too lucky. I sincerely express my admiration and jealousy for your luck. When Xingtian dashed into the principal's office. Principal. When Xingtian walked in with a strange expression. Divine shit? What's the matter? The principal was eating something. He did not know what he was eating and did not care. He simply asked vaguely and continued to do his own things. This was Xiaoduo. When Xingtian's face was full of depression. I need to look at his information, including the information about his 3 touches and 5 comments. He waved the name list. Of course, I also need to look at the others' information. You don't need to look at the others' information. The principal swallowed the food in his mouth and said, you just need to look at Zhou Xiaoduo's information. He sighed. These days, I've been studying the top 3 touches of these students' 3 touches and 5 comments. This Zhou Xiaoduo is really quite different. Oh? Different and quite? When Xingtian said, is he a C grade? Or a D grade? That's really quite different. The principal sighed. Your guess is right, but his level is wrong. His assessment is no level. No level? When Xingtian's eyes suddenly widened. You'll know when you see it for yourself. The content on my desktop now is this kid's 3 touches and 5 comments. I've been studying it for half a day. The principal handed a huge geocentric pear and said, eat while you read it. Your heart hasn't recovered yet? You're still eating the geocentric pear? When Xingtian asked with concern. It's not that easy for the heart to recover. The principal smiled faintly. Without the geocentric astral soul's jade, you can only rely on the geocentric pear to suppress it bit by bit. When Xingtian said, if you can collect more top-grade astral soul's jade, you can relieve more of it. Collecting top-grade astral soul's jade is already difficult enough. To collect the core of the top-grade astral soul's jade, the geocentric astral soul's jade, is naturally more difficult. This thing has not appeared for many years. The principal smiled faintly. The geocentric astral soul's jade is always priceless. Even if we are not stingy with money. But who would be willing to sell a top-grade spiritual treasure like the geocentric astral soul's jade that can aid in cultivation? After so many years, we've only managed to collect 30 pieces of it. The Southern Chief sent us 200 pieces last time, but I think that should be the limit of what the Ministry of Finance can give us. It has been supporting me for 200 years and now it's the end. There used to be some on the market, but since you were injured there were suddenly none. Even if there were a few pieces, they would be maliciously bid for. When Xingtian's eyes were full of anger. Principal, I suspect. The principal said faintly, what's the use of suspecting? Now, the Hidden Dragon High School is no longer the Hidden Dragon High School of the past. I even suspect that the assassination of Vice Principal Xiang was also their doing. When Xingtian said angrily, these people only care about fighting for power and profit, ignoring the big picture. I really want to. The principal coughed and said, it's because of this that I let you personally lead the class this time. This year's genius students are all gathered in your hands. You must train them well. If my heart still does not improve in the next 3 years, I can only give up the position of Hidden Dragon High School's principal and give it to someone better. Because at that time, I'm afraid that I won't be able to continue and can't support the work of this position. Wen Xingtian did not say anything, but his face was pale. Or this year's students will be the last batch of high-quality talents that we send out. The principal coughed and said, as long as I, Yi Changqing, am in charge, I can still guarantee that the Hidden Dragon High School's spirit will not change. But once the power falls into the hands of those people, I don't know where the Hidden Dragon High School's spirit will be taken. Shao. Xingtian, if it really comes to that, only you will be left to support the overall situation. Wen Xingtian laughed coldly. Support the overall situation? You think too highly of me. Not to mention that you are not here, how can I support the situation alone? Not to mention whether I can hold on or not, just one sentence. Do you think they will let me go? If you are not here, I will run away at the first moment and change to another place. Where can I not be free? Yi Changqing's eyes flashed with a complicated expression and he sighed deeply. When Xingtian had already sat in front of the computer and opened Zhuo Xiaoduo's document. This was the first touch? Chapter 380. That a few minutes later. When Xingtian looked at the 3 comments, his eyes were spinning. When Xingtian's voice was a little hoarse. He turned his head and asked Principal Yi Changqing, these are Heaven and Earth Network's comments? Yi Changqing grinned. Yes. Do you feel that your worldview has been destroyed? Can't believe it? When Xingtian's expression was very interesting. The principal was right. His worldview was really destroyed. He couldn't believe it. The first one touched the heterodox demon's heart. The second one touched few desires and doubtful castration. The third one was even better. For question marks? When Xingtian felt that his 1,000-year calmness had been broken. Since when did Heaven and Earth Network have written comments? When Xingtian was dumbfounded. Could it be that the A, B, C, and D systems have been abolished? Why didn't I know about it? Yi Changqing coughed and said, other people's comments are still A, B, C, and D. As far as I know, among all the students in this batch, only 2 people have written comments. The first one is naturally Zhuo Xiaoduo. All 3 comments were weird. The other one is Zhou Yunqing. When he touched the third one, Heaven and Earth Network gave him a comment of sword energy soaring to the sky. Then this comment was overridden by Gu Qianfan with his authority. Yi Changqing said, although Zhou Yunqing also had a written comment, it was only once. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo had 3 comments. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's alma mater is obviously not as good as Zhou Yunqing's. Well, it's mainly because it's not as powerful as Gu Qianfan, so the confidentiality is not very good. After I confirmed that Zhuo Xiaoduo would come to Hidden Dragon University, I immediately re-encrypted it. Then, I put aside my pride and went to my old friends in Heaven and Earth Network to erase the comments. Now, if the outside world investigates Zhuo Xiaoduo, they can only find 3 A's. They can't find the content of the written comments. In other words, other than the insiders of Zhuo Xiaoduo's alma mater, I am the only one who can see the original version of the evaluation. Of course, there's another thing to consider. After Zhuo Xiaoduo participated in the competition, those who paid special attention to him, especially those who had the authority to investigate the examinee's records, must have seen his evaluation. Yi Changqing's eyes revealed a hint of worry. When Xingtian's eyes were deep as he said, there may not be a single person in hundreds of years who is evaluated by the Heavenly Network. No matter what the evaluation is, it must be an extremely special talent. 2 words and 1 question mark. Someone else must know. I'm sure all the principals of the universities know about it, right? When Xingtian asked. It doesn't matter if the principals know about it. Those old fellows who are able to reach these positions all know about it. Many of them value talents more than we do, so they won't reveal it easily. What I'm worried about now is someone else. Because when I erased it, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already gone to the finals of the Longhu List tournament. Yi Changqing was deeply worried. He let out a long sigh and said, I'm sorry, Principal He Yuanyue. When Xingtian frowned. He was puzzled. What did this have to do with this? Principal He Yuanyue? 3 months before the Longhu List tournament, He Yuanyue once sent me a message about Zhuo Xiaoduo in my mailbox. She hoped that I could help to cover up Zhuo Xiaoduo's records. But at that time I didn't think much of it. Because the Hidden Dragon Academy has seen too many talents. Most of them were just their alma mater's groundless fears, and even used this to attract attention. That's how it passed. Now that I think about it. Yi Changqing sighed deeply. I'm really sorry for Principal He's trust. At that time, she should have already decided to let Zhou Xiaoduo come to the Hidden Dragon Academy. Where's the source file? Has it been deleted? When Xingtian felt a toothache. It's gone now. Yi Changqing's gray eyebrows twitched. His eyes flashed. When Xingtian grimaced. There were only 3 tests. If you want to talk about the second one, I can still understand. No, I can't understand the second one. Didn't Zhou Xiaoduo cultivate the Flaming Sun scripture? Would someone who cultivates the Flaming Sun scripture be castrated? That's definitely nonsense. As for the first one, how did you get the evaluation of the heterodox demon heart? And the third one, it was just a very ordinary undercover operation. Why would there be 4 question marks? What? Principal, you deleted it too early. You should have at least let me, the class teacher, see it before deleting it. When Xingtian felt it was a pity, Yi Changqing said indifferently, it's too dangerous. He's too weak now. It's too easy for him to die in the middle. No wonder you rented your villa to Zhou Xiaoduo. When Xingtian said, the true meaning in your bones is because of this, isn't it? First, it's because of the 3 tests and 5 evaluations. Second, it's because of Principal He Yuanyue's request. Third, it's because of Zhou Xiaoduo's Longhu ranking battle. Fourth, it's because of the Flaming Sun scripture. Fifth, it's because of the internal strife of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Sixth, it's because of the aftermath of the life and death arena. Seventh, it's because of the future of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Yi Changqing said softly, on my side, I can guarantee that anyone who comes will die within 3 years. A sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, I can only guarantee his safety for 3 years. Yi Changqing said indifferently, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I specially transferred you. When Xingtian said slowly, I didn't expect Principal to value Zhou Xiaoduo so much. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Yi Changqing smiled and said in a low voice, haven't you already seen this child? What do you think? When Xingtian smiled bitterly, I just gave him a beating. Gave him a beating? Yi Changqing was stunned. If I remember correctly, he just came to register today, right? When Xingtian had a headache and was speechless. After a while he said, you don't know. This guy is a frisky monkey. He's the kind that makes my hands itch when I see him. This naughty fellow. If it wasn't for the thing hanging from his crotch, I think he could fly. Yi Changqing was speechless for a while. After a pause he murmured, how can it be? Little Jean has a very high opinion of this kid, especially in the way he interacts with people. He has a very high EQ. Why is it that when it comes to you? He was beaten up by the class teacher in less than an hour after registering for school? This doesn't make sense. What's even more bizarre is that this guy was elected as the class monitor by secret ballot. When Xingtian said with a twisted face, Principal, if my premonition is right, the Hidden Dragon Academy is going to have a lot of trouble from now on. Yi Changqing smiled faintly and said proudly, even if he can cause trouble, when have we, the Hidden Dragon Academy, ever been afraid of trouble? As long as he doesn't do anything outrageous, this old man can shoulder anything else. Do you think this old man was just joking when I said that I would guarantee his safety for 3 years? When Xingtian's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. He originally came to understand Zhou Xiaoduo better. Now that he had a thorough understanding of him, he wanted to leave. However, there was a sentence that he kept in his heart. He didn't say it out of respect for the principal. I saw this kid's character today. I'm afraid that if he causes trouble in the future, even you, the principal of one of the 3 Hidden Dragon Academy, may not be able to handle it. Of course, this sentence couldn't be said face to face. Looking down on the principal? That wouldn't do. When Xingtian returned to class, it was already past the end of class. However, the students were still waiting. However, each and every one of them had a strange expression, as if they had been brutally ravaged by something. It was probably the kind of emotional breakdown. Each and every one of them looked like their worldview had been destroyed. What's going on? When Xingtian was puzzled, but he didn't care too much. School is over. You can go back to the dormitory to rest. At night you can study by yourself. You can also take a look at how to earn credits. From today onwards, the currency and resources that you have on hand are not allowed to be used in exchange in school. Yes, you can use it for your own practice, but you can't use it for trading. In school, no matter if it's food, water, practice manuals, pills, etc., you have to use credits to exchange for them. Within a month, if you can't earn credits, you will automatically drop out. Within 3 months, if you can't earn 50 credits, you will automatically drop out. Within half a year, if you can't earn 200 credits, you will automatically drop out. Within a year, if you can't break through to the embryonic breathing realm, you will automatically drop out. 4 consecutive drops out. It was full of murderous intent and stirred people's hearts. However, those who were present were all geniuses of their generation, so no one really cared. Credits? Wasn't that a piece of cake? In the past, when they were from the martial arts school, they also needed to earn credits and trade for resources. There was nothing new about it. Today is the first day, so I will temporarily let you go and not interfere with your actions. However, from tomorrow morning onwards at 5 o'clock in the morning, all of you must be in place to begin practicing and battling. We will use your actual results to determine your class ranking. When Xingtian said indifferently, using the method of a life and death battle. School was over. When Xingtian was the first to walk out and the students behind him followed suit. Once they walked out, the students were stunned by what they saw. There was a sea of people in front of them, and all of them were wearing martial arts uniforms with hidden dragons on their chests. It was the kind of white martial arts uniforms with hidden dragons on their chests. At a glance, there seemed to be more than 1,000 people. These people formed an extremely huge and spectacular circle. Everyone had their hands crossed in front of their chests, looking mockingly at Wuxia Duo and the other 36 people who were walking out of the classroom. Some of the students had 2 claws on their chests in the shape of the dragon. Some students had 3 claws on their chests, while the smallest group had 4 claws. Obviously, the number of dragon claws represented the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years. Wuxia Duo and the others were naturally the first years who had just arrived. Their martial arts uniforms had not been distributed yet. Even if they were, it would be obvious from their posture that there was only 1 claw embroidered on their chests. Hello, Director Wen. More than 1,000 students greeted him at the same time. Their voices were earth-shattering and waves of air surged. When Xingtian said indifferently, "Don't you all have anything to do? Are you all waiting here to watch the show?" A student laughed loudly in the crowd. "I heard that this batch is an unprecedented selection. We were excited to see it, so we specially came to get to know our juniors and see what the so-called geniuses are like." Another student laughed loudly and said, "Especially since our beloved leader is among them. If we don't come and greet him, wouldn't it be rude?" Laughter shook the sky. Chapter 381. Li Qinglong and Xiang Bing's faces turned red, and Xiang Bing's face was even redder. Almost everyone mentioned the sect leader today, but how did this title come about? Wasn't it because he beat her up? How could he say that she wasn't happy, wasn't angry, wasn't resentful? Wuxia Duo looked calm as he beckoned Li Qinglong forward. "Everyone make way. Hey, we're going out. If there's anything we can talk about it later. It's my first time here, so please take care of me." Seeing that it was the two of them, many people laughed. Sect leader. King of Swords. Many of these voices were purely joking. At most, they were jeering, but there were also quite a number of people who were mocking and had a deeper meaning in their words. There was also a portion of people whose voices were mixed with jealousy and hostility. Wuxia Duo and Li Qinglong laughed loudly, as if they didn't hear anything. The two of them kept waving their hands enthusiastically, as if they were celebrities receiving their fans. They squeezed their way out of the crowd of senior students and calmly left. Further away, Zhang Xiaofei came with a smile. On the roof, several pairs of eyes were watching all of this. One of them was the principal, Yi Changqing. The others were watching from different floors. Their eyes were either cold or gloomy. "Is this the genius that Yi Changqing values the most?" One of them asked calmly. "Is this the Wuxia Duo who killed Yener and the others?" Someone asked. His voice was as calm as water without any ripples. "Is this Wuxia Duo who killed Wu Yintian? Is this Wuxia Duo who is known as the #1 genius? Is this Wuxia Duo? The #1 seed in Yi Changqing's heart?" The 5 people said in different tones. It seemed that everyone was calm and emotionless. However, what everyone was thinking in their hearts was a matter of opinion. Hidden Dragon High School had a principal and 8 vice principals. Among them, except for the first vice principal Xiang, who was plotted against and suffered a strange injury. The stench was so strong that he had not come out for years. Everyone else was here. It was the start of the school year. However, just by looking at these vice principals, one could see that the situation of a power struggle had already begun. On the other hand, Principal Yi Changqing's heart meridian was injured. He could only last for 3 more years at most before he could no longer continue. In other words, in at most 3 years, Hidden Dragon High School would welcome a new master, a new principal. From then on, there was a change of dynasty. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others entered the school at this time. It could be imagined that when a storm was about to break out, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had practically charged into the heart of the storm. And now Zhou Xiaoduo knew nothing about it. Perhaps even if they knew, they might not take it seriously. This is our dormitory? Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the villa that was built next to the school. It covered an unusually large area, especially the courtyard of 1,000 square meters. He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. No, you just rented it for yourselves. Zhang Xiaofei said indifferently. We rented it ourselves? Yes, we rented it ourselves. Zhang Xiaofei took out a rental contract. You will rent this villa at a price of 1 million per year. You are very rich, do you understand? What a joke. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head. I'd rather live in a rat's nest than spend 1 million per year. It's your business whether you spend it or not, but you must sign this contract. You must sign it. Zhang Xiaofei transmitted his voice. This is the principal's private property. You two little bastards only need to pay 50 yuan of rent every month and you can stay here for a long time. This contract is just a cover to deceive people's eyes. Quickly sign it. Really? Haha, 50 yuan is really a good price. Actually, what I have is money. Haha, collecting money is my hobby. But I can only earn if I can spend it. If I don't spend it after earning a lot of money, I feel uncomfortable all over. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately changed his attitude and happily signed the contract. Then he moved in with Li Chenglong. Boss, I want to share a room with you. Li Chenglong said, which room are we staying in? Zhou Xiaoduo was immediately enraged and scolded, you heartless Li Chenglong, can you even give me a little bit of personal space? This villa has more than 10 bedrooms. Only the two of us will live in it. Do you still want to share a room with me? Is there something wrong with your sexual orientation? I don't care. Anyway, I want to share a room with you. Li Chenglong was very stubborn. Zhou Xiaoduo's flaming sun scripture was of great help to Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong would not give up no matter what. Brother. Zhou Xiaoduo begged. I know what you want to do, but can't we share a training room? Why do we have to share a bedroom? Li Chenglong hesitated for a long time before he finally agreed. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream. He wiped his sweat and muttered, I'm really afraid that I'll shoot you. If that happens once or twice, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the river. My eternal innocence will be gone. Zhang Xiaofei looked at the two of them from the side. The two of them settled down and tidied up their own rooms. The training room was on the 4th floor. Zhou Xiaoduo chose to settle down on the 3rd floor. Li Chenglong settled down on the 2nd floor. Zhou Xiaoduo threw himself on the bed. He put his hands behind his head and thought about things. Today's registration, he felt that something was wrong. This hidden dragon high school. Roughly speaking, there seemed to be several forces colliding back and forth. I shouldn't have fallen into a whirlpool all of a sudden, right? Sai, with his careless temper, he probably didn't notice much. But I have to figure out all of this. Otherwise, my existence will really become a decoration. Li Chenglong frowned and thought. He used his eidetic memory to summarize everything he saw, heard, and felt in the past few days bit by bit. Settling us in this private villa, does it mean that if we live in the dormitory, the school won't be able to guarantee our safety? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the principal has lost control of the school? At least part of it has been lost. But how could this be? Li Chenglong worked until midnight. He had a total of 70 to 80 clues, and the more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. But there were no new clues for him to refer to, and his deduction was at a deadlock. It was difficult to continue. Forget it, I'll think about the follow-up after I understand the school's situation tomorrow. Now, these can only be said to be superficial, and it's not enough to make any conclusions. But I have to get these clues as soon as possible. This is the teeth of the storm, and Zhua and I can't afford to take it. Li Chenglong thought silently. Just as when Xingtian said, hidden dragon would be troublesome from now on. The two people who came were too unusual. The power after Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's thoughts collided that no one could imagine how much power it would produce. However, when they attacked, they didn't show any mercy at all. After more than 10 battles, Li Chenglong was beaten up until his whole body was swollen like a rubber ball. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. However, he still defended his position as the vice-class monitor and secured the second seat. Xiang Chong was third, Ming Qingjun was 4th, Yu Yina was 5th, Pai Yibao was 6th, Hao Han was 7th, and Jia Kuang was 8th. As for Xiang Bing. When Xingtian stopped Xiang Bing's battle. What are you doing? Are you slacking? His tone was very strict. Xiang Bing's face was pale. She had been suppressed by her opponent for several consecutive battles. She had lost one battle after another. Is this how you fight? Where's the overlord fist of the Xiang family? Wen Xingtian was furious. Is it eaten by you? In the previous few battles, Xiang Bing did not have the slightest bit of momentum. She was restrained in every battle, especially in the last one. Her opponent's strength was more than a level lower than hers, but she was unable to defeat him even after a long time. She was even at a disadvantage. The root of the problem was that he was too timid and did not dare to make a move. Once she did not dare to fight, how could she fight? She would lose no matter how she fought. Xiang Bing walked over. Her face was as pale as paper. Tears were rolling in her eyes and she was about to cry. You still have the face to cry? Do you have any shame? Wen Xingtian was merciless when it came to scolding people. He said with a dark face, the overlord fist of the Xiang family was beaten into a turtle by you. You can't wait to hide in the lid. Why do you still fight? Xiang Bing's tears finally fell. Woo. What are you crying for? If you continue to cry, go back to the Xiang family. When Xingtian shouted angrily, I'm here to be a teacher. I'm not here to coax children for the Xiang family. Xiang Chong saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly stepped forward. Teacher Wen, little Bing just didn't know what to do. You still have the face to intercede? Wen Xingtian said angrily, based on your poor performance you think you're qualified? Is it glorious to be third in the class? You were sent 13 meters away by one punch. You don't even have the courage to fight a second move and you admit defeat directly? This is the overlord spirit of the Xiang family. Don't tell me you admitted defeat because you admitted defeat? Not convinced? I'll say the same thing even in front of your great-grandfather. Just by looking at the two of you, the Xiang clan is finished. It's all over. Wen Xingtian said seriously, Xiang Chong, if you don't want the Xiang family to have no successors, go home and find a wife to carry on the family line. Xiang Bing, you too, go home and find a husband and a baby. I don't want to teach students like you too. These words were too harsh. Xiang Bing gasped for breath. For a moment she even forgot to cry. She said angrily, Teacher Wen, you've gone too far. It's my own business that I'm not good enough. What does it have to do with my brother? What does it have to do with my family? You still know that you're not good enough? Wen Xingtian said mockingly, it looks like you can still be angry? You don't even know how to fight. What right do you have to be angry? Oh, it's because you were beaten up by Li Chenglong on the Longhu list. You've been suffering from the aftereffects ever since? You don't dare to fight anymore? You've become a turtle? You've been crippled? That's why you've been defeated in a row? Then why did you come to the Hidden Dragon High School? To be a decoration or a vase? Or a punching bag? Something to boost other people's confidence? Wen Xingtian chuckled. What did I say wrong about you? With your mentality, what's the difference between you and a frightened bird or a fish that escaped the net? Do you think you're worthy of being a cultivator? Xiang Chong, who had been ignored on the side, couldn't help but chime in. Little Bing has been working hard to overcome these days. Although she's been defeated many times, she keeps on fighting. But last time, she was really beaten too hard. The psychological trauma can't be eliminated in a short period of time. As he said this, he couldn't help but glare fiercely at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, scratched his head in confusion. Xiang Bing's current state was actually because of me? But I'm innocent. How can you blame me for this? When Xingtian narrowed his eyes and said, psychological trauma? Good reason, what a strong reason. Unfortunately, this reason doesn't work on me. I don't care which family you're from. I don't care what kind of background you have. I don't care what kind of illness you have. I'll give you the last 3 days. He extended 3 fingers. If you can't overcome the so-called psychological trauma, you can either get lost or leave my class. Now the rankings are fixed. Xiang Bing is ranked last. No one else is allowed to take the initiative to challenge Xiang Bing. Wen Xingtian then took the roster and crossed out Xiang Bing's name. He said coldly, 3 days. If you still can't change the situation, then you're already crossed out. Also, when I call your name, take a step forward. People like you who practice family martial arts have no future. In the afternoon, go to the pavilion of martial arts and choose martial arts that are truly compatible with you. As he said this, when Xingtian called out 7 names in a row, He also clearly explained why they couldn't practice family martial arts. Everyone was sincerely convinced, and full of admiration. The teacher was a teacher. After all, he was a god-reigning cultivator. His eyesight, knowledge, and experience were at an advanced level. He hit the nail on the head. Li Chenglong, there's no problem with your martial arts, but your foundation is lacking. Whether it's your fists or your body movements, they're too weak. They're far from the level of perfection, and even further away from perfection. When Xingqian said, "I'll give you 3 days to spar with Xiang Bing," they were fighting each other all the time without a break in between. Either you comprehend the fist spirit and make up for your shortcomings, or you directly beat her out of the hidden dragon realm. Only then will this end. When Zhuo heard this, his eyes flashed. The corner of his mouth revealed a very interesting and strange smile. It's 9 o'clock now. The opening ceremony is at 9:30. Familiarize yourself with the school in the afternoon. Classes will officially start in 3 days. Although there won't be classes in these 3 days. If anyone doesn't improve after 3 days, they'll also be kicked out. When Xingqian's teaching method could be said to be very special, or very different from the rest. It was very rude and very domineering. But everyone felt that it was very normal. In martial arts practice, too much pleasantness would only cause people to sink into gentleness and be powerless to improve. In the original school, even the most powerful genius had been beaten up countless times by the teacher. Including Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, the siblings were also grateful. Thank you, teacher. No matter how harsh the scolding was, in the end, he still gave the best solution to Xiang Bing's heart disease. Xiang Bing's heart disease was caused by the battle with Li Chenglong. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Fighting with Li Chenglong was better than fighting with anyone else. However, Xiang Bing herself couldn't chase after Li Chenglong and start a fight. Chapter 383. The reason was simple. School had just started. What was the point of chasing after someone to fight? He could deal with you once, but after that, there would be no reason for him to do so. The outcome of the previous battle in the arena was already clear. What was the point of chasing after him so relentlessly? Wasn't it because the Xiang family couldn't afford to lose and had no sense of shame? Although Xiang Bing knew that fighting with Li Chenglong was the best way to heal her heart, she didn't dare to put it into action. Because doing so would likely backfire. If she didn't do well, she would be expelled directly. Now, with Wen Xingqian's direct arrangement, it was exactly what she wanted. Li Chenglong felt wronged at this moment. His eyes widened and his face was full of grievance. What? Me again? What? I've already fought more than 20 battles today. Why do I have to fight with this woman again? What is this? Zhuo stood up and said, "Oh, I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just a fight? Besides, who doesn't get beaten up in a fight between martial artists? Whether it's a life-and-death battle or an arena battle, who cares if you're a girl? If you still have tender feelings for the fairer sex in this kind of situation, you'll only die faster. A bunch of single dogs always have tender feelings for other people's wives. If he doesn't die, who will? People always say that men and women are equal. Why don't they say it here?" Zhuo waved at Li Chenglong. "Don't worry about the swelling. It's a simple matter. You'll be scared after 1 round of beating. Maybe you'll still be scared after 3 rounds. But you'll get used to it after 30 rounds. You two decide how many rounds you want to fight first. Let's say the number first. The one with the most number wins. Come, let's bet. I bet that Li Chenglong will win. You can team up with 34 people to bully me. I don't care if you all bet on Xiang Bing. School has just started, and as the class monitor, I'll just take it as giving money to my classmates. You don't have to feel embarrassed. Come and win my money. I said that I'm collecting money for myself, but I'm just saying. It's okay to say that I'm giving money away." The corners of Wen Xingqian's mouth twitched, and he felt his hands itch again. The first few sentences of this fellow were still somewhat decent, but the last part was clearly a new level of despicableness. How despicable. Xiang Chong and the others left with a look of disdain. You actually have the face to be the banker. This kind of obvious victory and defeat, they actually want to scam money? Although everyone who was able to come here was rich, but I won't give you a single cent. Sure enough, amassing wealth was the second most important. He could even talk about amassing wealth at such a crucial moment. Simply. After that, everyone went to the start of term ceremony. 7 out of 8 vice principals were present, and the background music was very majestic and impassioned. He recounted the deeds of the Hidden Dragon High School's predecessors and the glorious achievements of the outstanding students. Then he began to encourage them. Zhuo, on the other hand, had fallen asleep while standing below. He was sleeping soundly. It wasn't until the meeting was over that he was woken up by Li Chenglong's slap. Everyone went to collect their martial arts suits. Each person received a total of 10 sets, from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Hidden Dragon High School wasn't stingy in this aspect at all, but the style of the suits was really retro. After putting it on, everyone's white clothes fluttered in the wind. The men were handsome and confident, and the women were valiant and heroic. Zhuo and Li Chenglong didn't wear it, because the two of them still had to face challenges. Your current cultivation is undoubtedly higher than Xiang Bing's, but when it comes to punches and kicks and the meticulous use of moves, you're still far from her. Xiang Bing was defeated by you, and to a large extent she fell into the battle atmosphere that you're good at. Based on the way the two of you fought, where every punch hit the flesh and purely relied on your physical body to take it. Naturally, the one with the higher cultivation and stronger resistance would win. But when it comes to techniques, you're still not good enough. When Xingtian looked over. 6 people against 1 person, but they were still being beaten back by Zhuo. Go and help him. Go and fight Zhuo. I'll let you experience the other battle atmosphere. Li Chenglong was stunned. So, not only did I not get the treatment of entering the nourishment cabin, but I also have to fight with the boss. After a while, when Xingtian issued another order. Everyone attack together and surround Zhuo. Let me tell you, if you can't defeat Zhuo today, everyone will have 10 credits deducted. Credits? When they heard these 2 words, the eyes of all the students instantly turned red. After a night of understanding, everyone finally understood how precious credits were. When they went out for training, an embryonic breathing realm star beast's inner core couldn't be exchanged for a single credit. Even if all the fur, teeth, inner core and bones were added together, it still couldn't be exchanged for a single credit. A normal 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine could only be exchanged for a single credit with 10 stocks added together. Even if it was a very rare one, it was only worth a single credit. However, credits were spent very quickly. For example, a meal would cost quite a lot. 1 credit could buy 5 steamed buns, a dish, or even a bowl of soup. Not to mention medicinal pills and nourishment cabins. After the first month, going to the nourishment cabins for treatment of serious injuries also required credits. Firstly, the injuries had to be serious enough. Secondly, the credits had to be sufficient. 10 credits for 1 minute. Just imagine, it was deadly. The school had heaven, earth, black and yellow level cultivation methods. Saber techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, body techniques and internal and external cultivation methods were all available. The yellow level martial arts techniques were very considerate and freely shared for free. However, from the black level onwards, 100 credits could only be rented for an hour to browse the secret manuals. Can't remember? Then give me another 100 credits to continue browsing. For the earth level, the starting point was 1,000 credits. For the heaven level martial arts, the starting point was 5,000 credits. Don't think that just because you paid the school fees and came here, you could casually enjoy everything for free. The truth of reality would make you doubt your life. The limit of credits would make it even harder for you to take a single step. Even in your dreams, it was so bleak. In the beginning, in order to attract Zhuo and Li Chenglong to come to Hidden Dragon High School, the conditions offered were 1,000 credits for Zhuo and 500 credits for Li Chenglong. Both of them felt that it was quite a lot. However, when they actually came to Hidden Dragon High School, they realized that they were playing with idiots. What could they do with this little amount of credits? In terms of difficulty, 1,000 credits was indeed not a small amount. However, when it came to currency, this little amount of credits could be spent in minutes. Now that they had just entered the school, everyone's hands were empty. Most of them didn't even have a single credit. Now they heard that if they couldn't win, they would have to deduct credits. How could their eyes not turn red? They really couldn't afford to lose face like this. After entering university, not only would they not earn a single credit, but they would also have to have 10 credits deducted? This was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not tolerate it. More than 30 people looked at Zhuo, the class monitor, as if they were looking at a shiny credit dispenser. It was like the big bad wolf had seen the Bai Tuesday. Wait. Bai Tu raised her hand and protested loudly, "Teacher, there should be a reward even if there is a punishment. Then if I win, what's the reward?" When Xingtian said indifferently, In my place there is no reward, only punishment. No matter how well you do in my place, it's just a matter of course. If you don't do well, then you will be punished. If you are defeated by more than 30 people, 50 credits will be deducted from you. I heard that you have admission sponsorship points. It's enough to be punished for a while. Now begin. More than 30 people pounced forward like hungry wolves. Zhuoxiaoduo's heart felt like it had eaten Chinese gold thread. Fuck, it can be played like this? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have asked that question. Seeing Class 1 students pouncing on him, Zhuoxiaoduo roared and took a big step forward. He waved his iron fists and laughed. Let me show you how powerful this young master's iron fists are. With a loud roar, he was already surrounded by the crowd. Then, punches and kicks rained down. Zhuoxiaoduo dashed left and right. His gestures were powerful and heavy. He did not show any mercy, nor did he show any mercy. He used the star steps and dragon gate kick with all his might. Unfortunately, how could there be an ordinary person in the Hidden Dragon High School? Everyone's cultivation level here, even if slightly weaker than Li Chenglong's, was definitely not too far off. They rushed forward like a swarm of bees. Even if Zhuoxiaoduo's strength was much higher than his peers, he was still alone. It was difficult for him to fight alone. Immediately he was firmly suppressed by more than 30 people and was completely at a disadvantage. Chapter 384. Once Zhuoxiaoduo fell into a predicament, it became increasingly difficult for him to turn the tables. He could only feel the heavy and ruthless blows falling on his body like raindrops. Due to a moment of carelessness, 2 bangs were heard and his eyes immediately turned black. This is too much. I'm going to use my killer move. Zhuoxiaoduo roared and the starlight around him suddenly flickered. Zhuoxiaoduo used all his strength to activate the star steps, dragon gate kick and star plucking palm. He attacked continuously and immediately kicked a few people away. However, they immediately rushed back without fear of death. 10 credits. I won't give up no matter what. The battle became more and more intense. When Xingtian stood with his hands behind his back and shouted, "Go! Go again. Don't give him any chance to recover. Beat him to death." He suddenly turned around and appeared far away in a flash. He shouted in a deep voice, "I don't care after class, but if anyone dares to peep during my class, I'll gouge out your eyeballs one by one. Get lost." His roar was like rolling thunder that swept across the campus. A few senior students who came to peep were scared witless and ran away. He was not only the head teacher of Class 1, but also the head of the martial arts department. He was someone who would do what he said. As time passed, this round of chaotic battle had been over for a long time. Even Xiangbing came back. When she saw the mess, she could not help but be stunned on the spot. "You go too." Everyone worked together to fight Zhuoxiaoduo. If you can't defeat Zhuoxiaoduo, 10 credits will be deducted. When Xingtian ordered Xiangbing. Xiangbing was stunned for a moment before she rushed forward. As a direct descendant of Hidden Dragon High School and the great-granddaughter of the first vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, Xiangbing knew better than anyone else how hard it was to obtain credits from Hidden Dragon High School. Other than Zhuoxiaoduo, 35 people from Class 1 surrounded Zhuoxiaoduo and suppressed him together. Zhuoxiaoduo had already been beaten to the point of desperation. Even if he didn't use any weapons, Zhuoxiaoduo wouldn't be able to withstand such ferocious punches and kicks. With a loud shout, a scorching hot aura suddenly erupted. The 4 students immediately spat out blood and fell unconscious. Many of their bones were broken and their injuries were not light. Men, send him to the nutrition cabin. Come back and join the battle in 10 minutes. When Xingtian ordered without batting an eyelid. Yes. When Xingtian's assistant immediately called a few people to take the unconscious student away. Zhuoxiaoduo activated the Blazing Sun Divine Art, and his combat strength increased exponentially. He had already sent 4 people flying. Just when he felt a little more relaxed, he was immediately pushed back by a stronger and more ferocious attack. Fuck. You guys actually think that credits are more important than our relationship? Zhuoxiaoduo tried his best to fend them off. He was in a sorry state as he yelled. "Feelings my ass. This bastard has been acting like a bitch on the first day. I've been wanting to beat him up for a long time. Now that you have the opportunity, why don't you give it your all? Beat him up. Beat him up." More than 30 people shouted and fought fiercely. The more they fought, the braver they became. People kept flying out and were thrown into the nutrition cabin by Wen Xingtian. After 10 minutes of fierce fighting, The first batch of students had already rushed back and joined the battle again. When Xingtian looked at his watch. You've been besieged for half an hour. Let's see how long you can last and how tenacious you can be. To Wen Xingtian's surprise, not only was Wuxia Duo tenacious, but his counterattack was also getting stronger and stronger. Watch. Wuxia Duo let out a long howl and rushed into the sky with only a pair of underwear on his body. His clothes had already been torn to shreds. Then Meng Zhangjun and Xiang Chong followed closely behind. The two of them roared and each of them grabbed one of Wuxiaoduo's thighs and dragged him up with all their might. Li Chenglong flew up and slammed into Wuxiaoduo's chest like a cannonball. Pai Yibao mustered all his strength and appeared behind Wuxiao Duo in an instant, kicking his butt a dozen times. Ouch! Wuxiao Duo had just shaken off Xiang Chong and Meng Zhangjun when he was once again surrounded by a sea of people. It's already been an hour. When Xingtian looked at his watch again, there was admiration and surprise in his eyes. This guy can still hold on? Whether it was his tenacity, perseverance, or fighting spirit, any one of them was worthy of praise. It'll be lunchtime in 5 minutes. If we still can't defeat Wuxiao Duo, we'll take it that the rest of us have lost. When Xingtian said coldly, 35 people ganging up on one person and we still can't win. Shameful. Lousy. Inhumane. As soon as he finished speaking, the 35 people's joint attack became more and more explosive. In an instant, Wuxiaoduo's eyes, nose, ears, head, mouth, chest, shoulders, thighs, lower abdomen and lower back were all hit. However, his 2 legs were like pillars that supported the heavens as he stood on the ground. As he fought with all his might, heat waves rolled all over his body like a small sun. The heat was still increasing bit by bit, causing everyone around him to feel suffocated. Xiang Chong and the rest were more and more impressed as they fought. He could actually hold on until now when 35 of them were fighting him alone. They really didn't know what the other party's body was made of. He had obviously taken more than 1,000 hits, but he was still so lively. Finally, the anxious Jia Kuang jumped up and used his own body as a weapon, forcefully crashing over. On the other side, Xiang Chong launched an extremely fierce attack, risking his life to exchange 3 punches with Wuxiao Duo. He was defeated and rolled over, but Meng Zhangjun took advantage of the gap and kicked Wuxiaoduo's thigh more than 30 times with all his might. After being kicked so many times, Wuxiao Duo finally lost his balance and staggered. Because of this, his lower body's defense also revealed a flaw. Li Chenglong let out a strange cry and slid across the ground. With a lightning-fast kick, he flew up. Upside-down golden hook. Hit the target. Ouch. Wuxiaoduo's face was twisted as he covered his crotch and clamped his legs with all his might, clamping down on Li Chenglong. With a muffled groan, Li Chenglong's eyes bulged and he almost peed out. However, Wuxiao Duo had exposed his weakness in order to deal with Li Chenglong's surprise attack. The other students swarmed over and attacked him together, using their dirty hands. Puff 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 puff. The poor class rep Zhuo was hit all over his body. Finally, he collapsed like a wooden pillar and fell to the ground. This battle was finally over. Wuxiao Duo lost. He was beaten up badly and was naturally sent into the nutrition cabin. Li Chenglong was clamped by Wuxiaoduo's legs, breaking a few bones, and was also sent into the nutrition cabin. There were 4 or 5 students who were also breathing heavily. There were more than 10 whose bones were damaged to a certain extent. They were all sent into the nutrition cabin. The teacher who was in charge of the nutrition cabin was heartbroken. Master Wen was still the same as before when he started teaching again. No, he was even more brutal than before, much more brutal. He taught a total of 36 students. On the first day of teaching, the nutrition cabin was used more than 50 times. Some of them were sent in repeatedly. They were probably sent in after being beaten until they were crippled, then sent in again after they recovered. Ferocious, this was too ferocious. The students were all in the nutrition cabin. The only ones who were not in the nutrition cabin were the 9 people in front of Wen Xingtian. After this group of people left the battle, they all sat on the ground as if they had collapsed. They were panting heavily, unable to continue. I have to admit, this class rep Zhuo is really awesome. At first, I thought he was just pretending to be awesome because he was the champion of the Longhu ranking competition. I didn't expect him to be so awesome. One of them was panting. I felt that every punch and kick I landed on his body was more like hitting the rock of astral souls. The strength of his bones, oh my god. It's too awesome. 35 students who entered the school at the same time fought against another one. They actually took turns to go into the nutrition cabin a few times before they managed to defeat him. Although he had won, the admiration in the eyes of the students could not be faked. It could not be faked. After this battle, Zhou Xiaoduo had become the idol of many people. When Xingtian had his hands behind his back as he muttered to himself, the assistant was taking notes at the side with a notebook. Zhou Xiaoduo in the first-class battle fought 35 students alone. He beat more than 20 students until they could not continue fighting and could only enter the nutrition cabin. Among them, 4 of them entered the nutrition cabin twice. Inferring from this, Zhou Xiaoduo has the amazing ability to crush 35 students to death with his fists, which is far beyond his peers. Such tyrannical ability has far exceeded the limits of the innate realm and even the limits of the embryonic breathing realm. This is already the combat power of the beginning stage of the inner elixir realm. Suggestion: it is not advisable to let this person practice and learn with other students. However, this battle has also firmly established the class monitor's position as the absolute core. Not only is it admiration, but it is also respect and worship. Not bad. Really not bad. Mr. Principal is indeed wise. He has a clear goal. When Xingtian's eyes were shining, only now did he truly confirm that the Mr. Principal was right. He had indeed caught a treasure in his hands. Such oppression should have been Zhou Xiaoduo's current bottom line. In other words, he only revealed his ultimate ability at the final stage. In the previous Dragon and Tiger List tournament, even in the final battle for the championship, no one could force him to reveal his ultimate ability. He is really a genius. No, I should say he is a demon, a complete demon. When Xingtian muttered, Zhou Xiaoduo came out of the nutrition cabin and was full of energy again. However, when the teacher in charge of the nutrition cabin inspected this nutrition cabin, he could not help but rub his eyes. Fuck, why are there so many strange things happening today? Could it be that he had seen a ghost? This was a brand new nutrition cabin that had just been taken out. It was obviously full of nutrition liquid, but at this moment at least 1/3 of it was gone. How many internal and external injuries did he sustain to consume so much energy liquid? The other one that had lost the most was only 1/5 of its original strength. Yes, it was still not right. Even if it was 1/5 less, it was still an extremely abnormal consumption. However, what was going on? Chapter 385. Outside. Li Chenglong's face was full of praise. Boss, how was my last kick? Nothing much. Tisk, if it wasn't for my kick, you wouldn't have been able to enter the nutrition cabin. Swollen expressed his dissatisfaction. Just you wait, do you think I won't remember that kick? Why did you come to remind me? Don't you know that the one who provokes first is cheap? Li Chenglong was speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo was the one who turned the tables. He thought he was asking for credit, but now it had turned into a feud. Zhou, I still want to be in close contact with you. I still want to train with you. Don't abandon me. Li Chenglong. A crisp voice rang out. It was Xiang Bing. Come, let's fight. For 3 consecutive days. Zhou Xiaoduo only participated in the battle on the first day. From the second day onwards he didn't participate again. He just silently cultivated by himself. Without Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong was busy. On one hand he had to deal with the invitations from his classmates. On the other hand he was fighting with Xiang Bing almost every moment. Well, the main reason was that he had beaten up Xiang Bing. His strength was much stronger than Xiang Bing's. Moreover, the fist spirit that Wen Xingtian had mentioned was progressing. The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. This also caused the sect leader's reputation to become more and more famous. Catch a beauty and beat her to death. During Li Chenglong's break, he kept asking Xiang Bing about the situation in the school. He asked about the situation in the school, the situation around the school, and the current situation in the whole of Fenghai City. He asked the right person to ask about these things. As the granddaughter of the first vice principal and the successor of one of the top 3 ancient martial arts families in Fenghai City, Xiang Bing was very familiar with these things. Although she was disfigured by Li Chenglong 7 to 8 times every day, Xiang Bing didn't hate Li Chenglong anymore. Instead, she patiently answered Li Chenglong's questions. As Li Chenglong learned more and more, the framework in his heart became clearer and clearer. However, after having a clearer understanding, he felt more and more complicated inside. Fenghai City was too big. As a big city with tens of millions of people, it was vast and densely populated. Needless to say, it was far from a small border city like Phoenix City. In addition, there were 3 famous hidden dragon high school schools here. It made Fenghai City bustle. However, with so many people, there were more things to do. The same went for conflicts and grudges. Fenghai City's gangs, families, and various forces were mixed with the dragons. Not to mention the Zhongyuan Wang residence. A place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The 8 Dynasties' ancient capital. Li Chenglong was lost in his thoughts. Not to mention other places, just in the Hidden Dragon High School the power struggle had reached its climax. Vice Principal Xiang, who used to be the school's absolute upper echelon, had suffered that strange injury. Although he had a high level of martial arts and tyrannical power, he couldn't go out anymore. The vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School would stink when he went out. He couldn't even afford to lose face. What kind of reputation could he have left? So, your surname is Xiang. Vice Principal's surname is Xiang. Then you and Vice Principal Xiang are. Li Chenglong looked at Xiang Bing, who was beaten up by him. This cold beauty had always been known as an iceberg. However, ever since the first day of school she had been sparring with Li Chenglong every day. Her nose would be broken once or twice every day, and disfigurement had already become a habit for her. Coupled with their interactions, at least in Li Chenglong's eyes, she wasn't as cold as the rumors made her out to be. The vice principal Xiang you're talking about is my great-grandfather. Xiang Bing looked at Li Chenglong strangely. She had thought that this idiot already knew. Now it seemed that not only did he not know, he couldn't even guess it. What a pig's brain. I've rested enough. Let's fight again. Xiang Bing jumped up like a carp and got into a fighting stance. Actually, Xiang Bing's mental illness was cured in less than 2 days. However, it was fate that she was able to fight with Li Chenglong, who was second only to Zhuo Xiaoduo. According to the current class ranking, Xiang Bing wasn't qualified to challenge Li Chenglong. Following this, Xiang Bing's fighting style had returned to normal. She was even more valiant than before. This also made Li Chenglong come to a conclusion. This girl was purely asking for a beating. Because of this sudden realization, even if Xiang Bing's state had recovered, even if he knew that she was Vice Principal Xiang's great-granddaughter, Li Chenglong still wouldn't show mercy when they fought together. While the two were fighting, Xiang Chong walked over from the side with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His tall body was still tall and straight, but his face was swollen beyond recognition. It really ruined his image and ruined everything. Seeing Li Chenglong and his sister fighting hand-to-hand, the muscles on Xiang Chong's face twitched, and his eyes inexplicably showed a strange look. Still fighting? She watched as Li Chenglong mercilessly punched Xiang Bing's face, causing blood to spurt out from her nose. The outcome of the battle was already clear, but he still jumped up and kicked his younger sister's butt, sending her flying more than 20 meters away. Xiang Chong only had one word in his heart: convinced. This guy really deserves to be the leader of the Iron God sect. My sister is known as one of the 3 beauties in Fenghai City, but you actually beat her up like this. And you beat her up more than 10 times a day without any scruples and without restraint. This was simply insane. It was breathtaking. This kind of man of steel was really worthy of a heartfelt thumbs up from any man. Instinctively they would praise, "Bro, you have a reason to be single your whole life." But what made Xiang Chong even more depressed was that, looking at this trend, this leader of the Iron God sect really wouldn't be single in the future. Was there a problem with his mother's education of his sister? School is over in 15 minutes. Xiang Chong urged. Hurry up and go to the nutrition cabin to recover. Get ready to go home. Xiang Bing snorted and said, I'm staying in the dormitory. I won't be going home for a while. Xiang Chong snorted. Great-grandfather's birthday is in a few days. Aren't you going back? This time, Li Chenglong found a topic and said, Well, can I take the liberty to ask you something? Xiang Bing gasped and adjusted her nose that was beaten crooked by Li Chenglong. She said, What is it? Just say it and then continue. I can still beat you. Although she was beaten up by Li Chenglong every day, Xiang Bing felt that she really didn't hate Li Chenglong that much. It could even be said that she didn't hate him at all. Xiang Bing even found a reason for this. He was already the leader of the Iron God sect and had already paid the price for it. Wasn't it natural for him to beat women? It said that Vice Principal Xiang once suffered a strange injury. Is this true? Li Chenglong asked very carefully. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong both sighed. It's not something that can't be said. Great-grandfather was plotted against by the people of the Umno Alliance and was splashed with the water of the River of Forgetfulness. Since then he has been staying at home all year round. It's been almost 20 years now. Li Chenglong's eyes lit up and said, When Boss Swore and I were on our way to report to Fenghai, we accidentally discovered a star spirit musk deer's cave. It was originally blocked by a huge meteorite, and it looked like it had been there for a long time. After the two of us worked together to dig through it, we obtained a stalk of vanilla orchid, but I don't know if this thing will be of any use. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. An old cave of astral souls? Did you find a stalk of vanilla orchid of a certain age? Yes. Li Chenglong agreed very quickly. May I ask how many leaves of vanilla orchid are there? Xiang Chang's eyes lit up immediately. Xiang Bing's beautiful eyes were also. Cough, cough, they could not be considered beautiful anymore. They were more like a panda's beautiful eyes that were swollen into a line. She looked at Li Chenglong anxiously. There was also a hint of worry in her eyes. If the stalk was not old enough, she would be happy for nothing again. Li Chenglong thought for a moment and said, I think it has 9 leaves and the stem is almost as thick as a corn grain. The lower half is already white, and the bottom of the stem is jade-like. Is it enough? 9 leaf? The stem is so thick? It's white? Jade-like? Xiang Chong jumped up immediately. He said in disbelief, Really? Are you telling the truth? Only the heavens knew how much manpower and resources the Xiang clan had expended over the past 20 years to search for a stalk of vanilla orchid of a certain age. However, they could only find 6 or 7 leaves at most. It could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The Xiang clan had been searching for it since before the siblings were born. They had not stopped until now, but they still could not find it. Now, Li Chenglong actually said he had it. This was a greater surprise than the heavens. Of course it's true. Li Chenglong nodded affirmatively. However, it's in Zhu's spatial ring now. Won't it be fine once we confirm the situation later? Yes, yes. Xiang Chong was even more excited now. The class monitor cultivates the Flaming Sun Sutra. Not only can the pure yang power of this cultivation method maintain the growth of the vanilla orchid, but it can even benefit the vanilla orchid. This is amazing. Xiang Bing immediately jumped up. Where's the class monitor? Let's go find him now. Li Chenglong coughed and smiled bitterly. Well, you have to be mentally prepared. Our class monitor said that the aspect is the most important, wealth is the second, and cultivation is the last. It's not just for show. That's not a problem. Xiang Chong waved his hand. Don't worry. No matter the price, we're willing to pay. Cough, cough. Li Chenglong hesitated for a moment and said, Then let's go there now and check the condition of the vanilla orchid. Zhou Xiaoduo had already returned to the villa. For the past 3 days, classes had not officially started. As a result, it was very boring for him to stay in the school. Everyone was fighting in full swing. However, no one showed any interest in Zhou Xiaoduo. Ever since that day when he had single-handedly taken on 35 players, they had started worshipping him. No one came to challenge him anymore. This situation made Master Zhou very lonely. Walking in the villa's courtyard, he thought about where he could practice his hammering skills. However, when he thought about his current situation, he could not help but recite a poem. A pair of iron fists broke 1,000 mountains, a treasured sword hung at my waist, breaking through the hidden dragon, only then did I know that it's lonely at the top. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Thank you. Chapter 386. After Zhou Xiaoduo finished reciting the poem, he silently recited it twice and finally exclaimed, What a good poem! I'm just a poet who was held back by martial arts. Being invincible is such a lonely thing. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's expression was very lonely. With his hands behind his back, his face was bleak as he looked in the direction of the setting sun. He was like an invincible lonely old swordsman who stood at the peak of the world, overlooking the world. It was lonely at the top. There were countless heroes in the world, but none of them were a match for his sword. The night breeze blew and Zhou Xiaoduo's sleeves fluttered in the wind. A sense of desolation was actually imagined by himself. He could not help but look up to the sky and sigh, Alas, the sword is empty and sharp, the heroes are helpless. In this world, who is worthy of me pointing my sword? I'm invincible in my life. I'm the only one who can defeat all the astral souls. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, have finally reached this step. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. A heart-wrenching cough sounded behind him. It seemed like someone was suffering from tuberculosis and couldn't stop coughing. Zhou Xiaoduo turned around and was shocked. Principal? Yi Changqing clutched his chest and coughed until the sky turned dark. It was heart-wrenching. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo had left early today, Yi Changqing couldn't help but want to see how this legendary genius was like after class. He was quite curious. He wanted to secretly take a look, so he went back. In the end, after watching for a while, he heard this guy shamelessly mumbling to himself. The poor old man choked when he heard it. In this world there was actually such a shameless person. A Shao innate was actually lamenting about being invincible and being lonely at the top. He even composed a poem about it that even with Yi Changqing's knowledge and experience, he couldn't imagine how shameless this guy was. The old principal was already having problems with his heart. This choking almost sent him away. "Principal, why are you here?" Zhuo Duo hurried over and very considerately helped Yi Changqing massage his back. His face was innocent, green and cute. He was really harmless, well-behaved and honest. Looking at this honest, lovable, adorable, fearful and handsome face that was filled with caution and cautiousness, that Yi Changqing coughed even harder. Cough, 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 cough. This is going to cost me my life. My heart pulse is not good. But I'm very curious. How did you change from such an arrogant attitude to such an expression? This face-changing technique was truly impressive. It was not inferior to any of the famous best actors and best actresses in this world. In fact, it was even better than them. Zhuo Duo quickly took out a chair from his spatial ring and carefully helped Yi Changqing sit down. However, in his heart he was puzzled. Wasn't it said that the principal of Hidden Dragon High School was a top-notch expert in the world? How could he cough like this? He looked like an old man who didn't have many days left to live. How strange. Cough, cough. Zhuo Duo. Yi Changqing finally stopped coughing. He trembled as he wiped his mouth. He looked at the guy in front of him with a helpless expression. "This old life of mine, I've been fighting for more than 1,000 years, and no one has been able to take it away. Today it was almost taken away by you. As the saying goes, a sharp tongue is like a knife." Zhuo Duo said in fear and trepidation. "This student doesn't dare. Principal, you're in the prime of your life. You'll live forever." Yi Changqing subconsciously rolled his eyes again. Not only was this kid good at acting, but he was also very slippery. Look at this ass kissing one after another. He originally wanted to sneak a peek, but in the end he ended up sitting here. Since it was already like this, there was no harm in directly interacting with him. "Shao Duo, are you satisfied with this house?" Yi Changqing said with a smile as he stroked his beard. "It's really a good place to live. It's spacious, bright and wonderful." Zhuo Duo's face was full of excitement. "This is the first time I've lived in such a big house. Li Chenglong and I live on one floor each, and there are 3 toilets on each floor. It's really too extravagant. I poop in one, pee in another, and haven't even thought of what to do with the third." Yi Changqing almost coughed because of this magnificent declaration. What kind of person was this kid? What kind of weird brain circuit did he have to be able to say something like this? "Is there anything you're not satisfied with?" Yi Changqing looked at this guy from the corner of his eyes. They were both old fogies. Zhuo Duo mentioned the toilets but didn't mention anything else, so there must be something that this kid didn't like. "There are some things I'm not satisfied with." Zhuo Duo carefully observed the face of the principal of Hidden Dragon High School in front of him. It wasn't the kind of square face that was full of righteousness. Instead, it was a thin face with a sharp chin and double eyelids. He looked like an old scholar? An old scholar? That's probably how it felt. Sun was elegant, with long eyebrows fluttering in the wind. His complexion was fair, his eyes were gentle, his hair was white, and he had 3 strands of gray beard. It wasn't long, but it gave people the feeling that he was elegant and refined. His face was square and his eyes were clear. Looking at his complexion, he was very decent. Using the qi reading technique to look at him, he was also full of vigor. To sum it up, the person in front of him was at least not a bad person. Zhuo Duo was still cautious. He chuckled and said, "I didn't expect to come to school with such good conditions. A standalone villa is too good." "Principal, I heard this house belongs to your family?" Yi Changqing narrowed his eyes and looked at this guy. He smiled and nodded. "It's my private property. Principal, your current residence shouldn't be far from here, right?" Zhuo Duo's face didn't have any ulterior motives. "It's indeed not far. It's just next door." Yi Changqing felt strange and a little amused, but he couldn't help but perk up. He had a clear feeling. Zhuo Duo, this child, had too many layers of disguises on the outside. Everything that was revealed on the surface was probably his protective layer. Now that he mentioned the house in a roundabout way, it was obvious that he was trying to find out why he rented the house to him and what his intentions were. Yi Changqing guessed that this guy would beat around the bush for a long time, but he wasn't in the mood to waste time with him. He simply went straight to the point. Your old principal, He Yuanyue, called me once and specifically told me about you. Old principal? Grandma He? Are you old friends with her? Zhou Xiaoduo's face suddenly became serious, and he couldn't help but straighten his body. Yi Changqing's eyes were filled with envy. He said softly, and she specifically sent me an email about you. Do you want to read it? Zhou Xiaoduo's face showed reluctance and admiration. He said softly, can I read it? Sure. Yi Changqing took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while. Then he handed the phone over and said, here. Zhou Xiaoduo took it and read it. There was an email in it. The sender was He Yuanyue, and the recipient was Yi Changqing. At their age and status, they already disdained to use names other than their real names, let alone those online names. Zhou Xiaoduo subconsciously thought of his own online name. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and his face flushed. The content of the email was very simple. He Yuanyue briefly introduced Zhou Xiaoduo's situation and expressed her intention to invite Zhou Xiaoduo to come to Hidden Dragon. Zhou Xiaoduo could tell at a glance that the email was indeed written by He Yuanyue herself, because there were two things mentioned in the letter. The first was the first 2 touches of the 3 touches and 5 reviews. He Yuanyue said, this child is gifted by the heavens, his heart is still pure and innocent, he does as he pleases, often exceeding the norm, defying common sense. The heavenly net has rated him as a heretical path, and I think he cannot enter the pavilion. If he can enter the pavilion, please consider it carefully, and do not ruin my child's future. The second thing was vague. Even Zhou Xiaoduo himself. Zhou Xiaoduo is suspected to be the heir of the dragon bloodline. He is young and ignorant and can't dance. If he goes straight to Shangjing, he might be harmed by the dragons. The best place to go is Hidden Dragon. It's only appropriate when he's ready to jump into the abyss. I take the liberty to invite you, but I'm afraid. I have no selfish motives. I only want the common people's livelihood. I hope Headmaster Ye's eyes will sweep through the hazy sky. The blue sky is clear and the red sun is high. Although Yuanyue's body has passed away, she will be remembered by the 9 springs. He Yuanyue paid her respects. Looking at the email, Zhou Xiaoduo's hands couldn't help but tremble. His eyes turned red. Grandma He. Zhou Xiaoduo murmured. In front of him, He Yuanyue's kind and warm smile seemed to appear again. She was still looking at him kindly as if she was saying to him, Xiaoduo, you have to work hard. Grandma He. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was choked with sobs. Yi Changqing smiled and said, do you believe me now? Zhou Xiaoduo held the phone tightly in his arms. He raised his head and asked, Headmaster, can I take a picture of this email as a souvenir? Yi Changqing smiled and nodded. Yes, you can. But you have to think carefully. The content of this email is related to your safety. You can't take it lightly. Be careful not to leak it. Zhou Xiaoduo took out his phone, aimed it at the email and took a few photos. He stored them carefully in his phone. Thank you, Headmaster. I have no more doubts about you, Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly. Yi Changqing nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As a person, to be able to do what He Yuanyue did and gain the trust of the students, it was obvious that she was a great person. Even a person like Zhou Xiaoduo was so convinced, it could be seen that he was a master. What a pity. Yi Changqing could tell at a glance that even if he was the headmaster of the Hidden Dragon University and a person of high status in the entire Jianghu country, he didn't have much weight in Zhou Xiaoduo's heart. The respect on the surface didn't mean anything. However, He Yuanyue's weight in Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was as heavy as a mountain. It was enough to suppress everything. This was the greatest thing about He Yuanyue. Yi Changqing sighed in his heart. He smiled and said, then you can tell me directly now. Is there anything wrong with the place you're living in? Or is there something you're unhappy about? Zhou Xiaoduo nodded and said, actually it's quite good. It's just that I can't practice. Can't practice? Yi Changqing suddenly understood something. Suddenly he was somewhat aghast. You mean, your true weapon, your strongest weapon is actually not a sword? It's something else? I have to say that the temperature in the office is 33 degrees. I'm completely steaming in sweat. After writing a chapter, the chair under my butt feels like it peed. Chapter 387. With Yi Changqing's self-restraint and knowledge, he shouldn't have revealed such an expression of shock. However, when he thought about how Zhou Xiaoduo had been fighting all the way, he had revealed one trump card after another. After this one he actually had another trump card. Even after the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, he still had another trump card. Even with his temperament he still felt that it was inconceivable. From the very beginning the Iron Fist Prince was known for his fists. Then when the Iron Fist Prince couldn't handle it anymore, he revealed a trump card, Hidden Weapon. Moreover, the way he used the hidden weapon was exquisite and the angle was tricky. It was even better than the so-called hidden weapon experts. When the hidden weapon was also restrained, he revealed another trump card, the Star Steps, a kick to the crotch. No, what kind of leg was that? What kind of dragon or what kind of leg was that? When even a kick to the crotch was not enough to defeat the enemy, he revealed the name of the divine sword. The sharpness and ingenuity of his sword techniques were universally praised. Then, when he was forced to use the sword, he unexpectedly revealed the Flaming Sun scriptures. Even now, Yi Changqing still couldn't forget the strong visual impact of that fiery red ball exploding out of the frost during the live broadcast that day. At that moment, Yi Changqing's heart almost flew out with it. There was only one thought in his mind. This student, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy wants him, definitely wants him. In the final battle, when he sparred with Zhou Yunqing's attainments in swordsmanship were so profound that it was shocking. From start to finish, Zhou Yunqing had executed at least a dozen different types of swordsmanship, and every single one of them had been mastered by this kid. At least from Yi Changqing's point of view, Zhou Xiaoduo's trump card should be the sword. This kid's mastery of the sword had already reached the realm of being able to use it as he pleased. The only thing he lacked was the level of cultivation, the level of strength, and the fusion of strength and technique. But now, there was suddenly a person who had nowhere to practice? Sword, hidden weapon, footwork. What kind of move, what kind of technique couldn't be practiced in this courtyard? This place was 3,000 square meters. That was the only explanation, or perhaps it was another truth. Zhou Xiaoduo had another trump card that was even more handy than swordsmanship. Moreover, it was a trump card that he could not let others know about. Once he used it, he had to kill his enemies and kill them all. Yi Changqing was horrified by this sudden thought. This Zhou Xiaoduo had too many hidden cards up his sleeves. So many of them were beyond one's imagination, and some were even insane. Even after so many life and death battles in the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, he still wasn't able to force out all of his trump cards. According to the kid's information, he was only 17 years old. He was still 2 months away from 18. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. His expression was solemn as he slowly muttered to himself, "Can't cultivate. Can't cultivate." It was as if he had encountered an extremely difficult and unresolvable matter. His expression was extremely grave. After a long time he said softly, "The Flaming Sun scriptures. Who taught you?" Actually, there was only one answer to this question in the entire continent. However, Yi Changqing still asked this question. He needed a definite and direct answer. Zhou Xiaoduo blinked and said, "My Uncle Nan taught me." Uncle Nan. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Changqing coughed. Yi Changqing wouldn't have been surprised if he had called him Commander Nan or Chief Nan. But when he called him Uncle Nan, Yi Changqing couldn't help but cough again. This form of address was too obvious. It directly showed the closeness of their relationship. It was also this Uncle Nan that dispelled Yi Changqing's worries. "I can even help you deal with the hidden training grounds." Yi Changqing seemed to have made an important decision. He looked sharply at Zhou Xiaoduo and said, "But I need to know what kind of secret technique you're going to practice." As he spoke, Yi Changqing waved his hand. Zhou Xiaoduo only felt his vision suddenly darken and then brighten. When he focused his eyes and looked around, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was an extremely large space, but it was completely desolate. He felt as if he had suddenly arrived at a vast and uninhabited place. There was no wind, no clouds, no stars, and no moon. All he could see was a faint light. Fortunately, Yi Changqing was still standing in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo said, "In this place, other than me, no one else can see what you don't want others to know. Now, let me see your concealment methods." Zhou Xiaoduo fell into a short silence. He was considering whether he could trust Yi Changqing now. But when he thought of He Yuanyue's email, Zhou Xiaoduo immediately dispelled his doubts. If he was worthy of He Yuanyue's trust, then he must be worthy of his trust. "What I want to practice is this." Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand and 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. The 99 Kitty Hammer. When he took out a pair of sledgehammers that were half the size of a water tank, the visual impact on Yi Changqing was huge. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two sledgehammers had already separated him from Zhuoxiao duo. With just a glance, Yi Changqing's expression changed. How heavy are these two guys? Yi Changqing asked cautiously. 9,999 jin for one. Zhuoxiao duo said. So heavy? Yi Changqing blurted out in shock. If they were ordinary metals, even if they were this big, they wouldn't be so heavy. He reached out and took one of the sledgehammers. Even though he was on guard, he still felt the weight in his hand. But at his level of strength, under the premise that he was prepared, he didn't care about the weight of 5,000 kilograms. He fiddled with it casually, turning it in a circle in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he turned it 2 more times. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. This is 1,000 illusion gold? And heavenly witch copper? He looked it up and down carefully, then tapped the sledgehammer's surface with his finger. He felt that something was wrong, so he tapped it again. Finally, his expression changed. The sledgehammer's surface is indestructible iron? Zhuoxiao duo couldn't help but admire him. Principal, you're really knowledgeable and have a good memory. Wu Taijiang and Zhuo Changlu had both said that after these materials were disguised, very few people on the continent could recognize them. But now Yi Changqing had recognized them. Yi Changqing looked at Zhuoxiao duo with a complicated gaze. He said softly, in the entire continent, there are no more than 10 people who can take out so much 1,000 illusion gold at once. However, to my knowledge, there is only one person in the world who can fuse the 1,000 illusion gold, the heavenly witch copper, and the indestructible iron together so seamlessly. Yi Changqing's eyes were serious. He floated up and said calmly, it's fate that brought us together. Now use all your strength and this pair of sledgehammers to attack me. Zhuoxiao duo replied, okay. He hadn't practiced for a few days, so his hands were itching. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhuoxiao duo knew that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything to the principal in front of him. Although the principal looked like an old pedant, he was definitely an earth-shattering expert. Zhuoxiao duo really didn't have any scruples. He was just trying out his moves. If that's the case, I won't hold back, principal. Zhuoxiao duo waved his hands and 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. He looked like a completely different person from before. Under Yi Changqing's surprised gaze, Zhuoxiao duo took the sledgehammers and retreated quietly. He floated about 3 meters away. The sledgehammer in his left hand pointed to the sky and the sledgehammer in his right hand pointed to the ground. He struck a strange pose. Then, the sledgehammer in his right hand suddenly made a whooshing sound and smashed down like a mountain. The sledgehammer in his left hand followed closely behind like a whirlwind. The sledgehammers followed closely one after the other. Before the sledgehammers landed, a strong gust of wind blew and its power increased by several times. Yi Changqing's pupils shrank. His body suddenly floated in the air and he didn't dodge. He lightly patted the sledgehammer's head with his palm. This collision wasn't fake, but there wasn't much noise. There was only a soft bang and the momentum of the sledgehammer in his right hand was extinguished. Yi Changqing had shown his amazing strength from the start of the fight. The sledgehammer had always been the heaviest weapon among the heavy weapons. It was the best choice to defeat 10 people with brute force. Even other types of heavy weapons couldn't compete with it head-on. Not to mention facing it head-on with bare hands. It was hard to imagine how one could eliminate the sledgehammer's power with one palm. But Principal Yi did it and he did it so easily. However, Zhuoxiao's hammering skills were not limited to this. The moment the huge force of the right hammer was dissipated by Principal Yi's palm, there was still a follow-up. The hammer that seemed to have lost its momentum suddenly spun and shook rapidly. It actually produced a strange force of its own. Together with the left hammer that arrived a moment later, the 2 hammers joined forces and crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Changqing took 36 sledgehammers in a row. Each strike used a different force to interfere with Zhuoxiao's sledgehammers. But no matter how ingenious Principal Yi's moves were, Zhuoxiao duo was always able to borrow the force to make the sledgehammers fall faster, and in a whirlwind manner. After 36 sledgehammers, Zhuoxiao's body floated in the air like a huge whirlwind. It was the kind of scorching whirlwind. The violent sledgehammer technique combined with the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra was fully unleashed by Zhuoxiao duo for the first time without holding back. The wind whistled like a ghost's laughter. It was obvious that there was only one person swinging the sledgehammer, but there was a fierce momentum as if thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were charging at the same time. If there was a word to describe it, it would probably be insufferably arrogant. Zhuoxiao duo only felt satisfied. It was too satisfying. Let's stop here. Yi Changqing's body flew out with a whoosh. Zhou Xiaoduo was having a good time, his body was tossing and turning in the air due to the strong inertia. Under this kind of movement he did not need to use much strength and was able to swing the sledgehammer at will. But because of this principle I can't stop. In the air the sledgehammer rolled and Zhou Xiaoduo spun like a top, fighting fiercely with the air. He helplessly asked for help. You got me up just like that and then left? You don't care? What should I do? Principal, you're too much of a scumbag. Chapter 388. This little bastard. Yi Changqing smiled helplessly. Suddenly he flashed forward and grabbed one of the big hammers with each of his hands, producing an unimaginably strong suction force. No matter how Zhou Xiaoduo tried to move, the two hammers were still firmly held in Yi Changqing's hands, unable to escape. Just like that, he controlled Zhou Xiaoduo's inertia and made it spin for a total of 10 rounds before finally stopping. Zhou Xiaoduo held his shoulder and said with a pained expression, "It's too damn heavy." That Yi Changqing was speechless for a while. What a weirdo. A high-level innate realm practitioner using heavy weapons that even the primordial elixir realm practitioners might not be able to use, yet he said that it was too heavy in the end. Then he took a closer look and realized that his shoulder was indeed a little swollen. Yi Changqing was speechless about this fact. When this brat forged the two hammers just now, he definitely couldn't lift them. However, the combat power that Zhou Xiaoduo could unleash now shocked Yi Changqing. According to Yi Changqing's judgment, Zhou Xiaoduo's first hammer could probably kill a beginning-level embryonic breathing realm practitioner, but that was about it. However, the last hammer. Even if it was an ordinary nascent soul transformation realm practitioner, the ordinary here referred to those who had broken through all the way to the beginning-level nascent soul transformation realm practitioners without experiencing any true vitality agitation or suppression. Most likely, they wouldn't be able to take it. Even if they used weapons, there was still a high chance that they wouldn't be able to take it. Zhou Xiaoduo's current cultivation realm was only at the high-level innate realm, not even at the pinnacle of the innate realm, half a step into the embryonic breathing realm. Even though Yi Changqing had lived for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a freak. This was truly a case of absolute strength defeating all martial arts, a pure suppression of strength. It was a way of fighting that was so overbearing that it was completely unreasonable. Not bad at all. Yi Changqing sighed softly. His sigh was mixed with an indescribable regret. This brat was really too outstanding and too freakish. But because of this, his original plan was doomed to fail. Minister Nan had already given Zhou Xiaoduo the Flaming Sun Sutra. How could he allow Zhou Xiaoduo to take another person as his master? There was no need to even think about it. Elder Nan gave him the cultivation technique, Wu Taijiang forged the hammer, and there was also the sword that was claimed to be given by Marshal Dongfeng. Yi Changqing felt like 10,000 divine beasts were galloping in his heart. What the fuck are these guys trying to suppress me? What a pity. What a pity. But this child. What was his background? The old principal of Phoenix City's second high school, He Yuanyue, had repeatedly said that this kid did not have anyone behind him, and his family background was even more ordinary. His father was a small businessman, and his mother was a part-time housewife in finance. Now Yi Changqing was skeptical of this statement. If that was the case, then where did he get these opportunities from? How could he gain the favor of so many great figures? This wasn't right. Just because he was a genius? However, there were so many geniuses in this continent. Why didn't the other geniuses receive such treatment? Yi Changqing wanted to ask. But after thinking for a while he did not dare to ask. Because Zhou Xiaoduo's surname was too big. It was so big that he did not dare to ask about it. If it was just a simple surname it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if one combined the Southern Chief's Flaming Sun Manual, Wu Tiejiang's hammer, and Great General Dongfeng's sword, the significance of this surname would be a little scary. It would be fine if it was not, but if he asked, if it was really what he imagined, then it would be tantamount to taking a huge trouble into his arms. The kind of trouble that could peel off his skin if he scratched it. He could not even push it away. I won't ask. I don't know anything. I'll just treat Zhou Xiaoduo as an ordinary student, okay? If anything happens you can't blame me. Who asked you to not tell me earlier? If you didn't tell me, how would I know? I would only know if you told me. Who asked you to not tell me earlier? Zhou Xiaoduo, your strength is really very good. I'm very happy. Yi Changqing smiled with relief and said, in that case, this thing is not in vain to give it to you. Put away the hammer. Zhou Xiaoduo had just put away the hammer when he felt his vision blur and he was back on the grass in front of the villa. Yi Changqing was still sitting on the chair in front of him, as if he had not moved at all. Then Yi Changqing took out a palm-sized black thing from his arms. It looked like an iron tower. At first glance, the workmanship was very rough. There were some bumps on the surface. In short, it was not very exquisite. Ever since I got my hands on this thing, I've never stopped using it. It was not until I broke through a new realm that But before I give this thing to you, I hope you can promise me one thing. Yi Changqing said very reluctantly. What kind of treasure is this? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little disgusted by this thing. The reason was simple and crude. It was too ugly. Well, this was probably one of Zhou Xiaoduo's weaknesses. He liked beautiful things very much, but he would have an inexplicable unfriendly impression of those ugly things. Of course, most people had this kind of feeling. The first impression was always very important. This thing. Back then, all the space masters on the continent gathered together. Many of the top space scientists were also studying the possibility of the fusion of time and space. Yi Changqing said lightly, if it succeeds, it is possible to create a space container that is compatible with the time attribute. As the name suggests, this kind of space is fundamentally different from space tools. It has space and a different flow of time compared to the outside world. It can be 1/10, 1/30, or even more. Do you understand? If this research is successful, the cultivators who enter this space to cultivate for a month will only have one day in the real world outside. And this kind of whimsical idea was inspired by those who wrote novels back then. Too many novels have mentioned that the spirit herbs cultivated in a certain grotto heaven have already grown into 1,000-year-old spirit herbs in the grotto heaven after a year on the outside. And this time the research is in this direction. This research lasted for 75 years. Many respected old professors and researchers died of old age in the research base. Countless people contributed a lot to this project, almost at all costs. This is because if this research is successful, it will bring uncountable benefits to the cultivation of talents and the continent's reserves. But just when the research was about to succeed the Umno Alliance's Great Witch Dan Kong suddenly tore the space and attacked the research base. Great Witch Dan Kong can be said to be the person who has the deepest and most profound understanding of the space law in the whole world. The entire research base was razed to the ground in just a few seconds. Countless powerhouses were annihilated in this catastrophe. Most of the results of the research were directly destroyed. Only a few space masters risked their lives to protect a few semi-finished products. They used their own bodies to protect them and allowed their bodies to be shattered by Grand Magus Dan Kong. However, they used all their strength to protect those semi-finished products. In the end, they used their lives to save a few small towers. As for the specific number, no one knows. That year, the whole Astral Souls continent was in an uproar. In a rage, the four marshals led 50 million troops and pressed the Umno Alliance's border. The furious King Zhuolu and his wife and the Heavenly King of the Right attacked aggressively and chased after Great Witch Dan Kong at all costs. They traveled 7 million miles and in the end, Great Witch Dan Kong was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He had no choice but to hide in the Heavenly Witch City. The two Heavenly Kings were still unwilling to give up. They joined forces to attack the Umno Alliance's continent and destroyed the Umno Alliance's Heavenly Witch City. After that, the 12 great witches of the other side fought back together. After a fierce battle, both sides were injured. The two Heavenly Kings had no choice but to retreat with serious injuries. After that battle, the Umno Alliance's strength was greatly damaged. Great Witch Dan Kong was still seriously injured and had not recovered. The space powerhouses in the Astral Souls continent were all killed. The follow-up research could no longer be carried out. Those semi-finished products became the only ones. In fact, although the real effect of these semi-finished products achieved the integration of space and time, the real effect was not ideal. The best effect was only 3 days inside and 1 day outside. The rest were just a stable space without the enhancement of the flow of time. Yi Changqing looked at the small pagoda in his hand and said softly, "This small pagoda in my hand is one of the semi-finished products from back then. Back then, my grandfather was also one of the researchers. He also died in that attack." The semi-finished small towers that were preserved had a common name, the Annihilation Tower. As long as Great Witch Dan Kong is alive, this hatred will last forever. This one in my hand is called the Annihilation Tower number 7. Yi Changqing sighed softly. Strictly speaking, this tower is not very useful because it is just a relatively stable space. Although there is air, there is no spiritual energy and it has nothing to do with time. At most, it is just a quiet place. It can even be said that it is a large storage space that can accommodate living things. If you want to cultivate in here, you have to bring your own jade of astral souls or spiritual medicine in here. You can't even break through in here because you need the spiritual energy tied between heaven and earth. But this is still a treasure that is worth cherishing. Because on top of it, there is the blood of all the space powerhouses and space scientists in the continent. It is also the proof of the blood feud between the Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance. Yi Changqing's eyes were complicated. He gently stroked the Annihilation Tower and finally reached out his hand. All this time I thought the same as you. When I wanted to calm down and study techniques, I would enter this Annihilation Tower. But now I don't need it anymore. Today is the third watch. I have to accompany my wife to my mother-in-law's house. Tomorrow I will try my best to make up for it. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 389. Yi Changqing smiled and said, as long as you use your divine thoughts to communicate with the Tower of Void Destruction, you can enter it to practice and hone your skills. But you have to take note that you can't practice for more than 3 days at a time. Because there is no spiritual energy to replenish inside, it will do more harm than good if you consume too much of your spiritual energy. I believe you understand this. This treasure you're giving it to me? Zhou Xiaoduo was so surprised that his heart was about to explode. Perhaps this small tower was useless to Yi Changqing, but to Zhou Xiaoduo, it was extremely useful. The secret hammering technique was Zhou Xiaoduo's strongest and most powerful trump card. Because his real trump card was not to be known to others. In the hands of others, this tower might just be a large storage space and meditation place. But to Zhou Xiaoduo with this tower, Zhou Xiaoduo was like a tiger that had grown wings. Here you are. Yi Changqing faintly said, your strength has already reached the standard for me to give you this pagoda. However, in this semester's final exam, if you don't make great progress and don't meet my expectations, I will take back this pagoda. Can you agree to this condition? Zhou Xiaoduo beamed with joy and quickly took the tower. He nodded like a chicken pecking rice and said, Principal, don't worry. I'm willing to accept your test anytime and anywhere. You're welcome to come again. As he spoke, he put the tower into his space ring as if it was a treasure. It was as if he was afraid that Yi Changqing would take the tower back in the next moment. Yi Changqing was a little unhappy in his heart. Why did this brat speak at such a critical moment? What kind of speech was this? What kind of tiger-like speech was this? It was a great degradation. Was he that kind of person? Zhou Xiaoduo, what kind of person did you think you were? But Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was filled with ecstasy. This was great. With this, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even when they were practicing with Zhou Xiaonian in Phoenix City, the siblings had to be sneaky. It was very difficult for them to enjoy themselves to the fullest. The most enjoyable time they had was the night when the phoenix vein rushed to the soul. But now he could enjoy it every day. Yi Changqing smiled and said, your aptitude isn't bad and your luck is good as well. You must. Before it's your turn to go on stage. You must completely solidify your foundation. You don't have to worry about anything else. He gazed into the distance and said indifferently, there's no need to care. Yes, Principal. Zhou Xiaoduo said gratefully. It was rare for Zhou Xiaoduo to treat someone with such an attitude. The previous one was He Yuanyue, followed by Qin Fangyang and Hu Ruoyun. Yi Changqing was the fourth. Moreover, in terms of time, he was the fastest person to receive this gratitude. Yi Changqing said indifferently, I'm giving you the Tower of Annihilation, not only for the end-of-term test. In the future, if you can really reach that step, kill Dan Kong for me. For those heroes who couldn't rest in peace back then. Kill Dan Kong. Zhou Xiaoduo said with an unprecedented seriousness, Principal, don't worry. As long as I have the hope of reaching that step, I will definitely crush Dan Kong with my hammer. Good. Yi Changqing smiled with relief. Thinking about it, it was also unbelievable. Zhou Xiaoduo, this guy. Before he came, he had already given him a villa. Now that he was here, he came to take a look out of curiosity, and he actually gave him the Tower of Annihilation. Could it be that this little guy had the property of being broke? Thinking of this, Principal Yi suddenly remembered that when Xingtian had complained to him that Zhou Xiaoduo claimed to be good at 3 things. Fortune-telling was the best, wealth-gathering was the second, and cultivation was the last. He couldn't help but feel amazed. Fortune-telling was the best? It was still unknown, but wealth-gathering was the second best. It really seemed to be the case. Yi Changqing suddenly coughed, and his face gradually turned pale. Principal, your physiognomy is not very good. In accordance with the principle of reciprocity, the principal gave him what he needed most. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he should return the favor. Oh. Yi Changqing looked at him, amused. Best at fortune-telling? Haha. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled reservedly. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but my fortune-telling ability is not only the best among all the skills I cultivate, but also the best in the world. Yi Changqing was speechless for a long time. For a moment he didn't know how to continue the conversation. His first thought was to take back the Tower of Annihilation. Not because of anything else, but because this kid's words were too unreliable. He said that his physiognomy was not good, and he said that he was the best in fortune-telling. The main purpose was to make fun of him, but he said that he was the best in fortune-telling. This was too much. The best in the world, how could such words be said so casually? Was he not afraid that the wind would hurt his tongue? Principal, you have to believe me. I'm telling the truth. Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly, putting on a mature and steady look. His hands were behind his back and he was calm and collected. He really had the air of a master, but his acting skills were a little too much. All right. Yi Changqing smiled indifferently. Anyway, he had nothing to do today. It was a private conversation and he wasn't in a hurry to go back. Principal, your fate is against the imperial canopy, and you're plagued by bad luck. Moreover, your fate palace is dark and gloomy, and your health is in danger. Heaven's chi is poor and earth's will is surging. This is a situation where you are constrained from all sides and besieged from all sides. This is also the so-called dilemma. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Yi Changqing's face carefully and seriously for a long time before he spoke tirelessly. Zhou Xiaoduo originally wanted to use his fate points to peek into more mysteries and return the favor, but his fate points were directly bounced back. How could he not understand that Yi Changqing's strength was far beyond his current cultivation? He wanted to see Yi Changqing's fate for 3 months, but he couldn't. When Yi Changqing heard Zhou Xiaoduo's words, he was quite surprised. Instead, his interest was piqued and he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Internal troubles and external troubles. Evil winds are coming from all directions. Dark clouds appear in the sky and mud pits are everywhere. Principal, saying that it's a dilemma is light. This is clearly a situation that is about to collapse. Zhou Xiaoduo said worriedly, "Principal, why is the Hidden Dragon High School in such a bad situation?" Yi Changqing's eyes had a hint of contemplation and he said, "Tell me the details." It's already in a precarious situation. What else is there to say? Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Principal, your position is on the verge of collapse and it's obscure. All kinds of open and covert attacks, all kinds of conspiracies, all kinds of framing attacks, all kinds of clipping wings. All these have already happened to you, okay?" Yi Changqing sighed slowly. At this moment he somewhat believed that Zhou Xiaoduo had really seen through something. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Yi Changqing and said suspiciously, "Principal, the reason why I chose to come to the Hidden Dragon High School was also after much consideration. One of the important factors was you. This is not a compliment but a fact. If not for this, why would I choose to come to the Hidden Dragon High School? You're the stabilizing force of the Hidden Dragon High School, and it hasn't changed for many years. From what I know, you're not the kind of person who can't control the situation. You've been stable for so many years. How can you suddenly lose control of the situation? What kind of change is this?" Yi Changqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Zhou Xiaoduo's words were not wrong. He had been the principal for hundreds of years. Previously, he had handled the situation with ease and ruled with an iron fist. He had made the entire high school orderly. There was nothing that he couldn't suppress, and no one dared to come out and cause trouble. However, it was during that time, that battle, that his heart was damaged and he almost lost his life. Even after several years of recuperation, there was still no improvement. As a result, his supervision of the school was reduced by a lot. However, all of these things erupted like a violent storm after he was injured. After that, his most capable assistant, Xiang Quangren, was also splashed with the water of the River of Forgetfulness during the battle a few decades ago. He was also unable to appear and support the situation. This huge change almost caused everything in the Hidden Dragon High School to stop. It also further caused him to lose control of the Hidden Dragon High School. Starting from Vice Principal Xiang, several vice principals met with accidents one after another. The Hidden Dragon High School was almost paralyzed in an instant. The Hidden Dragon High School, which had lost a few of its main pillars, could only request for assistance. The National Martial Arts Department had continuously sent a few vice principals. However, after these people had arrived, not only did they not improve the situation of the Hidden Dragon High School, they instead caused the situation to worsen, becoming more and more intense. These vice principals came to the Hidden Dragon High School to fight for power and gain, and to pull in factions. Their methods were endless and they were full of tricks. When it came to the specific matters of guiding the entire Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing despised those people to the point of dregs. They were simply a bunch of useless people. But when it came to conspiracies, alliances, power struggles, and political compromises, even an old fox like Yi Changqing would have to bow his head and concede defeat. That was a group of experts in this field. Yes, perhaps they were experts in this field. Since then, the Hidden Dragon High School had directly sunk into endless internal strife and chaos. Until now, they had almost fallen out of the top 3 high schools. If it were not for Yi Changqing's strong support and forcefully standing up to protect the core teaching staff, most of whom were personally trained by Yi Changqing and had deep feelings for the Hidden Dragon High School, perhaps the Hidden Dragon High School would have already collapsed. But even so, the teachers were still full of complaints. If it were not for the fact that they had too much effort in the Hidden Dragon High School and too many feelings that they could not bear to part with, they would have already resigned and left. Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. Until now, his heart was still in an intermittent state of poor health. The internal problems of the Hidden Dragon High School had already become a chronic disease, deeply rooted. Unfortunately, he who was once known as an arbitrary vice principal, was powerless to change anything. Almost all of the vice principals who had been promoted by the school had been pulled over. The other vice principals who had been promoted out of nowhere all had a pile of connections behind them. Their roots were intertwined and their connections were tangled and complicated. It is indeed beyond cure. Chapter 390. Yi Changqing deeply felt powerless about the current situation of Hidden Dragon Academy. If his body could recover, he would only need a few years to suppress all the disharmonious forces with an iron fist and eradicate them all. But now, with his body in such a state, Yi Changqing absolutely did not dare to act rashly before he found a suitable successor. This was because if he moved, his body would not be able to withstand it. If he suddenly let go, the Hidden Dragon High martial artist would lose his suppression and fall off the pedestal within a year. After a few years, he would be at the bottom of the rankings. After that, it would be hard to say whether there would be any Hidden Dragon Academy in the future. Hidden Dragon Academy, a place that many generations of people worked hard to build, a place where many heroes and generals came from, would be destroyed overnight. How could Yi Changqing dare to act rashly? Although Hidden Dragon High School had already become a bunch of politicians, a bunch of greedy people, and they were no longer as elegant as before, right now Yi Changqing could only wait. He could only bitterly endure and wait. Wait for an opportunity. Wait for a person. Xiao Duo, whether you really used the fortune-telling method or some other method to see these, then, do you have a solution to deal with it? Yi Changqing asked softly. This question really did not have much hope at all. Fundamentally, Yi Changqing did not believe that Zhou Xiaoduo really used the so-called fortune-telling method to see these. He believed that the various drawbacks of Hidden Dragon Academy, the bad situation, had already fallen into the eyes of some people and was not considered a secret. For Zhou Xiaoduo to be able to talk about it now, it wasn't a big deal. But Principal Yi still asked for a solution because he still had a sliver of hope. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, "Principal, write a word for me to see." Write a word? Yi Changqing also pondered for a moment. His fingers moved slightly and a word suddenly appeared on the ground. Kill. He thought of the chaos in Hidden Dragon Academy, and how he could not control it with an iron fist due to various reasons. He could only slowly boil the frog in warm water. How could he not be depressed? At this moment he could not help but have the urge to explode. It was with this extreme depression and overflowing murderous intent that he wrote this word. This was what he truly thought in his heart. Regardless of any backing, background, influence, or consequences. Crush that group of scum directly. Kill. Kill to bring peace to the world. This word was written with murderous intent and boundless blood. There is a blade on my head. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at this word carefully and said, "Principal, the world is empty, the blade on the edge, there is a heart to kill, but there is no hand to hold the blade. The master of the predicament should be here." However, the word written by the headmaster is slightly higher on one side. Even though the word is written with a murderous aura and is filled with murderous intent, it is still slightly uncoordinated. However, these uncoordinated words are written by you to increase your murderous aura. According to the location, this corner is east of Fenghai. Help, the master comes from the east. Once the wind and clouds meet, your wish will come true. Therefore, you need an external force to be your hand to hold the blade and punish on your behalf. Your murderous intent is already sufficient. Your strength is only waiting for an external force to stimulate it. Then you can draw the blade out of the scabbard and kill quickly. Your word is already a blade in the scabbard and you are on the battlefield. You are only waiting for the opportunity to hold the blade and draw it out. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at this word seriously. Principal, the word you wrote is in Xiaozhuan, right? But it has evolved quite a bit. Yi Changqing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you can actually see the traces of Xiaozhuan. Not bad. There are not many young people who are as knowledgeable as you in martial arts nowadays. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, Principal, you might not have seen my resume. I was in the martial disciple class for a total of 5 years. During that time, other than tormenting myself as if my life depended on it, I really did learn a lot of random things. On the contrary, I have less knowledge about martial arts. Yi Changqing smiled faintly. He thought to himself, I didn't study your resume? I can almost recite it backwards for you. However, if you look at the word, kill, in Xiaozhuan, especially the part that is higher on the right side in terms of appearance, there seems to be a hint of the word, dragon in it. Zhou Xiaoduo reached out and wiped the word on the ground. Instantly the whole word became blurry. At a glance, it really did look like the word, dragon. This unintentional act of mine has turned into a hidden dragon of killing aura? Zhou Xiaoduo said with uncertainty, Principal, I just said it in terms of the word, nothing else. From a more profound point of view, this word has the aura of a dragon. When the Real Dragon rises, the world will be in chaos. Blood will flow for thousands of miles and corpses will pile up like mountains. However, the word, kill, has a hidden meaning. It is a bit far-fetched to say that it has the aura of a dragon. As for me, I wiped it because of fate. However, this seems to be more in line with the name of our Hidden Dragon High School. It is a different approach to achieve the same result. The name of the school? Yi Changqing frowned. Hidden Dragon? Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo said, the so-called Hidden Dragon, as the name suggests, is a hidden dragon. A hidden dragon, even if its existence is known, it cannot be seen or touched. Before the hidden dragon rises into the abyss, it is in a state of sleep. Principal, the word, kill, you wrote, is it not the hidden dragon that rises into the abyss after the massacre? This is also the first time I have seen it extend from a word to another word. Zhou Xiaoduo said with uncertainty, but the murderous aura is awe-inspiring, triggering the shape of a dragon. This point is not false. Principal, may I ask if the terrain of our Hidden Dragon High School is built on top of a dragon vein? Yi Changqing was stunned. Dragon vein? It shouldn't be. Our Fenghai city is the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties. According to legend, 8 dragon veins converged at that time to form the current atmosphere of Fenghai city. However, the 8 dragon veins are not in the area where the Hidden Dragon High School campus is located. In fact, the seniors who first established this school had only built a small school that was not famous. Later, it slowly expanded and gradually grew stronger. At that time, regardless of qualifications or connections, it was absolutely not qualified to be built on top of a dragon vein. Yi Changqing thought deeply for a long time before speaking with certainty. That's not right. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, the dragon mark is hidden and real. How could the school site not be built on top of a dragon vein? He looked up and said, Principal, shall we go up to the sky and take a look? Yi Changqing's eyes shot out a strange light. You also know the chi viewing technique? A little. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little proud. He pursed his lips and said, didn't the old principal mention it to you? I am the successor of her chi viewing technique. Yi Changqing once again fell into a state of speechlessness. If you are like this, you might as well proudly brag a little, let me get used to it. Good. Let's go up to the sky and take a look. Yi Changqing actually did not have any thoughts or even hopes about this. The Hidden Dragon High School was one of the 3 high schools of martial arts on the continent. In the past, who knew how many chi viewing scholars had come to look at the feng shui and chi? If the Hidden Dragon High School was built on top of a dragon vein, it would have been seen long ago. Why wait until now? Even if you are the successor of He Yuanyue, so what? Can you make something out of nothing? At this time, the sun was setting in the west. Between heaven and earth there was a little hazy. Only the last ray of light was about to pass away. In the distance, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were walking over here. But Yi Changqing and Zhou Xiaoduo did not pay attention to them. Yi Changqing grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's hand. Without making a move, they had already soared into the sky, and in an instant they were hundreds of meters above the ground. Is it enough? Not enough. Principal, please find the north, south, west, and east direction, and then fly 1,000 meters up in the north direction, and directly fly out of Fenghai City. High up in the north, look down from above and see the full view of Fenghai City. Only then can you determine where the dragon vein is located. Yi Changqing felt more and more that this kid might really have some skills. Hearing this, he did not hesitate and flew up with Zhou Xiaoduo. A moment later, high up in the sky, Zhou Xiaoduo was almost stunned by the scenery of Fenghai City. Too magnificent. Too spectacular. The area of Fenghai City was at least 20 times larger than the small border city of Phoenix City. People were densely packed and the scenery was myriad. At this very high altitude, one could see the extreme prosperity and magnificence. Waves of clear air floated across the sky. This was a sign of the dense population and the flourishing of talents. And the entire Fenghai City was gathered together. The mountains, rivers, and cities rose and fell in a picturesque disorder. As far as the eye could see, in the eyes of the Qi Watchers, there were roaring dragons that soared into the sky from time to time. Dragon-shaped phenomena of thousands and tens of thousands of feet long meandered on the ground and intertwined in the sky. 4 vertical and 4 horizontal. A total of 8 dragon veins. The ancient capital of the 8 dynasties, the 8 veins crisscrossing. There's no mistake. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the full view of Fenghai City and pointed. That should be the ancient capital royal city. At such a distance, at such a high altitude, even Yi Changqing, with his profound cultivation, could only see the general picture. He could not see the details very clearly. Zhou Xiaoduo could not see anything at all. But what surprised Yi Changqing was that Zhou Xiaoduo's pointing was not off in the general direction. That's right. Over there is the place where the dragon qi of Fenghai is the most abundant. Zhou Xiaoduo praised, the ancients are full of experts. The chosen location is the place where the dragon qi is gathered and spiraled. The momentum is soaring but not overbearing. It is also the place where the heaven and earth meet and the yin and yang meet. It is the easiest place to gather the power of the heaven and earth and transform it into the emperor's qi. It's really amazing. It is indeed amazing. Yi Changqing admitted this point very much. It is said that this is an old site left behind during the dynasty. Later, after the world changed and the continent was overturned, it was rebuilt. Although the geographical location and appearance didn't change, many of the materials used to build it are very different from the original site. After all, at that time the Qi Watchers could not cultivate and could not observe from the sky. They could only measure from the ground. But they could still do it so accurately. They are indeed extraordinary people. Chapter 391. Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo admitted it completely. Although these 8 dragons are located in different directions and have different paths, the position of the dragon heads has always been pointing in this direction. Zhou Xiaoduo said, therefore there must be a saying in the Gu King City. There is no doubt that the gathering of fate energy is evident. However, there is one point. The Gu King City is in the northwest direction and the Hidden Dragon High School is in the southeast direction. The mountain shape of the dragon veins may pass by occasionally, but none of them pass by the southeast hinterland. Although this makes sense in terms of geography and earth veins, it is more or less a little strange. You must know that in the southeast position of the Hidden Dragon High School, there are 3 dragon veins intertwined at the other end of the Dragon Tail mountain range. However, all the way to the northwest, they perfectly avoid the area of the Hidden Dragon High School. After this section, the dragon veins and dragon bodies begin to intertwine. The dragon heads also move forward in a winding manner without avoiding each other. However, why do they all go around this area at the same time? Zhou Xiaoduo could not understand this at all. He could not help but feel suspicious. When he looked at the area again, all he could see were a few small hills. There were no signs of dragon veins at all. In fact, compared to other places, there were more depressions like basins. From the perspective of the aura examination technique, such a place would not even have a dragon's cave, much less a dragon's vein. However, the dragon veins stretched for thousands of miles and left such a blank space. It was like a painting with splashing ink, leaving a blank space. It was full of disharmony. After the great changes in the world, although there was the change of meteorites, the dragon veins in this area of Fenghai did not change much. The end of the 8 dragon veins eventually soared into the sky. In other words, these 8 dragon veins are now empty. Although the dragon chi still exists, it is already abnormally thin. It will take an unknown number of years of nurturing before it can take shape again. But now the dragon veins are gone. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. No matter how he looked at it, he could not understand it. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. At the very least, in all the books that he had read about the Qi observation technique, they all clearly indicated that a place like the hidden Dragon High Martial School would definitely not have a dragon vein. But if that's the case, it's completely at odds with the momentum of the words that the principal wrote unintentionally. Could it be that I was wrong this time? Zhou Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Zhou Xiaoduo's gaze went from near to far, and then even further away. Even further away in the southeast, there was another uncertain location. Over there he could vaguely feel his meridians churning. They were faintly moving towards him bit by bit. Principal, may I ask, where is that place? Zhou Xiaoduo raised his hand high and pointed to a place in the southeast that was out of sight. That's the direction you came from. Yi Changqing smiled faintly. You came from Phoenix City, that's where you came from. Oh. Zhou Xiaoduo began to recollect. Along the way he and Li Chenglong had indeed crossed several mountains in succession. Those mountains were all mountain ranges that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Could be said that they were extremely majestic. Until they went down the mountain range and once again set foot on the plains, they ran madly for another 1,800 miles before they reached the territory of Fenghai City. That he frowned and pondered, and did not speak for a long time. It was very rare that there were no signs of meridians here. It was inexplicably chaotic. The dragon vein was horizontally, but it was stable in all directions. Their final destination was the same, and they were all heading towards the northwest. This was not big deal, right? According to the terrain and the Qi observation technique, this should be normal, right? However, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong from the bottom of his heart, but he could not tell what was wrong. What did you see? Yi Changqing's smile was very warm. In his opinion, perhaps as a principal, he saw a promising junior. Then, when he first arrived at Fenghai City, he brought him to see the whole Fenghai City. It did not matter. Anyway, he had nothing to do. He was idle anyway. Moreover, this child's words and actions were really insightful. His facial features were also not exaggerated, but he really had some skills. As for the dragon vein. For thousands of years, the dragon vein of Fenghai City had been determined. How could there be any other changes? If there were to be any, it would be a real joke. I can't see it. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head in confusion. At this moment he was very disappointed and lost. Judging by the meaning of the words just now, there should be the existence of dragon chi. But in reality there was clearly no such thing. Except for such a contradictory situation, it was really a blow to him. Then let's go down? Yi Changqing smiled. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. He could not see anything. If he did not go down, could he still live in the sky? No matter how disappointed or unwilling he was, he knew when to advance and retreat. Yi Changqing smiled and once again flew straight with Zhou Xiaoduo and slowly descended. They flew horizontally for 7,000 to 8,000 meters and descended about 100 meters. Zhou Xiaoduo still looked back unwillingly. At this moment, the two had passed the position of the dragon's head and arrived in the sky above the middle of Fenghai City. According to the dragon vein, the two were now close to the dragon's body and belly. As they flew forward, Zhou Xiaoduo still looked back from time to time. Suddenly, at a certain angle, he clearly saw the 8 dragon veins converging from 8 directions to the northwest. The dragon's head was surging, and there was a faint feeling. The feeling of rushing to be the first. Perhaps there were benefits on the other side? Or could it be that they could only rush to the sky from there? Or that there was some kind of peerless ferocious beast chasing after these 8 dragons? They were all fleeing for their lives in a hurry. Zhou Xiaoduo's consciousness was in a trance. He seemed to have vaguely thought of something, but his mind was blurry and difficult to clear. Suddenly his vision blurred. The two had fallen straight down from the sky. The landing point was the courtyard of the villa where he and Li Chenglong lived. The location where he talked to Yi Changqing just now was actually the same. Yi Changqing's landing posture was extremely gentle, just enough to ensure that he landed. He was still sitting on the chair in his original position. At this moment, the world was completely dark. The curtain of night had officially fallen. The headmaster's control is really unprecedented. Zhuo could not help but flatter him. When he thought of this, some vague thoughts that were still lingering in his mind just now were completely dispelled. Little rascal. Yi Changqing smiled faintly and said, "How can such a shallow method be associated with unprecedented and unprecedented? The two little guys from the Xiang family are coming to find you. I'll go back. You can do it yourself." With a chuckle, his body suddenly disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Zhuo turned his head and saw the door creak open. Li Chenglong came out of the room with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Have you been here all this time? Why didn't I see you just now?" Li Chenglong's eyes were full of disbelief. Zhuo frowned and looked at Li Chenglong. "Swollen, what do you mean? Why did you bring people to our house? There's no food or drink inside. Did you bring them here to invite me to dinner?" Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing smiled apologetically. "Hello, class monitor." Zhuo felt more and more that something was wrong and instinctively became alert. Why are these two suddenly so polite to me? This is not right. There was something very wrong with this. As the saying goes, if one is polite to a wise man, he must have a request. These two have big plans for me. In an instant, Zhuo felt as if he was on a battlefield. A creepy feeling of being coveted arose spontaneously. "Let's make it clear first. I don't have money," Zhuo said righteously, "and I will never treat you." The three of them were speechless. How much can a meal cost? Do you have to be like this? Even if you want to amass money, you don't have to save so little money. Seeing the three of them come together, Zhuo knew their intentions very well. He turned his head to look at Li Chenglong and happened to see Swollen's slightly evasive eyes. He could not help but understand. A dog's stomach really can't hold two tails of oil. Zhuo sighed. "Class monitor, I heard that you have aged vanilla orchid here?" Xiang Bing was a straightforward person. When she saw that Zhuo was trying to evade the topic, she simply asked directly and went straight to the point. "What vanilla orchid? I don't have it." No, and it's aged. You're so particular about it." Zhuo was even more straightforward. He flatly denied it with an innocent face as if he really did not have it. He was very confused. Xiang Bing could not help but feel angry. The other owner, Li Chenglong, had already taken the initiative to confess. "You're still stubbornly resisting. Aren't you just trying to buy it? You're really good at amassing money." "Stingy guy, once there's an opportunity to amass money, you won't let it go?" Xiang Chong bowed and said gently, "Class monitor Zhua, this vanilla orchid is very useful to the Xiang family. We're not here to make empty promises. If you have any conditions, just tell us. No matter what conditions you have, we'll accept them unconditionally." Zhuo said indifferently, "I really don't have the herb you're talking about. I only have a stock of herb that Li Chenglong left with me a few days ago. I'm just helping to take care of it. As for whether this herb is what you're asking for or anything else, what does it have to do with me?" Li Chenglong's eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise, as well as intense gratitude. Then he was slightly astonished. The vanilla orchid was something shared by both of them. However, Zhuo's words now meant that he was giving up his share of it and Li Chenglong was the sole owner of it. In other words, he was transferring all the favors he had received from helping the Xiang family to Li Chenglong alone. It was hard to imagine how much help this would be to Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong was grateful in his heart, but he was also secretly laughing. Could this guy have misunderstood something? His style changed a little too quickly. Zhuo's expression remained indifferent. His heart was as calm as ever and he felt relaxed. Chapter 392. With Zhuo's stingy character, he didn't want to give it away so easily. At the very least, he wanted the other party to give him a bargaining chip that was full of sincerity. A bird in the hand is better than 10 in the bush. No matter how great the Xiang clan's reputation was, it was still not as practical as tangible benefits. However, this vanilla orchid was indeed obtained by Li Chenglong through painstaking efforts. Moreover, it was Li Chenglong who brought people here today. Zhuo suddenly couldn't bear it and simply agreed to Li Chenglong's plan. Li Chenglong didn't find the vanilla orchid by chance. Zhuo knew this better than anyone else. Ever since the two of them left the safe area of Phoenix City and entered the meteorite plains, he had been searching for it. Along the way, Li Chenglong did not know how many of those dark red and bare mounds he encountered. He even deliberately passed through the most dangerous areas in the core of the plain. After finding the vanilla orchid, he stopped looking for other resources and sped up all the way to Fenghai. The reason was self-evident. Moreover, Li Chenglong's Li clan was only a small clan. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't hesitate anymore and directly handed the decision to Li Chenglong. On the other side, after hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's declaration, Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong immediately fixed their burning eyes on Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, "Along the way, Li Chenglong dug up hundreds of such caves. Only when he found that troublesome herb did he stop looking for it. Just this hard work is something I can't afford. I hope the Xiang clan doesn't think it's easy to get it. How can there be so many coincidences in this world? Only painstaking efforts and sincerity can achieve it." Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong nodded repeatedly. Xiang Chong said emotionally, "To the Xiang clan, this kindness is more important than a mountain. Although I, Xiang Chong, don't have much ability, I can make a promise on behalf of my Xiang clan. I won't let Vice Class Monitor Li's hard work and sincerity go to waste." Xiang Chong said heavily. This promise didn't seem to say anything, but it already represented that anything was possible. What's there to lose? We're all classmates. It's only right that we help each other. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about Swollen Face and Miss Yang's bruised nose and swollen face. Judging from the situation, it's very likely that she'll continue to be beaten in the future. Just take Swollen Face's apology in advance. Xiang Bing's face turned red as she glared at Zhou Xiaoduo. Class Monitor Zhou had a strange charm. His ability to attract hatred was unparalleled in the world. Just a moment ago he was still talking about serious matters, and even when he was determined to help, but the words coming out of his mouth always made people unable to help but have the urge to beat him up. Until now, Xiang Bing's face was still bruised and her nose was crooked. She looked like a female hooligan who had just been beaten up for a territory and had returned in defeat. The vanilla orchid was really too important. After Xiang Bing heard about it, she couldn't care less about herself. But Xiang Chong's eyes flashed. He looked thoughtfully at Li Chenglong and then at Xiang Bing. Then he laughed and said, "Class Monitors, what? Don't worry. Accidental injuries are inevitable in a fight. How can Bing be angry? We're both doing this for the future of martial arts. There's no need to apologize. You're exaggerating. He laughed. "In the future I'll have to rely on Vice Class Monitor Li to take care of Bing. Li Chenglong laughed and scratched his head, saying, "Actually, it's pretty good. When I fought with Xiang Bing I beat her up. I had a lot of fun. I improved a lot." Xiang Bing heard someone's words and made a gurgling sound in her throat. She was so angry that she almost suffocated. Xiang Chong's expression was also interesting. Zhou Xiaoduo even had a feeling that he couldn't bear to look at them. Xiang Chong said, "Class Monitor Zhou, can I see the vanilla orchid you kept?" "Why can't you see it?" Zhou Xiaoduo was very straightforward. Since he was determined to do a favor, he didn't want to drag it out. He quickly understood that if it was okay, then it was okay. If it wasn't, then forget it. This point had been reminded countless times in his father's messages. As the saying went, teach your son in front of others, teach your wife behind others. However, Zhou Changlu never taught his son in front of others. As for Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan's education, he usually taught them about the ways of the world through his mobile phone. When he encountered something, he suddenly had an epiphany and felt that it would be beneficial for his son and daughter. He would just type a few words over. If he sent a message over, he could ignore it. There was no need to reply. If he sent it 3 times and still didn't reply, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan would have to write a report on the 3 points mentioned above. It couldn't be less than 5,000 words. There had to be evidence to prove that he really understood and understood. Zhou Changlu also passed by as if nothing had happened. All kinds of things were done quietly through his mobile phone. For example, Zhou Changlu once sent a message about giving gifts as a favor. When you're out, you have to socialize. When you're single, you have to ask for help. If you need to give a favor, you have to make a prompt decision. Make the favor real as soon as possible. Don't drag it out, don't leave people hanging, and don't make them wait. If you drag it out, it'll turn into resentment. If you hang it out, it'll turn into hatred. If you wait, it'll turn into enmity. Don't mention it before you give it away. Don't mention it after you give it away. If you don't give a small gift, it'll be heavy. However, when you speak, it'll be light. Zhou Xiaoduo knew he still did not understand these words. However, this did not stop him from strictly following Zhou Changlu's instructions. Even if he could not figure it out now, there was no harm in thinking about it in the future. No matter what, his father's life experience was much greater than a young boy like him. There was nothing wrong with trusting his father. It's right here. Duo smiled. He invited the siblings into the living room and brought the vanilla orchid out of his spatial ring. He placed it on the cloudwood coffee table. In an instant, a fragrance that smelled like orchids and musk wafted into the air and filled the entire villa. The temperature in the room rose as well. Needless to say, Duo had been nourishing this herb with the Flaming Sun Sutra all this while. 10-leaf. It's actually a 10-leaf cultivator? Xiang Chong stood up abruptly. Amidst his shock and bewilderment, he was exceptionally shocked. The extreme joy in his eyes caused his entire body to tremble. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, had a surprised expression on his face. 10-leaf? That can't be right? He remembered that when he and Zwa dug up the vanilla orchid, although it was a top-grade herb, it was only a 9-leaf cultivator. How did it sprout a 10-leaf cultivator in just a few days? Naturally, Swollen did not know that Zwa Duo had many high-end items in his spatial ring. Just the top-grade jade of astral souls in the spatial ring alone was a peerless item in the world. Under the nourishment, the vanilla orchid had benefited greatly. Moreover, Zwa Duo had nourished the vanilla orchid with the Flaming Sun Sutra many times. It was only natural that its quality had improved. Swollen. Zwa Duo chuckled. Since you're so eager to give it to the great beauty Xiang Bing, I'll give it to her for you. Li Chenglong, a man of steel, was dumbfounded. Why did I? On the other hand, Xiang Bing's face was flushed red. She stomped her feet angrily. However, the vanilla orchid was too important. She did not dare to be angry. Thank you, thank you. Xiang Chong was so excited that he began to stutter. An indescribable excitement rose in his heart, so much so that he could not stop trembling when he saw the vanilla orchid. Even now he was still trembling. He did not expect this great contribution to fall into his and his little sister's hands just like that. Gentlemen, I have to make a serious announcement. Li Chenglong was dazed for a long time. Finally, he said seriously, this vanilla orchid does not belong to me alone. It belongs to me and Zwa. It's true that I spent a lot of effort searching for this spiritual plant, but the fact that this spiritual plant can reach its current quality is all thanks to Boss Zwa's care. Therefore, this gift to the Xiang clan is naturally a gift from both of us. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing looked at each other and smiled from the bottom of their hearts. They said, of course, class monitor and vice class monitor. Zwa Duo said casually, we're all classmates. There's no need for pleasantries. Now it's more important to send it home. Why do I hear that not everyone wants old Master Xiang to be in good health? Yes. Zwa is right. After being reminded by Zwa Duo, Xiang Chong hurriedly took out his mobile phone and contacted his family. Now that they were in Zwa Duo's villa, they were naturally safe. In this place, no one in the whole of Fenghai would dare to be presumptuous. After all, the principal's house was just next door. However, if the siblings were to walk out without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, Xiang Chong was absolutely certain that in less than a minute, their corpses would be strewn on the streets, and the vanilla orchid would disappear without a trace. Well, it would be best if they did not know where it was. The probability of it being destroyed on the spot was more than 90%. After all, there was still a chance if they did not know where it was. How could those people give the Xiang family any chance? Xiang Chong's report on the phone ended very quickly. He did not say much. He took a picture of the vanilla orchid and sent it over. That was it. However, after half a minute or at most a minute, the sound of thunder could be heard. There was a loud rumble in the air, and a towering aura suddenly descended. The current master of the Xiang family, the backbone of the family, and the elders of the Xiang family flew over from 3 directions. They landed in the courtyard of the villa together. The leader was a burly man with a full beard. He strode towards the door. However, he did not push the door open directly. Instead, he raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. The door opened with a squeak. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong flashed out. Dad. Where is it? Let me see. The burly man was pleasantly surprised. He strode into the door. However, his height of 2.3 meters was too big. His forehead hit the door frame with a thud. With this collision he himself was fine, but the entire villa shook a little. He touched his head as if nothing had happened and walked into the living room quietly. He saw the vanilla orchid at first glance. The complete product. It's really the 10-leaf orchid. Chapter 393. The burly man's eyes shone brightly and his breathing stopped. After a long while, he took a deep breath and turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Class Monitor Zhuo, Vice Class Monitor Li, I'm Xiang Tianfei, the current head of the Xiang family. I'm also the father of Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong. I'm worried about the fragrant orchid grass and didn't realize my lack of manners. Please don't blame me. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked obedient and sensible. Uncle Xiang, what are you talking about? You're Lil Bing and Lil Chang's father, so you're Li Chenglong's and my elder. We're a family. How can you say that we're lacking in manners when we're a family? Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's eyes widened in an instant. That obedient looked really sensible. Coupled with that pink and tender face and that slightly shy blush, one couldn't help but have a feeling that this child is really good. Damn, here it is again. This is the Zhuo Xiaoduo from the Longhu ranking competition, when he faced the group of high martial arts teachers. He's really a 1,000-year-old fox. Whatever he pretends to be, he's exactly like it. The brother and sister were actually very impressed. The two admitted that they were far inferior to him in terms of his ability to change his expression at will. Xiang Tianfei was startled for a moment, then he burst into laughter. Good, not bad. In that case, Uncle won't stand on ceremony. This generous gift is really too much. Uncle will definitely repay you. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a sincere and honest look on his face, as if he had nothing to hide. What are you talking about, Uncle Xiang? You're too polite. We're already very happy that our family can use it. Especially Li Chenglong, I'm just afraid that our family can't use it. The previous sentence directly called him uncle, but this sentence directly referred to our family. It made one feel extremely close to him. Xiang Tianfei was stunned for a moment before he turned to look at Li Chenglong. His smile became even more affectionate. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said, Li Chenglong, that brat, we've been looking for this all the way here. He's exhausted himself. This guy is really lucky. You really found it? Uncle Xiang, since we're here, let's hurry up and take the vanilla orchid home. I heard from Li Chenglong that this herb is quite precious. It's best to take it as soon as possible. What's that saying again? A long night is fraught with dreams. Xiang Tianfei said repeatedly, not bad, not bad. Little Worm and Little Ice Egg are really lucky to have classmates like you. Since that's the case, Uncle Xiang won't stand on ceremony with you. My family has been waiting for this thing for more than 20 years. I'll send it home now. How can I miss such a good opportunity? Uncle Xiang, please. Xiang Tianfei smiled from the bottom of his heart. He picked up the vanilla orchid with both hands and put it into his spatial ring. Then, without stopping, he immediately took his leave. Outside the door, a total of 16 experts of the Xiang family stood in a defensive formation, waiting silently. The moment Xiang Tianfei stepped out of the door, he flew up into the sky without saying anything. The 16 people followed him in 2 rows, protecting Xiang Tianfei in the middle. They left in a flash like a storm. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing didn't leave with their father. Because Xiang Tianfei was in a hurry to use the herb, he didn't have time to talk about many substantive issues. For example, the price? How to thank him. Even if he didn't mention it, such a big matter couldn't be settled with a simple thank you. However, before the two of them could say anything, they heard Zhuo Xiaoduo laughing loudly, his whole body trembling. Little Worm, Little Ice Egg. These names are really beautiful. Zhuo Xiaoduo held his stomach and swayed from side to side. He was overjoyed. Ice Egg. Ice Egg. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's feelings of gratitude instantly froze. What replaced them was embarrassment and anger. Shut up. Xiang Bing's face turned red. She said angrily, who doesn't have a nickname? There are people called Gooden, Goshing, and Stinky. Don't you have a nickname? What's so funny? Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly, Ice Egg, you're right. I've only had one name since I was young, Xiaoduo. There's no other name. Xiaoduo's name is so simple and easy to understand. Ice Egg, let me tell you, your father and mother are insulting you. If I ran away from home earlier, I would have turned evil. Let me go back and fight with them. Xiang Bing was so angry that she almost had an asthma attack. Her eyes were as wide as copper bells. Zhuo Xiaoduo, don't go too far. Let me tell you, I'll ask my father to beat you. Ouch. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. It's possible before today, but after today your father definitely won't beat me. Do you believe me? Well, you definitely believe me. I guess even your brother won't dare to beat me now. What should I do? Why don't you ask Li Chenglong to beat me for you? Xiang Bing was so angry that her chest puffed up. She looked at Xiang Chong fiercely. Someone bullied your sister and you're just going to watch? Go and beat him up. Xiang Chong smiled bitterly. First, I really can't beat him up. He's our benefactor, a big benefactor. Second, if I can beat him. Even if he's my benefactor, I'll choose to beat him up first. Sai, let's not talk about other things. Class monitors was personality is really too weird. Xiang Chong was also from a big family. His experience and knowledge were far beyond ordinary martial cultivators. However, he had never seen or even heard of Zhou Xiaoduo's personality before. He really didn't want to die from anger. His previous sentence was polite, but in the next second he could anger you to death, drive you crazy and make you so angry that your liver hurts. He was kind and honest to his elders, but he was so cheap to his peers. Should I say it or not? I haven't eaten yet. I remember saying it just now, but it seems like no one took it seriously. I'm so sad. Zhou Xiaoduo turned to Li Chenglong and asked, Swollen, are you hungry? Li Chenglong, I'm hungry. He was also confused by Zhou Xiaoduo's actions. At this moment, his mind was in a daze as if he had fallen into 5 miles of fog. I heard that there's a very special restaurant in Fenghai City. Zhou Xiaoduo said with great interest. The ingredients in that restaurant are all astral beasts of the core formation stage and above. They use a special method to transfer the essence and spiritual energy of the astral beasts to the best piece of meat from the astral beasts. Then it's made into dishes that retain the essence and spiritual energy of the astral beasts to the greatest extent. As for the vegetarian dishes, almost all of them are spiritual plants and spiritual herbs that are more than 100 years old. The wine is also made from spiritual roots and spiritual fruits that are more than 100 years old. It's really tempting. After hearing this, Xiang Bing and Xiang Chang's little faces turned as pale as bitter gourds. When Li Chenglong heard the benefits, he naturally had to play along with Zhou Xiaoduo. He immediately showed a very interested and greedy look. Really? There's actually such a good place? Of course. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of reverie. He said with fascination, It sounds like a high-end restaurant. I wonder if anyone would be willing to treat us to a meal. Li Chenglong hesitated and said with uncertainty, It's just a meal. Don't you have that much magnanimity? That's not necessarily true. There are all kinds of people in this world. Zhou Xiaoduo said earnestly, Swollen, you have to change your character. You can't go on like this. You're already so old, why don't you have any social experience? In this world, people don't have to treat you to a meal just because you help them. What's the old saying? Treating you is a favor, but not treating you is reasonable. In our world, treating you is a favor, but not treating you is unreasonable. If you're unreasonable, then so be it. What can you do to them? Who knows, maybe he really did just say thank you and treat you to a meal. Zhou Xiaoduo said disdainfully, You're thinking too much. Li Chenglong grinned. That can't be right? Why can't it be? Usually the bill is paid with star origin coins. Do you know what the bill is in that restaurant? It's the mid-grade star-grade jade of astral souls, Swollen. Don't tell me you don't know the market value of mid-grade astral souls jade? So expensive. Zhou Xiaoduo was still going on and on. Xiang Chong couldn't take it anymore and quickly stopped him. I'll treat you. Class monitor Zhou. You must be tired. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal there. Take a rest. Really? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with suspicion. Really? Xiang Chong promised. How can I accept that? It's really expensive. Zhou Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. Xiang Chong felt that he couldn't keep up with Zhou Xiaoduo's train of thought. It's my duty. All right. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of embarrassment. I didn't expect you to treat me for a month. All right, a month it is. We'll just eat there at noon and in the afternoon. There's no need for breakfast. It should save you a lot of money. Xiang Bing sat on the ground and stared blankly. A month? Who said it's a month? Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo, you've gone too far. I'll kill you. Xiang Bing was furious. She couldn't take it anymore and pounced on Zhou Xiaoduo. Her 10 fingernails were shining and she hit Zhou Xiaoduo's face. Help. Zhou Xiaoduo fled. Li Chenglong had an idea and asked, Boss, do you need my help? Zhou, why did you say that Xiang Bing asked me to hit you? Why should I help her? We're on the same team. When Zhou Xiaoduo heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned for a moment and was almost scratched by Xiang Bing's sharp claws. As he fled, he stole a glance at Li Chenglong. Bro, you're not called the leader of the Iron God sect for nothing. I'm completely convinced. After another 40 minutes, the four of them set off and headed for the legendary first grade in the firmament. The reason why it took so long was mainly because Xiang Bing had to take care of herself. She went to the principal's house next door and used the principal's nutrition cabin to heal her injuries. Otherwise that you might as well kill a stunning beauty like Xiang Bing if you let her eat downtown with that crooked nose and swollen face. Chapter 394. First Grade of the Firmament. This was the name of the restaurant, extremely domineering. Mainly because it had the capital to be so domineering. In this restaurant there were no ordinary ingredients at all. There were all kinds of heavenly treasures and spiritual herbs, including special ingredients that were extremely hard to find in the depths of the ocean. From the innate realm to the unlimited star beast meat, theoretically speaking, as long as you ordered in advance, this restaurant would be able to get it for you. One must know that some high-level star beast meat could cause an Origin Core Grandmaster to explode with just one bite. This was enough to prove the huge amount of spiritual qi in this restaurant. However, to eat here not only did one need to make an appointment, one also needed to have a high enough cultivation base, and a large amount of jade of astral souls or other treasures that could be used to offset the price. It could be said that even the cheapest meal here, a bowl of white jade soul rice with a bowl of purple core grass soup, was not enough for an ordinary person at the bottom of the food chain. However, even though the price of the food was so high, there were always no empty seats here. Every day there were 3 halls. In the morning there were 9 tables for breakfast. In the afternoon there were 9 tables for lunch. In the evening there were still 9 tables for dinner. Other than that, there were also 9 tables that were not used easily. And that was all. This meant that the first grade of the firmament would only serve 9 tables of customers in the morning, afternoon, and evening market under normal circumstances, and those were the 9 tables that were not used easily. Only people above the royal god realm had the right to eat at these tables. Only cultivators above the royal god realm had the right to eat at these tables. If you were only at the cloud transformation realm, under normal circumstances where all 9 tables were full. Even if you were able to bid 100 million jade of astral souls, you would not be allowed to eat at these tables. How many royal gods were there in the entire Fenghai city? However, the first grade of the firmament would rather keep the tables empty. Sometimes the tables would be empty for a few months. The rules of the first grade of the firmament were so strict and domineering. The reason why they could go today was because Xiang Chong had called his father and asked for his membership card. Then he had asked the family to send a royal god realm cultivator to accompany them. Only then did they have the right to eat at the royal god realm seats. If they followed the normal procedure, there would be no seats. The ordinary seats below had already been queued up for a few months. They had arrived at the first grade of the firmament. There weren't any buildings in this area, only this small building. The area within a radius of a few thousand meters was filled with soft green grass. There wasn't even a single luxurious vehicle to be seen. Normally, those who could come here to eat had already surpassed this level. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong secretly looked at each other. This was a grade 1 from the heavens. Just based on its external appearance, it was already far above Phoenix City's highest grade club, Brilliant Sky. Fenghai was indeed worthy of being the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties. It was not something a small city at the border of Phoenix City could compare to. What a waste. Seeing a god-reigning expert bring 4 juniors to the top floor, the diners all had looks of pity on their faces. Even if he were to spoil a child, he shouldn't spoil her like this. It was reasonable for the god-controlling cultivators to go up, but why would those kids, who were at most in the embryonic breathing realm of the innate realm, go up? They couldn't even digest the meat of a nascent soul transformation stage star beast. Bringing them up to eat the meat of a primordial elixir realm star beast. Wasn't it a waste? However, they were rich and willful, especially with a god-controlling cultivator bringing them along. This was something that couldn't be said. This is my first time coming to this place. Xiang Chong looked like he had just arrived. He grimaced and actually looked timid. I've been here 3 times and I've always come with my father. Xiang Bing raised her hand and smiled proudly. Xiang Chong was speechless. Suddenly he felt that it was unfair in his heart. He brought his daughter here but not his son. He suddenly felt that he wasn't his biological son. Humph, are they really twins? It's too unfair. This place is so expensive. Li Chenglong obviously didn't understand why they had to come here for a meal. After all, from a normal point of view, just treating someone to a meal here was already a huge favor. Was it really worth it to waste their friendship on such a place? Xiang Chong started to order the dishes, and Zhou Xiaoduo started to read the introduction in the room. There were several thick books. After flipping through them, he passed the introduction to Li Chenglong and walked out. With an obedient and honest look, he went to the lobby manager to get close to him. The manager was very patient with the guests brought by the Xiang family. He answered all their questions patiently. After a short while, all the fragrant dishes were served. Zhou Xiaoduo also returned to his seat, satisfied with his inquiries. Eating was secondary. Gathering information was the main purpose. However, if he didn't come with the Xiang family, Zhou Xiaoduo would have to wait at least half a year to eat here with his own ability. This was already the most optimistic estimate. He ate his meal with a satisfied expression and even drank some wine. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong said goodbye and left. Not bad, not bad. Bing Dan, our little worm, from now on, we don't owe the Xiang family anything. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and waved his hand. Together with Li Chenglong, they disappeared into the crowd. Behind them, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing didn't have time to react. They didn't understand the meaning of Zhou Xiaoduo's words. They just waved their hands subconsciously, and Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong disappeared. These two classmates of yours are really not simple characters. Behind them, the middle-aged man who accompanied them to eat all the way said. This man was also tall and sturdy. His curly beard was almost the same as Xiang Tianfei's. The only difference was that he was a few centimeters shorter, his beard wasn't as thick, and his eyes weren't as dignified and sharp. Second uncle, what's wrong? Xiang Chong was still puzzled. This was Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's second uncle, the younger brother of the head of the Xiang family, Xiang Tianxiang. When they were eating just now, they introduced each other briefly. After that, they didn't talk much. This was a meal for the younger generation to get closer to each other. Xiang Tianxiang was very clear about his position. He was really just an accompaniment, a tool that allowed them to have such a meal. At this time, he couldn't put on the dignity of an elder. Instead, he had to reduce his sense of existence as much as possible. First, he seemed to deliberately take advantage of you to give you a sense of balance. You feel that you won't owe him much in the future in school. This is taking care of your feelings. Otherwise, if you're in the same class and have to face two classmates who owe each other a big favor every day, you too will unconsciously feel inferior. Also, you'll always be in a disadvantageous position psychologically. This is extremely detrimental to your state of mind. If that's the case, the friendship of giving the vanilla orchid won't be maximized. Because you don't get along well with the two of you, there will always be grudges between you and the Xiang family. More or less, there will always be regrets. Therefore, this meal was arranged. From your eyes, you can see that he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't know that things are expensive. He's eager for quick success and instant benefits. He's taking advantage of your kindness and taking advantage of you. Thus, you've reached a balance in your hearts. Because you've indeed paid a huge price, you don't owe each other anything. Everyone is equal. After all, you've paid a sky-high price for this meal. Ordinary people may not be able to afford it even if they save for a lifetime. Don't you understand? The main purpose of this meal is to take care of your feelings. It's purely for the two of you. It's not that he wants to eat or take advantage of you. Do you understand? Xiang Tianxiang saw things very clearly. This was the value of a mature adult, as well as an experienced and knowledgeable person. I still don't understand. Second uncle, what you said is so confusing. Xiang Bing was still confused. Idiot. Xiang Tianxiang reprimanded without any trace of politeness. He genuinely wants to be friends with you. He doesn't just want to be your benefactor. That's why he said that last sentence. From now on, he and your Xiang clan don't owe each other anything. Xiang Tianxiang recalled the whole process of the meal. This kid has an exquisite heart. He's talented. Even if you try to learn from him, you won't be able to learn it. There's really no comparison between people. The brother and sister lowered their heads and pondered. Think about it carefully. Even if he said that we don't owe each other anything and dispelled any possible discomfort between the two of you, in reality, can our Xiang clan really erase this favor? Our Xiang clan owes him a huge favor. But this favor is owed by the entire Xiang clan. It doesn't include the two of you. From now on, this favor has nothing to do with the two of you. Brilliant. You've preserved the existence of the favor and taken care of your classmate's self-esteem. Moreover, you've also obtained the information he wanted. Xiang Tianxiang sighed. These two classmates of yours are both shrewd. You must get along well with them in the future. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing nodded. Xiang Bing's face twisted. She said, "Second uncle. You said that this guy took care of our self-esteem. Didn't you hear during the meal just now? He's a bastard. Every word he says makes others feel uncomfortable. It's as if he feels uncomfortable. How annoying." She recalled how Zhou Xiaoduo said little worm, and ice egg, just now. Xiang Bing still felt that her hands were itchy. She really wanted to beat him up. A faint smile appeared on Xiang Tianxiang's face as he said, "That's right. Every word he says makes you want to beat him up uncontrollably. But you just want to beat him up, right? Have you ever thought of killing him?" Xiang Bing was startled. "Why would I kill him? We're on good terms. Why would I want to kill him?" "You're on good terms? Didn't you say that he's a bastard? Why can't I kill such an annoying guy?" Xiang Tianxiang continued to smile. "It's not that bad. I just want to beat him up." Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong answered at the same time. "If someone wants to kill him or deal with him, what will you do?" Xiang Tianxiang asked again. "Of course I'll save him." The two answered at the same time. Xiang Tianxiang laughed. However, he only laughed along the way. He didn't say anything else. When the two asked, he only said, "Think about it yourself." Chapter 395. Then, he laughed heartily to himself as if he had encountered something funny. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were confused. "Brother, why do you think Zhou Xiaoduo asked about the source of those ingredients?" Xiang Bing secretly asked Xiang Chong. Xiang Chong could not figure it out either. He pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know. Maybe he hasn't seen it in his hometown and wants to broaden his horizons. That's why he asked. That's normal. Phoenix City is too remote." Xiang Tianxiang followed them with his hands behind his back. At this moment he finally could not help but look at his nephew and niece. He sighed and said, "Tonight, second uncle has something that you must remember." "Second uncle, please say it." "People like Zhou Xiaoduo won't say anything meaningless." Xiang Tianxiang said, "Do you two really remember it? Although it's only a meal tonight, it means a lot to the two of you. I hope that the two of you can think about it carefully from the very beginning. Think about what each sentence means, what purpose it has, what effect it can have. Who is being taken care of, who is being praised, who is being highlighted. The feelings of both sides, the feelings. Why would such a person ask about the source of ingredients for no reason?" As Xiang Tianxiang spoke, he also sighed. What a monster. At least, when he was their age, he would never have thought of so many things. He would never have been able to do such a thorough thing. Why did Zhou Xiaoduo pass those thick introductory books to Li Chenglong after reading them? And when Li Chenglong read those books, he seemed to take longer than Zhou Xiaoduo and read them very carefully. Could it be? Thinking of this, Xiang Tianxiang was shocked by his own thoughts. Could it be that there was something that he hadn't seen completely? At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were strolling in the downtown area. Fenghai City was different from Phoenix City. This city was much bigger and the nightlife was also very rich. Although it was already 10 o'clock at night, the street they were strolling on was still crowded with people. The shops on both sides of the street were also brightly lit and filled with people. "It's so prosperous." Zhou Xiaoduo was dazzled and could not help but exclaim. Li Chenglong followed from the side and said softly, "Back then, during our first trial, we obtained a lot of resources in one go and exchanged them for a large amount of contribution points. Old headmaster, he came to talk to me." Zhou Xiaoduo walked forward slowly as if he did not hear him. "At that time, the principal asked me how I found so many treasures. Was it a coincidence or some other reason? I told him the truth," Li Chenglong said. "Then the principal told me that Xiang Quangren, the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, was poisoned by the water of the River of Forgetfulness. Then he told me to do my best to find a suitable vanilla orchid. Even if I couldn't come to Hidden Dragon High School, I had to find a way to help you find it and pave the way for you. So, when you said that the vanilla orchid was mine, it was wrong. It belonged to both of us," Li Chenglong said. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and said, "Why didn't Grandma he tell me?" Li Chenglong snorted and said, "Who doesn't know that you're a money grubber? If I really told you, even if we found it in advance, you might have sold it. I really don't know how to explain it to the principal." Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and said unhappily, "Am I that kind of person?" Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, "You're that kind of person. You're the kind of person who always maximizes benefits. A bird in the hand is worth 10 in the bush. Today when I saw you push things to me, I felt that something was wrong. I know that you want to build up some connections for me, but that's not necessary. When we came together. When we leave, we have to leave together. There's you and me and vice versa. No matter what happens, we'll shoulder it together. If there's any benefit, we'll naturally enjoy it together. Li Qinglong said calmly, I know what you're thinking, but I don't need to differentiate between us. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, if you don't need to, then you don't need to. Look at how serious you are. It's as if I've done something to you. Are you afraid that I'll abandon you? Li Qinglong snorted and said, do you think I don't know you? No, no one knows what you're thinking in your heart. Don't be fooled by your cheerful face as if you don't care about anything. You're a person with a deep heart. Only sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. You're reasonable, but you're only reasonable to your own people. Li Qinglong sighed softly and said, Zhou, you've never purposely shown your intelligence. In fact, you're not necessarily worse than me in terms of meticulousness. In terms of the ways of the world, you're much better than me. I don't want any misunderstandings between us. We'll always be the closest person to each other who can turn their backs to each other. Li Qinglong said seriously. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and patted Li Qinglong on the shoulder. He said, it's such a beautiful night. Let's talk about something happy. Don't make it sound like I'm bullying you. Li Qinglong snorted and said, you're making it sound like you're bullying me. There's someone selling cotton candy in front. Zhou Xiaoduo said excitedly, I'll buy you a cotton candy. Come, little swollen, give me a smile. Li Qinglong was not teased by him, but he was made to spit out the tea when he suddenly laughed at the system. Get lost. You dare to tease me. Do you believe that I'll really deal with you when I get back? Amidst the banter, the two teenagers happily walked through the crowd. A small crisis that could not even be considered a crisis quietly passed by. Just as Li Qinglong said, although Zhou Xiaoduo acted cheekily every day, he understood everything in his heart. In fact, he understood it better than Li Qinglong. If Li Qinglong had just gone with the flow and accepted the fact that the vanilla orchid belonged to him, then he would have received the Xiang family's support. What Li Qinglong could have received was the support of the Xiang family in exchange for the Phoenix City's Li family's prosperity. He could have also married into the Xiang family in the future and had a smooth life. Moreover, Li Qinglong's aptitude was not bad and his knowledge was profound. It was expected that he would reach a high position in the future. However, he would have lost a true friend because of this. A true brother would have become an ordinary friend. Perhaps in a short period of time, the two of them could still play around and have a good relationship. However, they would never be able to return to the sincere feelings they had when they were in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. Because at that time the two of them got it together. Although a brother did not care and let you enjoy it alone, if you really enjoyed it alone, you were insensible. How many friendships would be destroyed over such a small matter? Li Qinglong saw this point very clearly. Perhaps Zhou Xiaoduo really did not care, but Li Qinglong could not pretend that Zhou Xiaoduo did not care. Because even if they were brothers, they could not bask in the limelight endlessly. That would not last long. When Zhou Xiaoduo denied it in the first sentence and agreed in the second sentence, Li Qinglong had a feeling that something was amiss, so he hurriedly explained. When Zhou Xiaoduo proposed to buy cotton candy for Li Qinglong and flirt with him, it meant that he really did not care. By the way, since you've explained it, I'll accept it. As Li Qinglong said, there was only sincerity in a brother's friendship. If you give sincerity, you'll get sincerity in return. However, sincerity was the hardest thing to give. Perhaps the old principal had really instructed him, or perhaps Li Qinglong's family had received the news. Zhou Xiaoduo did not intend to ask about these. This was no longer important. Swollen was still swollen. This was a person who treated him sincerely and was on his side. It was enough to know this. Why should he get to the bottom of it? The two strolled back and bought a lot of things. There was a lot of food and toys. Of course, most of them were for fun. Li Qinglong took a fancy to a transparent, snow-white dog jade sculpture. When he wanted to buy it as a decoration, he was strongly opposed by Zhou Xiaoduo like never before. Li Qinglong really liked it, but Zhou Xiaoduo also sincerely opposed it. The two almost got into a fight because of this. In the end, Li Qinglong succumbed to Zhou Xiaoduo's abuse of power. He was angry but did not dare to say anything, so he gave up on this good feeling. He really did not understand. That white jade dog jade sculpture was so beautiful. Why did Zhou Xiaoduo not like it? This person was really strange. No one followed us. Li Qinglong's first sentence when he returned to the villa was, I remember that we have a lot of enemies in Fenghai. No one will deal with us for the time being. Zhou Xiaoduo was very sure. He said lightly, if we die or something happens to us as soon as we arrive in Fenghai, I dare to guarantee that none of the families in Fenghai will survive. There is no need for other forces to make a move. The Hidden Dragon High School will be the first to make a move. They can't afford to lose this face. If they can't protect us when we arrive in Fenghai, no genius students will choose the Hidden Dragon High School in the future. And those clans who have a grudge against us are not fools. Not only will they not act rashly, but they will also think of ways to protect us. It's still the same reason as before. If their enemies cause harm to us, they will still be the ones to suffer in the end. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, so for at least 3 months we will be safe and sound. We can play as much as we want. That makes sense. Li Chenglong immediately said, Zhou, I found that this Hidden Dragon High School is not simple. In these 2 days I have inquired a lot of information. This Hidden Dragon High School's upper management is almost the core of a storm. Can you be more specific? Zhou Xiaoduo lay on the sofa. The entire Hidden Dragon High School's upper management includes 1 principal and 8 vice principals. 1 is the head of martial arts, 1 is the head of literature, 1 is the head of teaching, 1 is the head of weapons, and 1 is the head of tactics. Li Chenglong began to list the information he received in the past few days. Among the 8 vice principals under the principal, the first one is Xiang Bing's great-grandfather, Xiang Quangren. He is also the sworn brother of the current principal, Yi Changqing. He is a hardcore supporter. If it wasn't for the fact that he was besieged and plotted against by the Umno Alliance more than 20 years ago, he would still be the second person in the Hidden Dragon High School. In that battle, although Xiang Quangren defeated his opponent, he was splashed with the water of the River of Forgetfulness. Since then, his body has been smelly and it is difficult for him to appear in public. Otherwise, the Hidden Dragon High School would not have become the chaotic situation it is today. Rumor has it that there are other suspicious points in this matter. The one who did it is said to be the Umno Alliance. However, this matter has not been confirmed. Li Chenglong's eyes flashed. You must know that a few decades ago the Hidden Dragon clan was at its peak. It was a good time for the clan to be at its peak. Several clans in Shangjing were racking their brains. They wanted to insert people into the Hidden Dragon clan. There were also a few local clans who were working on this matter. Li Chenglong revealed a sinister smile. 7 chapters, begging for monthly votes to make up for the previous 2 days. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. Subscription. Thank you. Chapter 396. Zhou Xiaoduo remained silent. Ever since Vice Principal Xiang was poisoned by the water of the River of Forgetfulness, there were 3 major changes in the Hidden Dragon High School. First, a Vice Principal Lu escorted supplies and students to the Sun Moon Pass. First, it was for the students to gain experience, and second, it was to provide talents for the army. However, they were attacked on the way. It was said that the attackers were from the Umno Alliance. Vice Principal Lu did everything he could to protect the students on this trip, but his cultivation was crippled, and the 3 teachers who accompanied him were all killed in battle. However, they held on until the reinforcements arrived. All the students were safe and sound. When Vice Principal Lu came back, he was already on the verge of death. Although he managed to keep his life in the end, he had no choice but to resign from his position and retire in the family quarters. After a month, another Vice Principal Shi went out for a meal. It was just an ordinary dinner. However, he was inexplicably poisoned by the immortal intoxication. Finally, he was found in a room in the red light district with a naked woman lying beside him. Coincidentally, the reporters rushed in first, and then the people of Star Shield also rushed in. In just one night, the whole internet was boiling. The scandal of the corruption of the Vice Principal's ethics was immediately spread everywhere. Vice Principal Shi took the blame and resigned. He disappeared from Fenghai City. 19 years ago, during the Battle of the Sun Moon Pass, a masked warrior broke into the battle at the critical moment. He fought against 23 Umno Alliance soldiers and stabilized the precarious battle line. However, he unfortunately died in the battle. His body was smashed into pieces. Later, a DNA test confirmed that he was Vice Principal Shi Yunfeng. In the will left by Vice Principal Shi, there was only one sentence. I am willing to sacrifice myself to serve my country. Can I get my innocence back? Li Chenglong sighed as he said this. Vice Principal Shi participated in the battle with a mask. He started as an ordinary soldier. That year, he was ranked first among the top 10 desperados of the Eastern Army. After his death, his real identity was exposed. Marshal Dongfang was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. However, Vice Principal Shi's classmates were his classmates. After Vice Principal Shi's accident, his classmates and their families all died at home the next day. None of them were spared, and there was no trace left behind. And it's precisely because of the death of his classmates' entire families that the netizens speculated that it was Vice Principal Shi's revenge. As for that whore, her entire family died that very night. This matter has become an unsolved case. Even if Marshal Dongfang intervened, he wouldn't be able to find out the truth that was buried back then. As for the third matter, it was about Vice Principal Cheng, who was ranked last. Not long after Vice Principal Yu Shi's accident, his 2 beloved granddaughters were raped and killed. His 3 grandsons all died in the mouths of star beasts when they went out to train. Vice Principal Cheng resigned and disappeared from Fenghai. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that he is still in Fenghai. For more than 10 years, he has been investigating openly and secretly, intending to find out the truth of the case that year. However, it is also true that Vice President Cheng did not enter the Hidden Dragon School and left a vacancy. Hidden Dragon School in less than a year has lost 4 vice principals in a row. Li Chenglong sighed softly. Zhua, now do you understand how deep the waters of Hidden Dragon School are? Zhua Xiaoduo said indifferently, what I am more interested in now is who is filling in. The first vice principal to fill in is Vice Principal Wei. He has a good relationship with Hidden Dragon School. Not only did he come from Hidden Dragon School, he was also Principal Yi Changqing's classmate. He was originally the Chief of Staff of Shangjing Garrison District, and now he is replacing Vice Principal Xiang's position. The second Vice Principal is surnamed Wu. It is said that he is a direct descendant of Shangjing's Wu clan. This Vice Principal came through manipulation. It is said that the Wu Yintian you killed, and this Vice Principal Wu's Wu clan are from the same clan. It is just that they are from the same direct descendant, a branch. The third Vice Principal to fill in was originally Shangjing's Ancestral Dragon School's teaching director. His surname is Liu. The last Vice Principal to fill in is surnamed Gao. He came from Shangjing's Gao clan. The Gao sisters you killed were from Shangjing's Gao clan's branch in Fenghai City. According to seniority, they are Vice Principal Gao's great-granddaughters. Originally, there was a rumor that these sisters caught Vice Principal Gao's eye. If they had good results in the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, they would be recorded as direct descendants of the main clan. Unfortunately, once they are impermanent, everything will be for naught. Li Chenglong shook his head and sighed, no wonder the 2 of us received such high treatment. The other students are squeezed into a dormitory, but the 2 of us have a villa. Moreover, it is right next to the principal's house. It is the principal's property. So this whirlpool is not shallow. Zhua Xiaoduo pondered for a long time. He did not speak. Why don't we transfer schools? Li Chenglong was not joking. He was sincere. After careful consideration, he put forward this suggestion. This was only mentioning the 4 vice principals. The other important positions, such as the head teachers of each class, had not been mentioned. The heads of the various departments had not been mentioned. Chapter 397. Li Chenglong sat on the sofa, still feeling indignant and unable to calm down for a long time. His lungs were about to explode from anger. When he first heard these things, Li Chenglong already felt like he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Now that it came out of his own mouth, he became even angrier. He faintly heard Zhua Xiaoduo murmur a sentence. It's just that these people have never met unreasonable people before. Li Chenglong was stunned. Zhua Xiaoduo had already gone upstairs and disappeared. Li Chenglong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. For a moment, his hair stood on end, because he thought of something. Zhua Xiaoduo seemed to have never reasoned with anyone other than his own people. Even if he occupied the absolute height of reason, he still never said anything reasonable from his mouth. The so-called reason did not exist with Zhua Xiaoduo. Including that time when Li Chenglong was beaten up by students from other classes, Zhua Xiaoduo blocked the door to beat him up. The reason was completely on Zhou Xiaoduo's side, but Zhou Xiaoduo had never tried to be reasonable from the beginning to the end, and dealt with it in a normal way. I'm here to beat people up or to be beaten up, not to reason. This was Zhou Xiaoduo's style of doing things. Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand Zhou Xiaoduo's meaning. They had already used such dirty means and they still wanted to look for evidence everywhere, and then take action after getting the evidence? In this world, how could there be so much reason to talk? As long as they were sure that they were on the opposite side, they just had to fight. One by one, there would be a time when they were right. It's a pity that our current strength is far from enough. If only Zhou and I were at the cultivation level above the God-reigning realm, we could ignore everything else and directly fight. Li Chenglong muttered to himself. Zhou Xiaoduo went upstairs and sat in front of the window. He wanted to calm his heart that was about to explode from the excitement just now. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Then he suddenly did a few somersaults on the bed and hummed a little tune. Come on, it's fun. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Then he winked at the mirror. Woof woof woof. Wahaha. He really succeeded in making himself laugh. His gloomy mood was swept away. Only then did he take out the void extermination pagoda from his spatial ring. He put on all the weights that could be worn. He took out the training hammer from his ring and entered the Tower of Annihilation in a flash. The sound of the wind rose rapidly in the Tower of Void Extermination. But Zhou Xiaoduo's bedroom was silent. In the morning, Class 1 officially started their first class. The whole class found that when Xingtian didn't seem energetic today. He even looked a little tired and dispirited. His whole person seemed to be haggard. Teacher Wen went to the podium and was silent for a while. He called out 4 or 5 people in a row and used his primordial chi to check the meridians of these people again. He was silent for a long time and said, "Your cultivation methods still need to be changed. After days of fighting, I found that I neglected a very important thing after analyzing your performance in the battle. That is, cultivation aptitude and personal intelligence are not equal. So, the few of you still need to change." When Xingtian paused and said, "Later, I will personally take you to the Pavilion of Martial Arts and choose a few secret books. The kind that doesn't need to use your brains." The true meaning of this sentence was very funny, but no one in the class laughed. Everyone could see that when Xingtian had racked his brains and spent a lot of effort in these 3 days of testing. The current situation of each student was firmly engraved in his heart. Then he carried out a comprehensive analysis. Everyone's name, height, weight, age when they started, what stage they were at, what achievements they had, the original direction of cultivation, how they changed to other cultivation methods, the best time to cut in. What kind of evaluation were the 3 touches and 5 comments, what level they were at, and what kind of talent they had. Who had habitual movements in the fist art, who had what kind of subconscious reactions in battle, whether they were good at dealing with different kinds of opponents. Who had long arms, who had short legs, who had long upper body and short lower body, who had short upper body and short lower body, who had short upper body and short lower body, who had strong bridge and horse but lacked flexibility, who was overly flexible but had an unstable foundation, who had excessive pursuit of power, who had excessive pursuit of skill, who had a cold personality, who had a strong desire to kill, who had a big picture view, who was worthy of the student's reliance. Who was suitable to use a saber, who was suitable to use a sword, who was suitable to use other weapons, who was suitable for assassination, who was suitable to be trained as an assassin, who could be trained as a shadow, who could be trained as a general or a commander. Who was suitable to be a spy and carry out special missions. If they were to form a team, other than those who had already formed their own teams, who was the most suitable to form a team with and who could complement each other the most. When Xingtian had sorted out all of the above-mentioned matters once through. Now, it could be said that except for Zhou Xiaoduo, all of the 35 students, himself, his parents and his original teacher, did not know as much as when Xingtian. The effort he had put into this was unimaginably vast. For the past 3 days, the students had been fighting non-stop and cultivating non-stop. When Xingtian, on the other hand, had not closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. He had been paying attention to the students and paying attention to every detail of the students. Every student was a book. Some were easy to read and understand and easy to set up. Some were like a deep pool that could not be immediately seen to the bottom. They needed to be explored, analyzed, and targeted. How can it be so easy to be a teacher, especially a teacher of high martial arts? This was what the old teacher in charge of the teaching group had said when Xingtian had first joined the school. In the martial arts schools below, many of the teachers' cultivation levels are not high and their skills are limited. It is very easy for them to teach the students astray. They will impart their own habits, movements, and mistakes to the students. Therefore, in the first month of high martial arts school, the initial period is the most precious. You must discover all of their mistakes during this time and correct them as much as possible. In the first month of high-intensity battles, do not worry about the students getting hurt. Especially remember, in battles between people with similar cultivation levels, if there are frequent situations of rapid defeat or serious injury, the loser must have a major flaw or fatal mistake. The main purpose of the first month is to fix, to change, to straighten all these crooked trees. But for those students with strong personalities, do not force them to fix. Just let their personalities grow wild. Even if you die of exhaustion within the first week, you must grasp all the information of all the students. Not only must you memorize it in your heart, but you must also engrave it in your mind and heart. In the past, when a teacher saw his own disciple fighting with the enemy on the battlefield, he should have won. But because of a habit that the teacher did not notice, he exposed a flaw and finally died in the hands of the enemy. He felt guilty for the rest of his life. He regretted it for the rest of his life. You must put your heart into it. You can be strict, you can scold, you can mock, you can use any method you want. But no matter what method you use, you must put your heart into it. Put your heart into correcting the flaws of your students, correct the shortcomings of your students. Give your all to your students, because the future of the entire continent is in your hands. That year the old teacher's words echoed in Wen Xingtian's mind day and night. Since the battle at the Sun Moon Pass that year, he had injured his meridians and felt that there was no hope for him to reach the top in this life. But thinking of his own talent and fighting experience, he was not willing to be buried in the battlefield like this, so he turned back to teach at the Hidden Dragon School. After 700 years of teaching, the number of students who came out under Wen Xingtian's tutelage had long been unknown. Perhaps there were high and low cultivation levels, big and small abilities, but none of them had any basic flaws or unnecessary actions. He was like a repairman who was strict to the point of almost obsessive-compulsive disorder. He trimmed each tree until it was straight to the point where it could grow into a tree. He nurtured each and every baby eagle until it could fly in the sky and absorb nutrients in the sky to grow. Then he let it fly and soar in the sky. The Hidden Dragon School was plagued by internal and external troubles. Evil winds and evil spirits attacked from all sides, but it was still able to stand tall among the three great martial artists. It was because the Hidden Dragon School had such a group of brilliant teachers who could not be defeated and could not be defeated. All of them were the dreamlike strength of the high school that Yi Changqing had painstakingly brought up single-handedly. As the saying goes, a great teacher must have a great teacher before having a great teacher. This was a matter of order. There were many teachers like this in the Hidden Dragon School. Every one of them poured their heart and blood into their students. Every graduation season, the ones who cried the most often were not the students but these teachers. This was because they had poured too much heart and blood into their students. They did not cry for departing but for their own students. Once they left, those students who rushed to the battlefield would not survive for 10 years. The piles of bones that were sacrificed on the battlefield and turned into tombstones were filled with the heart and blood of the teachers of the Hidden Dragon School. Every death affected the hearts of the teachers. Every year, the teachers of the Hidden Dragon School would organize a group to go to the frontline cemetery to visit their deceased students. A teacher held onto his student's tombstone and cried bitterly, "I only hate that I taught you too well. Your bones are too hard. Child, even if you take a step back, so what?" In these 3 days and 3 nights, Wen Xingtian had created 36 files for each of his students. In the future, he would continue to add to the files as he discovered them. This was his compulsory course. He would do this homework every time he taught a new class, from now until the graduation season. At that time, every student's file would be at least a foot thick. The amount of heart and blood he had spent on this was unimaginable. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Zuo. After he had finished creating Zuo's file, he threw it aside. There is only one way to deal with this bitch, and that is to ruthlessly beat him up. When Xingtian looked at Zuo's eyes with great interest, this was a sign that he could go all out. Maybe some people will think that this chapter is too lame. Chapter 398. Zuo sat at the front. He felt that Teacher Wen was looking at him in a weird way. He felt more and more restless, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Why do I have a bad feeling? This feeling is even worse than when I faced Teacher Qin that day. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered in his heart. He could feel more and more that his homeroom teacher, Teacher Wen, was full of malice towards him, the freshly minted class monitor. Wen Xingtian's condition did not look good, but his actions were still swift and decisive. The first thing he did was to divide the students into 9 groups. The groups were not evenly distributed according to the number of people. For example, Zhou Xiaoduo was in a single group. Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Meng Zhangjun, Pai Yibao, Yu Yin'er, Hao Han were in the second group. Then there was Xiang Bing, Zhen Piapiao, Jia Kuang, and the others in the first group. The 9 groups were divided according to the current cultivation level and combat strength level of the individual. They were divided into 9 levels. This grouping is not fixed. Everyone can move forward to the next group. Whoever you can defeat, you can get 100 points from the target's current points as a reward for your victory. Everyone rubbed their palms together when they heard about the reward and punishment system. Teacher, what about me? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. He was in the first group and there was no higher target. Who would he need to defeat to get points? Could it be that anyone could beat him? That would be awesome. You? When Xingtian said lightly, you are the target of everyone in the class. Anyone who defeats you will get 1,000 points. After all, you are the class monitor and the chief. Of course, there will be a special reward for defeating you. Considering that your strength is far above the other students can join forces to defeat you. It will be fine as long as there are no more than 10 of them. Oh right, you can't take the initiative to challenge anyone because your goal is to defeat me. If you can defeat me, my 7 million points in the Hidden Dragon High School will all be yours. Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. 7 million points? What a great temptation, but your cultivation base is at the pinnacle of the royal god realm. With my shallow cultivation base, if I want to defeat you, let's not talk about how long it will take, but at the very least, it won't be something that can be done in 3 to 5 years, right? Most likely he had used this trick to fool the previous first seats of the class, right? In the end, wasn't your 7 million yuan still the same? Cunning old fox, too cunning. Also, why do I have to lose 1,000 points every time I lose? Even if the others can't beat me, they can team up. What if I'm not in a good state and get knocked out by them? Wouldn't I lose a lot? Fuck, this was clearly discrimination, blatant discrimination. Zhou Xiaoduo was not convinced, but he did not dare to say anything. He could tell that when Xingtian's eyes were scanning his face with malicious intent. If he said one more word, he would become Wen Xingtian's punching bag. A gentleman does not fight when the odds are against him. At this moment when he could easily get beaten up, masters would decisively back down. As expected, Wen Xingtian looked very disappointed. Next was the martial arts theory class. Wen Xingtian taught the students not only by words, but also by example. For an experienced teacher like him, his rich experience in teaching was really to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. He could give countless examples according to each student's background, family, experience, and personality. He could give countless examples that were almost tailor-made for each student. The first time the students heard it, they would be able to hear it and remember it for the rest of their lives. After 2 hours of teaching, he took the students to the special martial arts field of Class 1. He messed up the order and started the fight again. After that, he continued to mess up the order and fight without any difference. Zhou Xiaoduo was free at this time. He was alone on the side training with weights. Wen Xingtian did not care about him. Right now, all his attention was on the other students. He realized that among all the students in Class 1, there were only 2 students who had the least amount of problems, or rather, almost none at all. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. These 2 guys did not have any fancy moves when fighting. Once they made a move, they went straight for the vital points. They treated the fight as if it was a real fight and the opponent was an enemy. When Xingtian admired the teacher who taught Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. This kind of fighting foundation almost did not need to be fixed. A student who did not have any flaws on his body was really rare. Even Li Chenglong, who was slightly weaker, was very good at seeking luck and avoiding danger in a fight. Seeking luck and avoiding danger here referred to the sense of danger and the choice to deal with the opponent's attack. If the opponent's attack was not dodged in time, he would make a judgment at the first moment and choose the position that would consume the least energy and not affect his counterattack to deal with the enemy's attack. This characteristic was too rare. One had to go through countless battles and reflect on his own shortcomings after each battle to come to a conclusion. He had to integrate this experience into his body and turn it into instinct. Compared to these 2 people, There were also people who had more outstanding performances, such as Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhangjun, and a few other children of aristocratic families. During the fight, every movement they showed was mixed with a kind of beauty. The women were more elegant, while the men were more chic. Although their movements were all inadvertent, it made the onlookers feel that it was very pleasing to the eye. They were full of heartfelt admiration. Smooth and natural like moving clouds and flowing water. They were indeed children of aristocratic families. However, when Xingtian only snorted at this kind of performance, disdaining it, beautiful. What was the use of it on the battlefield? Do you know how much effort you've put in for this posh? It required the cooperation of the whole body to achieve that kind of beauty. But on the battlefield, could beauty and chic kill people? Or would the enemy be merciful because they thought you were handsome and beautiful? Would you not win when you should win and not kill when you could? The plot of not killing because of one's looks had always only appeared in novels. In a real battlefield, only the one who survived to the end would be the winner. Lying on the ground, no matter how beautiful, was still a corpse. When Xingtian spoke casually as he watched the battle. At the side, the teaching assistant was quickly taking notes. Every word and sentence was recorded in the book. Suddenly, when Xingtian rushed into the battlefield in a flash and slapped Xiang Chong 7 to 8 meters away, Xiang Chong was stunned and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. When you retreated to dodge just now, you could have avoided me by stepping back. Why did you add a backflip? Are you retarded? When Xingtian's face was stern. I've already observed your movements 3 times. When you encounter a similar move, you will definitely use a chic backflip. When you don't need to turn sideways, you must twist your waist sideways. Are you fucking fighting or dancing? Also, when you attack, you must have one hand in front and one hand behind. If you attack with the front hand and defend with the back hand, it's fine. But your hands behind your back are used to make cool poses the entire time. Who taught you such a bad habit? Someone like you still wants to join the army? Even if there is a day when you can set foot on the battlefield, you'll have to fight on one side and die on the other side. You'll have a funeral for your family immediately. When Xingtian's words were harsh and sharp, Xiang Chong was dizzy from the slap. He was stunned for a long time before he said, "This? I've been practicing like this since I was young. Do you know what it means to advance and retreat like lightning, to send and receive at lightning speed without any sloppiness? What's the use of your sloppy movements? Are you trying to be cool or handsome? Are you here to go to school or to flirt with girls? No wonder your Xiang family's reputation has been getting weaker and weaker these years. Since Vice Principal Xiang retired, all of you have started to change from the Overlord family to the Bai family, right? You're like this and so is your sister. Is this the current style of the Overlord Xiang family?" When Xingtian's voice was stern. "If you do this again, I'll break your legs and throw you back home. Do you think I won't dare?" "Well said." A majestic voice sounded from behind. Zuo followed the voice and saw an old man with gray hair and beard at the entrance of the martial arts gym. Although the person had gray hair and beard, he stood there like a towering mountain. His height was no less than 2 meters, and his stature was so imposing that it was hard to believe. He was as straight as a mountain, unshakable. That domineering and majestic aura gave people a feeling of invincibility at first glance. "Thank you, Teacher Wen." The old man's voice was as loud as a bell. "What kind of bullshit is this bunch of brats practicing? I just finished teaching those brats at home a lesson, and when I came over, I was so angry that I almost fainted. They deserve to be beaten up." They only know what real combat is after being beaten up so many times. Hearing this voice, it wasn't hard to guess that this was Vice Principal Xiang, who couldn't go out because of the water from the River of Forgetfulness. This old man's face was still a little pale, but the domineering aura that overflowed from his body already showed the power of a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains. He really lived up to his reputation. When Xingtian turned his head and said without any trace of politeness, "Vice Principal Xiang, congratulations on finally stepping into the Hidden Dragon High School. But I've taught for so many years and I've never allowed outsiders to watch. Even more so, I don't allow outsiders to point fingers. Do you want to go out yourself or do you want me to send you out?" Hearing this, all the students immediately praised the teacher in their hearts. So awesome. This was directly driving the vice principal out without any hesitation. "Teacher Wen, did you forget that your level is not as high as his?" Xiang Kuangren didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he smiled apologetically and said, "I'm here this time to see 2 people." When Xingtian frowned. It's your business who you want to see, but right now you're delaying my teaching. Please, let's talk after class. Xiang Kuangren coughed and stopped talking. When Xingtian became impatient, he raised his wrist to look at his watch and said angrily, "You've already delayed me for 2 minutes. Get out. Immediately." Chapter 399. All the students felt their scalps go numb. Is this the way to talk to the principal? Is there going to be a big battle? They had heard that Vice Principal Xiang Kuangren was also a ruthless person with a fiery temper. Judging from his words just now, it was obvious. Then they heard something that should never have happened. Vice Principal Xiang nodded repeatedly. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'll leave now." With a swoosh he disappeared. The old man who seemed to have such a fiery temper and was as lofty as a mountain was chased away just like that. "Teacher, you're awesome." Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but exclaim. He could not help but admire Teacher Xiang. "What are you shouting for? Come here, let me see what you have." Zhou Xiaoduo was pushed to the edge of a volcano by his heartfelt words. When Xingtian had wanted to beat him up for a long time, because this kid had been training by himself, it seemed to be too easy for him. Now he finally found a reason to do so. Zhou Xiaoduo was immediately met with a beating that was more intense than a storm. Yes, you didn't see wrong. It was a beating. When Xingtian suppressed his cultivation level to the inner core realm and then gradually increased it to the high-level inner core realm to fight with Zhou Xiaoduo. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xiaoduo was suppressed to the point that he could not even breathe properly. However, this was also the battle that Zhou Xiaoduo had fought to his heart's content recently. Fist techniques, footwork techniques, sword techniques, and all kinds of sword techniques were used one after another. He was fully immersed in the battle. In the end, he even integrated his knowledge of hammering techniques, such as lifting heavy weights as if they were light and lifting light weights as if they were heavy, into his sword techniques. He attacked Wen Xingtian relentlessly. When Xingtian watched as Zhou Xiaoduo wielded the civet cat sword as if it was flying. Occasionally, there would be a ferocious strike that smashed down like a sledgehammer. Sometimes it was just a sword, but it felt like a sledgehammer had smashed down on it. Then he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulders and arms, Zhou Xiaoduo's waist strength, and the rotation of Zhou Xiaoduo's other hand that suddenly his eyes flashed. With a slap, he sent Zhou Xiaoduo flying, following in the footsteps of Xiang Chong. As a result, squad leader Zhua, who had been showing off his invincible might and brandishing his sword to his heart's content, was slapped by his sword. His entire body spun more than 400 times and was thrown 130 meters away. After his defeat, he was still feeling dizzy and confused. He had lost in a baffling manner and did not know what was going on. When Xingtian cast Zhou Xiaoduo aside. "I'll find you tonight. Wait for me." Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. What's wrong? When Xingtian had other plans in his mind, but he did not say them out loud. With his many years of experience on the front line and his many times watching Zhou Xiaoduo's movements, he could not believe that this kid's sword was not his ultimate weapon. Was this kid's trump card a sledgehammer or a sledgehammer? He had to get to the bottom of this tonight. After making up his mind, he immediately focused all his attention on the other students. Only a strand of his mind set his spatial ring to a self-destruct program. If he encountered an accident one day and someone wanted to touch his spatial ring, the ring would self-destruct. Inside the ring were the files of the 36 students he had created. If this information fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be a disaster for this group of children. For an entire day. Then he heard Wen Xingtian's angry roar. All for show. It's all for show. Who are your teachers in the martial arts school? Misleading students. Zhen Piapiao, where did your bad habit of flipping your hair come from? How do you want to flirt with these few strands of hair? If you do it again, go shave your head after class. Are you here to study or to flirt? Xiang Bing. Are you looking for death because your inner demon is gone? Is the Xiang family's domineering attitude to be reckless and reckless? Can't you learn from Li Chenglong? His foundation is much weaker than yours, but his current strength is much stronger than yours. Don't you have any shame? Can't you leave some dignity for the Xiang family? I really feel sorry for Xiang Kuangren. He has no successor, no successor. Pai Bao. Where's your leg? Is your leg broken? Don't you know how to kick people? Why don't you hit a girl? Where did your bad habit of being protective of girls come from? Do you believe that I won't castrate you so that you won't have the right to be protective of girls in the future? Meng Zhangjun, What's with your posture of raising your hind leg when you stab with your sword? Are you learning how to pee like a dog? Do you need me to give you a nickname of pee with a sword, so that the whole world will know of your heroism? How Han? Why did you retreat just now? Is the sword in your hand the only weapon in your entire body? Can't you hit your head? Can't you use your hands? Do you have legs so that you can walk? Don't you know how to kick people? Is your brain flooded with water or urine? Li Chenglong. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you only know how to hit Xiang Bing, or do you only know how to be ruthless to Xiang Bing? Why aren't you steel for other women? If you can't smash Jin Pia Piao's nose in 1 minute, I'll break your legs and throw you out of Qianlong. Can't you grab and hit such long hair? What's the use of a woman's hair in battle? Isn't it so that you can grab and kill it like a chicken? Isn't your garrison shop known as the home of soldiers? How did you cultivate such a group of gentlemen? Are you fighting with women or drinking coffee with women? You're so polite. Fuck, what garrison shop? Change it to a pickup shop. Gentlemen? They're all fucking hypocrites. It had to be said that other than being good at teaching students, Teacher Wen's mouth was equally good. No, it should be said that it was poisonous. This poisonous tongue dared to say anything. It could scold thousands of soldiers and horses. Zhuo Duo realized that once this Teacher Wen entered the teaching mode, his entire person changed. Originally he looked like a refined teacher, but after entering the teaching mode, he completely disappeared without a trace. In a second he turned into the roaring emperor of a cesspool. Every sentence made people have the urge to jump off a building. Especially those girls. They were scolded until their eyes were red and tears were about to fall. But because of this they were scolded even more fiercely. Why are you crying? Did someone die in your family? This is a battle. Cry for me. If you have the ability, cry for me until you die. Don't stop until you die from crying. Under such a poisonous tongue, their bad habits were quickly corrected. No one wanted to be scolded a second time. It hurt their self-esteem too much. Then, everyone realized that Teacher Wen not only scolded them, but also hit them. Moreover, he did not control his strength. Chu Chu sent Xiang Chong flying with a slap. Only blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She was the lightest one among them. Yan Er made a cool move. She turned around and drew her sword. As she turned around, her fine black hair immediately turned into a waterfall of rain, scattering down in a beautiful and magnificent manner. Her skirt and hair fluttered. The beauty drew her sword. It was a national beauty. Her opponent was stunned by her glory and was stunned for a moment. But after 2 slaps, the 2 of them were slapped into the nourishment cabin by Wen Xingtian. If you draw your sword, then draw your sword. Why did you turn around and flutter? What's wrong with your hair turning into a waterfall on purpose? Can't I grab your hair and beat you to death? Or can't I stick to you the moment I turn around? Fuck, how can you be stunned by a woman? Have you never seen a woman in your life? You don't learn your lesson. Next time I'll break your 3rd leg. And you, Gu Qianfan's don't return sword is like a pole dancer when you use it. I really want to see Gu Qianfan's expression when he sees this with his own eyes. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I can finally laugh at that old fellow for not teaching properly. What sort of no-return Gu Qianfan? You should change your name to pole dance instructor. With 1 slap, Yu Yan Er broke one of her opponent's legs. With another slap, Yu Yan Er followed in her opponent's footsteps and broke one of her legs. They were sent into the nourishment cabin one after the other. Teacher Wen did not waste any time. He would only hit you once for a bad habit. Once hit, you would not dare to do it again for the next 3 years. After 3 years, the movements would be fixed. Even if you wanted to, you would not be able to use any extra movements. You would not be able to use them at all. When Xingqian's roars were like thunder. They kept ringing in the ears of the students. Each of them was trembling with fear. They used 120% of their strength and 120% of their attention. It lasted until 11:50. The bell for the end of class finally rang. When Xingqian's roar came to a stop, and everyone collapsed to the ground as if they had been drained of all energy. In fact, based on the current intensity, it might not be everyone's limit. However, their mental tension had already reached the limit. Their nerves were stretched so tight that they were about to break. After reviewing the whole course of the class, they did not have the time to gloat over others' misfortune. Their minds were filled with the words they had been scolded. Then, they compared the new movements with their original movements. It was almost 2 levels higher. After this class, Li Chenglong's title as the leader of the Iron Steel sect became even more unshakable. The three beauties of Class 1 were each disfigured by him twice. The other female students were also sent into the nourishment cabin by Li Chenglong at least once. That the leader of the Iron Steel sect was simply deserving of the title. Let's go eat. When Xingtian clapped his hands and said lightly, well, the results of the training are acceptable. He turned to the teaching assistant and said, don't forget to remind me in the afternoon to bring a cup of tea to moisten my throat. A big cup. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others collectively felt a chill run down their spines. Was he going to continue his poisonous tongue in the afternoon? That the students of Class 1 rushed to the cafeteria like a swarm of bees. In the first month of freshmen, everything was free. Food was no exception. They could eat for free. At this time the cafeteria was already filled with people. Zhou Xiaoduo relied on his physical advantage and was the first to rush into the cafeteria. When he saw a table that had just been vacated, he immediately sat down. Then he started to call out, there's a table here. Come and take a seat. A few senior students were walking over with food. When they saw that their target had already taken a seat, they did not care and wanted to sit at this table. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled innocently and said, seniors, I'm sorry. This table is taken. If there are only a few of you, you can eat together. However, there are so many of you. I have many classmates over there. Chapter 400. These senior students were wearing two clawed golden dragon costumes. They were obviously second-year high school students. They were holding dishes in their hands and were calm and unhurried. Was this table taken? They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It had been a few years since they heard such a tone. This was the beginning of the school year and someone dared to court death. If the other party was a fourth-year or third-year student, it would be fine. But what was wrong with this first-year student? Was the newborn calf not afraid of the tiger? The leader looked at Zhou Xiaoduo from head to toe and seemed to find him familiar. He couldn't help but say playfully, I was wondering who was so arrogant, daring to snatch our table. Isn't this the Sword King? Snatching your table? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned and couldn't react immediately. How could you talk like that? It seems that I've already sat down before you guys. I've already sat down and greeted my people. You guys come over and say it's your table? Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and ignored him. He stood up and waved his hand, swollen little bug Bing Dan. There's a table here. I've already taken it. Come over quickly. Xiang Bing's face was red and she was fuming. She cursed her father 1,000 times in her heart. Can't he mention my nickname in front of anyone? Why did he have to mention it in front of this bastard? Then she cursed Zhou Xiaoduo 1,000 times. What kind of occasion was this? How dare you speak such nonsense? Didn't everyone know about it? At this time the leader of the students said lightly, Sword King Zhou Xiaoduo on the Longhu list, led Phoenix City second high to the top and took first place. He's known as a rare genius. But no matter how talented you are, it's not a reason to snatch our table. His eyes were sharp. Get out of the way, this is our table. If you dare to snatch it again, we seniors will have to teach you a lesson. Zhou Xiaoduo continued to greet them, come over quickly. He frowned and said, what do you mean by your table? I was the one who sat down first. Wait a little longer, there'll be an empty table soon. Okay, that's it. What do you mean by that? A girl in the opposite crowd sneered, we clearly came first. What right do you have to occupy our table? You guys didn't even get a meal and just snatched a seat. How are you going to eat? We've already gotten our food. Let us out. The girl was very dissatisfied with Zhou Xiaoduo's behavior. How ungentlemanly. He actually didn't give up his seat for a beauty. Although Xiang Bing and the others walked over, they didn't sit down when they saw the dispute. Li Chenglong asked, why don't we wait for a while? What? I was the one who sat down first. First come, first served, do you understand? Zhou Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. This is our table. The girl said angrily. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed angrily. Your table? Why don't you call it and see if it answers? Every time it was mealtime in the high martial arts school, this kind of fight over empty seats was a common occurrence. Everyone had their reasons and everyone had their reasons. The girl said that it was their table and it made sense. They did come over when they saw that there was an empty seat. However, before they came over, Zhou Xiaoduo had already sat down. This was also the truth. Therefore, when Zhou Xiaoduo said that the seat was his, it was only natural that they should have it first come, first served. Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo did not know that the other party had already taken a fancy to this table. Even if he knew, he would not give it up. Just tell us, are you giving it up or not? A few of the second-year students were angry. They were no longer as calm as they were before. Sit down, all of you. Ignore them. I took the table first, so it's ours. Zhuo kept calling out to his classmates and ignored the second-year students. The face of the leading boy became gloomier. What's wrong with you? Why are you being so unreasonable? Zhuo stood up impatiently and said, the most annoying thing is to be reasonable. How can I be more reasonable than you? This is the high martial arts school and we are martial arts students. Why waste your breath talking about reason? Come, let's fight. If you win, this table will naturally be yours. But if I win, I'll have to trouble you to find another table. Do you dare? Let's do it. The leading boy handed his food to the girl next to him and laughed. You asked for it. In the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, every meal there would be people fighting over tables. This was a very normal thing. Often, in the time it took to eat a meal, there would be more than 10 fights outside the cafeteria. It was too common. However, it was the first time that a new student who had just entered the school for 3 days took the initiative to provoke a senior student. Many of the spectating students stopped eating and looked over with interest. This kid was too arrogant. He was simply courting death. Don't talk nonsense. I hate being reasonable the most and I hate nonsense even more. I'm the only one here. Who's going to fight on your side? Let's go, let's finish the fight and eat. I'm starving. Zhuo turned over and jumped down from the 3rd floor. As soon as he landed, he shouted loudly, the one upstairs, come down. Before his voice died away, a few rows of heads popped out of the cafeteria window. They were all there to watch the show. Everyone looked over and found that it was a strange yet familiar face. They couldn't help but talk about it. Someone already shouted, Sword King. Zhuo laughed and saluted with his hands folded. This is my first time here and I'm not familiar with this place. Today I'm going to embarrass myself here. Everyone, if you have money, please help me out. If you have money, please help me out. He actually spoke like a street performer. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing looked at each other subconsciously, and then looked at Li Chenglong. Only then did they turn their attention back to Zhuo. This isn't a way to make money, right? A white shadow flashed by the window, and the tall boy who was the leader of the other party also came down. He was calm and composed. Zhuo, I didn't mean to embarrass you. But now you're the one who's being overbearing. At this moment, a person suddenly came out of the crowd and jumped down. He said lightly, Zhao Wenxing, it's just a fight. Why do you have to bully your new classmates? Just give me face and give the table to Zhuo and the others. The person who came was also dressed in white. He was a 2-clawed golden dragon. Obviously he was also a second-year student. This person was tall, handsome, and had an outstanding temperament. He had an extraordinary presence. When he stepped out, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Wenxing was even more shocked. Wu Yunhai, how come it's you? But why did you step out to help Zhuo? Wu Yunhai was the elder brother of Wu Yuntian, who died at the hands of Zhuo. He was also the cousin of Wu Yuntian. He was a member of the Wu family. With this, Zhuo knew the general background of this person without any introduction. He couldn't help but tilt his head and look at Wu Yunhai. His eyes were full of curiosity. Would the Wu family really be so kind? Wu Yunhai smiled and said, I stepped out because I don't want the two of you to hurt each other because of a momentary fight. How can the Wu family break the rules of the life and death arena? Since Zhuo came to Hidden Dragon City, he is our classmate and our junior. Even if we have no intention of becoming friends with him, we can't just watch him get bullied under our noses. What if someone instigated it to be our Wu family? Wouldn't we be wronged? So Zhao Wenxing, how about we just let it go? Wu Yunhai smiled helplessly. Zhao Wenxing's face was gloomy. Now the whole school knows. How can I let it go? If it were you, could you afford to lose face like this? Wu Yunhai's face darkened. Then you must fight? Of course. In the cafeteria, the winner eats while sitting and the loser eats while standing. This has been the rule of Hidden Dragon City since ancient times. What? Should I give you face now? Zhao Wenxing said angrily, it's just a normal fight for a table. Why did you bring up the Wu family? Wu Yunhai snorted and said, since it's like this, I'll fight with you. A senior bullying a new student. Even if I win, what's the glory? Many of the onlookers felt their jaws drop. Was this Wu Yunhai crazy? Why did he have to get involved when others were fighting for a table? This was a normal thing. Why did he have to get involved? At this time, another voice shouted from above. Wu Yunhai, get out of the way. Both sides are fighting for a table. You're the third party, what the hell are you blabbering about? Zhou Xiaoduo came to Hidden Dragon High School. Can't he get beaten up? With the time you're causing trouble, both sides would have been settled long ago. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head and looked at the window above. He saw a person wearing Hidden Dragon High School's four-clawed golden dragon costume standing there. Although this person looked young, in his early 20s, the beard on his face had already begun to form. He was tall and broad, with a straight nose and a square mouth. He had a wide face and big ears. Although only half of his body was exposed, he was like an iron tower, full of power. This person's status among the students was obviously very high. Wu Yunhai finally took a step back and said, since it's like this, Brother Zhao, please show some mercy. Zhao Wenxing snorted and said, do you think I'll beat him to death? It's just a small punishment. Zhou Xiaoduo stood in front of him. He finally frowned and said, are you guys done blabbering? Why is it so troublesome to fight in Hidden Dragon High School? Senior Zhao, you've been blabbering for so long. You've already finished eating. Are you sure you're not here to pick a fight with me? Zhao Wenxing snorted and said, you're right. Blabbering really does waste time. Come on. Before he finished speaking, he was already in a fighting stance. But just as he said, come on, he suddenly felt his vision go dark. He saw stars twinkling. Zhou Xiaoduo, with his amazing speed, arrived in front of him in an instant. A fist smashed down brazenly. Zhao Wenxing's reaction was quick. He snorted and also punched out without dodging. Bang! The two fists fiercely collided. There was no room for hesitation. Zhou Xiaoduo only felt a slight pain on his fist, but without thinking he kicked out. Dragon Gate Kick. Chapter 401. However, when Zhao Wenxing and Zhou Xiaoduo's fists met, Zhao Wenxing immediately felt that something was wrong. His opponent's strength was surging towards him like an avalanche. Zhao Wenxing's knuckles made a crisp cracking sound and a piercing pain quickly attacked him. Zhao Wenxing knew that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Just as he leaned back, an unbearable pain came from his crotch area. Zhao Wenxing had just called out, but he forcefully held it back. However, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. His whole body was bent and he almost knelt on the ground. Zhou Xiaoduo was slightly surprised and stared blankly for a moment. He didn't deliberately kick Zhao Wenxing's crotch. His goal was to kick Zhao Wenxing's lower abdomen. He wanted to kick Zhao Wenxing out and decide the winner. However, when Zhao Wenxing leaned back and retreated, the kick to his lower abdomen accidentally hit a vital point. Upstairs, the black-faced boy loudly said, Zhou Xiaoduo wins. Come up and eat. Then he turned around and walked back to his table to eat. Zhao Wenxing raised his hand and saw that his fist was dripping with blood. His knuckles had already sunk in. It was obvious that his injury wasn't light. He gritted his teeth and snorted, you win. I'll eat standing. After eating 2 pills, he clutched his stomach and staggered up the stairs. Not bad. Zhou Xiaoduo cupped his fists. Thank you for letting me win. The Zhao Wenxing was really a man. He had an unyielding spirit. Ever since Zhou Xiaoduo's kick. That kick appeared in the world, basically everyone who was hit by it would fall to the ground the moment they were hit. Their hands would cover the area where they were hit. There were very few exceptions. However, not only did Zhao Wenxing not fall to the ground, he was actually barely able to stand. If it wasn't for the black-faced boy announcing the winner, he would probably have fiercely counterattacked and continued to fight with Zhou Xiaoduo. He wouldn't have given up just because of a momentary slip. The combat quality of the Hidden Dragon High martial arts students was very high. Zhou Xiaoduo had seen through this, which was why he said, not bad. He wasn't speaking without thinking. The two of them went upstairs one after another. After Zhao Wenxing's pain subsided a little, he took his bowl of rice and walked to Zhou Xiaoduo's table. He stood up straight and started eating. And he wasn't the only one. A few of his classmates also carried their own food and stood in a row with him, eating while standing. However, the people present were not surprised and were used to it. In the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, this kind of thing happened every day. There were many people, but there were few tables. If one wanted to eat quickly, they would directly use force to snatch a table. If they managed to snatch it, they would sit down and eat. If they lost, they would stand behind the winner and eat. If your companions are willing to be punished with you, then they can stand and eat together. If they don't want to be punished with you, then it doesn't matter. The fact that martial artists had to strive was something that could be said to be vividly expressed in any aspect of the Hidden Dragon Martial School. The 5 people who were eating while standing all had fire in their eyes. They could only watch as the competitors sat down and ate. They were gnashing their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Xiang Bing explained to Zuoxiao Duo while eating. Fighting over tables is very normal in the Hidden Dragon Martial School. It's very common. You must never let people sit down and eat, and also don't let other people sit down and eat. This is the rule. This is also the code of brotherhood. There are many every day. But it's inevitable that there will be revenge later. If martial artists don't even have this little bit of anger, then they don't need to live. Class monitor Zuo, with your personality, it's better for you to train hard. Otherwise, I'm afraid that in the 4 years of the Hidden Dragon Martial School, you will spend most of your meal time standing. Zuoxiao Duo was stunned. What do you mean? It mainly depends on who you hit. Usually, when a new student hits a senior, the senior students of the entire grade will feel uncomfortable. Take Zhao Wenxing for example. He's from the 2nd grade's class 7. After today, I'm afraid that from time to time, the people from class 7 will come and fight over tables with you. If you can't beat them, then it depends on how long they want you to stand. If you meet those who seek revenge for the smallest grievance, they will come and fight for every meal. According to the rules, even if they come and fight for every meal, it's still allowed. The winner is respected, and the loser is humiliated. That's why I said that in these 4 years, you will have to spend most of your mealtime standing. A sympathetic expression appeared on Xiang Bing's face. Zuoxiao Duo snorted and said, I thought it was something. If you have the ability, then come and fight me. If the student you hit has a lot of means, power, or background, even if his class can't beat you, the class above him will make a move. So on and so forth. But if you have the ability, you can always fight back. Once you beat the senior students of the entire grade, no one will bother you anymore. Xiang Bing explained, of course this is the worst-case scenario. It has never happened before. Zuoxiao Duo nodded and couldn't help but praise. That's a good rule. In the future, when I come to this cafeteria, I will never have to worry about not having a table to eat. Other than Li Chenglong, everyone else was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Behind them, Zhao Wenxing's hand was dripping with blood. He said, Zuoxiao Duo, I admit defeat because I'm not as good as you. But my 4 classmates lost face with me. It's my fault. I will find someone to get back at them. Zuoxiao Duo chuckled and said, anytime. But to be honest, I admire you and your classmates. Just this spirit of brotherhood is worth a toast. The girl said angrily, it's too late to flatter now. We have to get back at you. We have to get your table back. Anytime. Zuoxiao Duo finished his meal as fast as he could. He poured the last half a bowl of rice directly into his mouth and laughed. You are welcome to trouble me tomorrow. After saying that, he stood up and walked away at lightning speed. Xiang Chong and Li Chenglong's eyes were filled with admiration and pride. Zuoxiao Duo could have sat down and eaten slowly. He could even eat until nighttime. According to the rules, Zhao Wenxing and the others would have to stand with him until then. However, the other party had lost and had to stand to eat with his friends. Zuoxiao Duo finished his meal as fast as he could and left. He ate really fast. Xiang Bing and the others had only finished a third of their food. He walked even faster and disappeared in a flash. According to the rules, as long as Zuoxiao Duo left, Zhao Wenxing and the others could sit down and finish the rest of the meal in peace. Although he didn't say anything, it was a kind of demeanor in itself. Anyone could see and understand. The young man who looked like a black iron tower at the next table looked at Zuoxiao Duo disappearing in a flash. His eyes were filled with admiration and he said, Zuoxiao Duo, not bad. When Zuoxiao Duo walked out of the dining hall, he heard someone calling out to him. He turned around and saw Wu Yunhai walking over with a big smile. He gave him a thumbs up and said, as expected of the champion of this year's Longhu List tournament. You're really good. You can fight against someone of a higher level and win without breaking a sweat. I admire you. Senior brother Wu, you're too polite. Zuoxiao Duo said lightly. I didn't come here for any other reason than to get to know junior brother Zua. I'm Wu Yunhai from Fenghai City's Wu family. Wu Yunhai smiled and said, in addition, the family head has solemnly instructed me to pass you a message of apology when I see you. In the life and death arena, one is responsible for one's own life and death. Previously, Yintian was too overbearing. In the end, it was our Wu family's fault for not restraining him well. I hope junior brothers won't take it to heart. Looking at Wu Yunhai's smile, face and aura, Zhou Xiaoduo sensed that something was not right. Or rather, something was not right. However, the Wu Yunhai in front of him did not have any hostile intentions. This could be clearly seen from his facial features. Even his aura showed that he genuinely wanted to get close to Zhu Yuntian. This discovery caused Zhou Xiaoduo to be alarmed. He had killed Wu Yuntian in front of so many people. Wu Yuntian had been beaten to the point that not even his bones remained. It was the most miserable way to die. And now, the Wu family was not only looking for trouble, but also protecting him? Sending their disciples to make friends with him? This was the magnanimity of a big family, a smile that could wipe away all enmity. Was the Wu family really so magnanimous? An inexperienced young man might believe it. Besides, he was also eager to bury the hatchet with the Wu family. After all, he had just arrived at Fenghai City and was unfamiliar with the place. The Wu family was a local tyrant. It was better to avoid trouble if possible. Since the other party had extended an olive branch, why not accept it? What if it could really wipe away all enmity with a smile? But Zhou Xiaoduo would never believe it. How could Zhou Xiaoduo believe this sudden kindness? Not to mention the good intentions of his enemy's family, even if it was the good intentions of a complete stranger. Even if it was the good intentions of someone he wasn't very familiar with, Zhou Xiaoduo would still be extremely vigilant. This old scoundrel asked himself, if I were the head of the Wu family and the child I had painstakingly raised was killed in the life and death arena, would I admit it? Because there was a rule on the continent. In the life and death arena, the winner and loser would be responsible for their own lives. Once in the life and death arena, all enmity would be over. Would I follow the rules of the continent? Fuck off. Whoever kills my son, I'll take the lives of his entire family. What rules are there to follow? Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoduo felt relieved. Even a magnanimous person like me would take revenge. How could the Wu family not take revenge on me? Now this sudden kindness. I'm afraid it's a trap to numb me. Your family head is really considerate. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of sincerity as he sighed emotionally. I'm also very regretful about the life and death arena. But at that time it was a life and death situation. There was really no other way. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed faintly and said with a face full of regret, in fact, your brother. Although his speech and behavior were a little domineering, he was still a straightforward man. If he didn't die, he would have made friends. What a pity. Wu Yunhai laughed in his heart. You don't know how vengeful Wu Yuntian is. You actually want to make friends. You think too much, right? These people from small places really don't know how sinister people are. 7th and 6th. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Chapter 402. That day when life and death were determined, it was too late for me to regret it. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed as if he was truly regretting it. He said with all his heart, to be honest, senior brother Wu, before I came to Fenghai, my biggest worry was the Wu family's evil intentions. But after hearing what you said today, my heart is at ease again. I really didn't expect the Wu family to be so magnanimous. I'm really overjoyed. He held Wu Yunhai's hand and shook it again and again. He said respectfully, Senior brother Wu, please go back and report to your family's old master that I, Zhou Xiaoduo, am deeply grateful. I hope from the bottom of my heart that I can bury the hatchet with the Wu family. When the time is right, I will pay a visit and thank the old master for his kindness. Wu Yunhai laughed heartily and said, there's no need to thank me. But the Wu family is always looking forward to junior brother's Wu's visit. He sighed softly and said, actually, we were also thinking about what we should do if junior brother's Wu enters the Hidden Dragon High School. How should we face him? To be honest, although we don't really understand the old master's order, we are also relieved. After all, in this world it's better to have more friends than enemies. Wu Yunhai's feelings were also very sincere. He said, in the future if you have any problems in the Hidden Dragon High School, don't hesitate to look for me. Even if I can't solve it, I will definitely mediate for you. He patted Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder and laughed. After all, there are many people watching you now. If something really happens to you, the first suspect will be the Wu family, ha ha ha. He was joking enthusiastically and didn't mean anything else. However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes, his mind was already filled with 700 to 800 ideas. He laughed and said, that's right, that's right. Wu Yunhai clearly wanted to be friends with Zhou Xiaoduo. His feelings were very sincere and he didn't hide anything. However, as for Zhou Xiaoduo's thoughts, it was a matter of opinion. Haha, you don't know, but the matter of the life and death arena back then caused a huge commotion in our family. My fourth uncle, who is Wu Yuntian's father, was furious, and the old master was also furious. However, it seemed that the old man's attitude changed drastically after he received a phone call, and he immediately issued a ban. Otherwise, we might not be able to become friends today. Who knows, we might even be the ones fighting today. Wu Yunhai said joyfully. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yunhai and wondered if this guy was really brainless. How could he say such a thing? There was a lot of information in there. This was too. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed along. He seemed to be the same as Wu Yunhai, the type that was heartless. Sea of clouds? Why are you here? Hey, isn't that Zhou Xiaoduo? At this moment, two young men walked over from the other side. The moment they saw him, they were pleasantly surprised and walked over. Junior Zhou, I've heard a lot about you. One of them said emotionally. You and Yunhai seem to be chatting happily. Wu Yunhai snorted and said, if you want to befriend junior brothers, well, go ahead. There's no need to use me as a shield. It's not like I haven't seen the hysterical behavior of the Gao clan before. The two young men's faces immediately darkened. One of them said angrily, my sister was killed. Can't I be angry? To put it bluntly, I'm still angry when I see Zhou Xiaoduo, but my family doesn't allow me to do anything about it. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Hey, this guy's personality is quite interesting. The other one frowned and said, third brother, how can you say that? The one who spoke in front was speechless. The person in front had a three-clawed golden dragon on his chest. He sighed softly and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Junior Zhou, I'm Gao Qingxiang. This is my younger brother, Gao Qingyun. Gao Yener, Gao Pinger in the life and death arena, is our sister and cousin. Zhou Xiaoduo said, this. To be honest, I don't want to meet you face to face and I don't want to be friends with you either. But during this time we've been tied together by fate. Gao Qingxiang sighed softly. Because nothing can happen to you. If something happens to you, our family will be the biggest suspect just like the Wu family. So in the next period of time, let's get closer to each other. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled honestly. Thank you very much. I'm really ashamed that the Gao family is so righteous. Gao Qingxiang sighed softly and said somewhat helplessly, what do you mean by righteous? You're a smart person. You can't not understand our feelings. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm very uncomfortable with interacting with you more. But it can't be helped. This is the family's decision. Junior Zhou, I just hope that you're not that kind of annoying person. Otherwise, I'll feel wronged for our family's good intentions. That won't happen, that won't happen. Zhou Xiaoduo said sternly, the enmity has already been formed, it's just karma entanglement. I don't have much hope for the so-called turning weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. I just hope that we can live in harmony, that's my optimistic wish. He put on a sincere attitude and said, seniors, since you've already said so, it's enough to show that you're upright. If I say anything else, it'll only be awkward. It's just that at the life and death arena. So I was like an arrow on the bow. I had no choice but to release it. Now that I'm talking about this, how can I not cry? Zhou Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. His face was full of sorrow. At that time, the life and death arena was broadcasted live on the internet. It was Wu Yuntian who forced both sides to sign the agreement. The whole world could bear witness to this. It was not something that could be erased with just one family's words. Zhou Xiaoduo's sigh lingered in the air, lingering in the air. He said sincerely, just as Senior Gao Qingxiang said, I don't dare to hope to become true friends with you seniors. But in this deceitful society, when we need to support each other, we have to cooperate. No matter what, we can't let others take advantage of this loophole and sow discord between us. Seniors, please go back and tell your elders that I've received your family's kindness and sincerity. But when I have time, I'll definitely pay you a visit and apologize in person. Juniors, what, you're exaggerating. Gao Qingxiang sighed softly. You can't do what you want in the martial world. We're angry about what happened in the past. Even now we still have resentment. But we've seen the truth with our own eyes. We understand Junior's situation from the bottom of our hearts. After all, no one wants to die. It's all fate's fault. Gao Qingxiang looked up at the sky and sighed. In front of him, he seemed to see the smiling faces of his two cousins. Then he glared at Wu Yunhai. At the end of the day, Zhou Xiaoduo, the murderer, had to bear a small part of the responsibility in the life and death arena battle. However, the other instigator, Wu Yuntian, was also guilty. It could even be said that it was reasonable to put all the blame on Wu Yuntian. If it wasn't for his aggressiveness, what happened later would have happened. If one looked deeper, it was all because of the Wu family's lax upbringing that led to such an unfilial son. He was a burden to others and to themselves. What's more, why did he have to offend Zhou Xiaoduo? If he wanted to fight to the death, he could have just found someone weaker to kill. But he had to find Zhou Xiaoduo. Not only did he get himself killed, even his two cousins were killed. Wu Yunhai sighed and said indifferently, "You guys talk. I'll be leaving first." He said goodbye to Zhou Xiaoduo and left his contact information. Then he turned around and left. Wu Yunhai was also sighing in his heart. Zhou Xiaoduo was not the only one who was implicated in the life and death arena. The Wu clan and the Gao clan were both famous clans in Fenghai City. The two clans had a close relationship for decades, but after this incident, it was not far from breaking off. The Wu family's Wu Yuntian was arrogant and proud. He didn't pay much attention to his other brothers. His relationship with his family was average. However, the two beauties of the Gao family were the hearts of the entire family. Now, when the young people of the two families met, there was no one who didn't raise their eyebrows. There were many young people of the Wu family and the Gao family in the Hidden Dragon High School. During this time, there had been dozens of open and secret fights inside and outside the school. And he had seen blood in battle no less than a dozen times. The young people of the two families liked to stick together. Wherever you go, I'll go. I'm there to look for trouble. They could start a fight with just one look. Now, several nightclubs in Fenghai City had been closed by the young people of the two families. Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qingyun were obviously depressed. After exchanging contact information with Zhou Xiaoduo, they also turned around and left gloomily. Along the way they whispered and sighed softly. It was obvious that their stomachs were full of complaints. Just as they said, coming to get to know Zhou Xiaoduo was a request from their families. It was not that they personally thought that Zhou Xiaoduo was a good person. Even if there was a reason behind it, no one would think that Zhou Xiaoduo deserved to kill his sister. He really had nowhere to vent his anger. Gao Qingxiang looked gloomy and said, "Check where the Wu family is going tonight. We'll go too." Looking at the three people leaving, Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of smiles, sadness, and frustration. He seemed to be very sentimental. He looked up at the sky and sighed, "What is this?" Then he also left with a heavy heart. On the way back, Zhou Xiaoduo walked very slowly. He was analyzing the three people's words inch by inch. From their expressions, talking, and revealing their true feelings, he thought back and judged. Zhou Xiaoduo came to a conclusion. These three people didn't seem to be pretending. They were all sincere. This meant that they really came to meet him. They really didn't want to help him at all. But because of the family's order, they had to pinch their noses and help him. That was basically what they were thinking. But what was the reason? According to Zhou Xiaoduo's sinister personality, he would definitely not think on the bright side and think for everyone's sake. He would only habitually consider and think in the worst direction. There must be a conspiracy. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately came to a conclusion. Chapter 403. In this situation, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the two families are under great pressure. Someone with a high status is pressuring me, putting my safety on the same scale as their family's survival. That's why they're doing this. First, they're showing kindness to me to the greatest extent to dissolve the knot in my heart. The second possibility is that they want to kill me. They're already plotting, but they didn't tell the young people in the family. They're using the young people's impulsiveness to pass me false information. They're even using this to create an illusion, to create an atmosphere for future attacks and get rid of suspicion. But no matter which one it is, they'll kill me sooner or later. Turning hostility into friendship is a joke. Zhou Xiaoduo walked with a melancholy expression on his face, as if he was really depressed, regretful, and troubled. But in his heart, countless thoughts flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. I'll discuss it with Swollen tonight. This situation is very different from what I predicted before I came. It's completely inconsistent. Two heads are better than one. We need to brainstorm and come up with a countermeasure. As he walked forward, Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, and Xiang Chong caught up with him from behind. Zhuo. Yes, finished eating? There should still be a group battle in the afternoon, right? Li Chenglong said, glancing at Xiang Bing as he spoke. Xiang Bing didn't want to be outdone. She glared back. Yes, Teacher Wen is still trying to figure us out. This battle should continue until Teacher Wen confirms that he knows the ins and outs of each of us, right? Zhou Xiaoduo grinned and said, in addition to continuing to figure us out in the afternoon, he should continue to be sharp-tongued. Especially after this meal, I think many people will forget something. There will definitely be a good show in the afternoon. Hearing this, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's faces turned pale. This was especially true for Xiang Bing, who was a carefree girl. After eating this meal, her mood had already soared. Her heart was filled with the glory of winning the table. She really forgot the nightmare in the morning class and was still excited at the moment. After hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's words, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Luckily, Zhou reminded him. Xiang Bing glanced at him gratefully and hurriedly reviewed the scolding, beating, and mistakes she had made in the morning. This was a big deal. At this moment, an old woman walked towards them. She had a head full of silver hair and her entire body was filled with a gloomy aura. She was as thin as firewood and her eyes were gloomy. She looked like an evil spirit that had walked out of hell. Wherever he passed, the surrounding students, even those who were not close to him, could not help but take a step back. The aura that flowed from this person's body made people and ghosts stay away. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing stood still and greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Granny Yu." The old woman rolled her eyes and said eerily, "Call me Granny sure." This voice was like a gust of cold wind that came from the depths of hell. When people heard this, they really couldn't help but shudder. They shuddered, goosebumps all over their bodies, and their hair almost stood up. "Hello, Grandma Sure." Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong hurriedly changed their greetings. Their faces were pale. It was obvious that they were very afraid of the person in front of them. This Granny Sure stood in front of the four people. Her body was frighteningly thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Her pair of flickering eyes looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and said, "You're Zhou Xiaoduo?" Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned and said, "That's me." "Hello, Granny Sure." "Come with me. I want to ask you something," Granny Sure said lightly. As she spoke, she walked forward, not giving Zhou Xiaoduo a chance to hesitate and refuse. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" When Xingtian's figure suddenly appeared. He chuckled and said, "Why are you here? Aha, are you looking for Xiaoduo? Sister-in-law, if there's anything, why don't you tell me directly? I promise to do it properly. What can a little kid do?" "Get out of my way," Granny Sure said eerily. "What? I'm looking for your disciple and you're jumping out and interfering? Don't worry, I won't beat your baby to death." When Xingtian looked embarrassed and said, "Zhou Xiaoduo is new here. He's not familiar with many things. Sister-in-law, you." I said, "Get out of my way." Granny Sure sneered and said, "You're really a good teacher to love your disciple so much. However, Wen Xingtian, your brother has been framed for so many years. Where are you, Wen Xingtian?" Wen Xingtian's face was pale. He said softly, "Sister-in-law, we've always been working hard. When have we ever slacked off?" "Ehe. Working hard, never slacking off? What's the use of letting your brother sink to the bottom of the sea?" Granny Sure's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. She said word by word, "Are you going to get out of my way?" When Xingtian hesitated for a moment, he stepped aside and said softly, "Sister-in-law, there's something wrong with this kid's brain. He'll talk nonsense from time to time. If he offended you in any way, please be magnanimous." He. Granny Sure laughed eerily. Her white hair fluttered in the wind as she walked away. When Xingtian looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a complicated gaze, he said softly, "Go, you have to talk to your Granny Sure properly." "Okay." Zhou Xiaoduo agreed and followed Granny Sure. On the other side, when Xingtian turned his head and looked at their backs, he sighed and said, "Go back and train by yourself. Continue to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved and disappeared without a trace. When Xingtian appeared in the headmaster's office in less than 2 seconds, Headmaster Mrs. Sure took Zhou Xiaoduo with her. Yi Changqing was stunned when he heard that. Then he stood up abruptly. His expression was extremely complicated. Why did she look for Zhou Xiaoduo? I don't know. When Xingtian said, I didn't stop her. Mainly because I didn't dare to. Headmaster, if you have time. Yi Changqing's expression kept changing. He sighed deeply. You didn't dare to stop her, but I did? Yunfeng was framed back then. We didn't know. For so many years we couldn't find the murderer. How can we face Mrs. Shi? Wen Xingtian looked gloomy. Yes, I feel guilty about this. I really don't have the face to face her. I feel guilty too. Every year on Yunfeng's death anniversary, I don't have the face to see him. Yi Changqing stood up heavily and sighed. Forget it. I'll go and take a look. Zhou Xiaoduo followed Grandma Shi for a few steps. Suddenly he felt his body become light. Grandma Shi had already grabbed him and lifted him into the air. He only felt dazzled. After a series of changes in the air, he had already left the Hidden Dragon High School and arrived at a small courtyard. It was a very dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard was full of weeds. It was unknown how many years it had been since the place was cleaned up. The weeds were as tall as a person. It was a mess. There was only one stone path which was buried in the weeds. With a creak, Grandma Shi pushed open the courtyard door and walked in with Zhou Xiaoduo. The door opened. What greeted them was a huge picture that took up an entire wall. It was an old man with a square face, sword-like eyebrows, and a short beard. The old man was sitting on a chair with one hand on the hilt of his sword. The long sword in his hand was cold. The light in his eyes seemed to be projecting out from the picture and shining directly on Zhou Xiaoduo's face. The aura of righteousness and grandeur that hit him in the face was a living room. There were 2 sofas, a coffee table, and a few benches. It was neat, clean, and spotless. It was like a different world compared to the desolation outside. It was as if this small and clean place was the only thing left in the entire human world. The mortal world outside was just a pile of weeds. There was no need to care about it. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt uncomfortable. Back then, Shi Yunfeng was the vice principal of the Hidden Dragon High School. He was cautious and conscientious all his life. Grandma Shi was also an excellent teacher who taught and educated people all her life. She had sent many talents to this human continent. She was full of heart and soul, wholeheartedly defending this continent of astral souls. She racked her brains and worked her heart out. However, in this cruel world, a vice principal was framed and forced to death. It made Grandma Shi, a high martial arts teacher who was passionate about teaching and educating people, feel so desolate in her heart. Her hot-blooded heart was completely cold. Her wholehearted heart turned into ice and snow. There was a couplet on both sides of the picture. It was obviously written by Grandma Shi herself. The first couplet was, "Loyal heart and righteous blood, a gentleman should stay in the netherworld." The second couplet was, "Iron horse and ice river, the human world is not worth it." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. He felt inexplicably depressed and sorrowful. Loyal heart and righteous blood go to heaven because the human world is not worth it. How disheartened was this? How cold and despairing was this? On the 4 walls, there were numerous military medals and commendations displayed in front of him. There were more than a dozen tables on the left that filled up the rest of the space. There were letters all over the table, one after another. Every single one of them was opened. Grandma Shi came into the room and put down Zhou Xiaoduo. She looked up at the huge picture and said softly, "Old man, I'm home. Wait for a moment. I have something to do first." "I'll go and cook. After I'm done, I'll warm the wine for you." She spoke as if the husband was still alive and the wife had gone out to buy groceries. It was a conversation that couldn't be more normal. The person in front of her didn't seem to be a picture, but a living person. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He stood in front of the huge picture and bowed deeply. The heroic spirit is always here. Zhou Xiaoduo. Grandma Shi turned her head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Seeing him bow, there was finally a trace of warmth in her eyes. She said, "Do you know who I am? Do you know where this is?" Zhou Xiaoduo said respectfully, "You are Grandma Shi, the wife of Vice Principal Shi Yunfeng. This is Vice Principal Shi's home." Grandma Shi smiled faintly. "I didn't expect a new student to know about Vice Principal Shi. You must have done a lot of homework." Zhou Xiaoduo said with emotion, "Vice Principal Shi is a first-class figure in the world. He's a great man with a loyal heart and a man of steel. Although I'm a junior, I've heard of such a heroic figure." Grandma Shi's eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, "Don't you think that Vice Principal Shi is a debauchee with a corrupt character?" Chapter 404. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and said, "Grandma Shi, you must be joking. If Principal Shi liked beauties, how could those lowly girls have a chance? There would be many noble ladies who would offer themselves to him." Grandma Sher was stunned. Suddenly she raised her head and laughed loudly. However, as she laughed, tears rolled down her cheeks again. Back then the entire country condemned him in speech and in writing. The people were furious like a hurricane raging in the sea. Thousands of people pointed at him. But very few people wanted to go one step further. She turned her head and said sternly, "That's right. My old Sher was at the returning mysterious realm and held a high position. He was upright and upright for many years. He had students all over the world and the garden was full of fragrance. If my old Sher liked beauties, there would be many people who would rush to his door. How could those filthy lowly girls have a chance? It's just that the eyes of the people are all blind." "Are they really all blind?" Grandma Sher asked sternly, her expression sorrowful and indignant. "The world is full of dirty water. The people are furious. The abuse is like the tide and the contempt is like the sea. But no one thought about it. With my old Sher's status, why would he look for ordinary prostitutes? Are they even worthy? 8,000 years of fame, a proud character, students all over the world, 100 battles on the battlefield." Grandma Sher laughed bitterly. Even if he had a good reputation, he still couldn't win against the repeated criticism of the people. He couldn't win against the accumulated destruction. He worked his heart and soul to cultivate countless famous generals for thousands of years. He galloped on the battlefield and protected the country and the people. In the end, the people he protected all his life forced him to have nowhere to live in this world. Even if he killed the enemy on the battlefield, he had to hide his name and not show his face. Even if he died on the battlefield, he still couldn't wash away the stain on his name. In this world, what is worth protecting? It's been more than 20 years since his death. But the abuse on the internet has never stopped. With a network cable and a few fingers, he can do whatever he wants and distort the truth. Grandma Sher laughed bitterly. A cloud transformation expert can already slaughter a city. A returning mysterious realm expert wants to find ordinary prostitutes to relieve his lust? Ah! How can you believe such a big joke? However, the 10 billion people only see the powerful principal having fun. They turn a blind eye to everything else. Those who think they are righteous will take advantage of this and insult them for decades. Immoral, refined scum, unworthy of being a teacher, misleading students, thieves, prostitutes, deranged. When these comments covered the sky and covered the earth, this old woman realized that even a returnant's profound expert who was already at the peak of the clouds couldn't bear it. Grandma Sher's face was filled with sorrow. She was scolding and complaining, but there was no anger on her face, only sorrow. His heart was filled with sorrow. The human world is not worth it. The human world was not worth it. The human world is not worth it. Grandma Sher sighed softly. Zhuo stood in silence for a long time before he said slowly, "Grandma Sher, this world has never been as bright as we hoped. This is a filthy world to begin with. As the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. It seems to be full of positive energy, but no one thinks of the extra layer. You bear so many responsibilities and give so much, but the people you protect betray you in the end. What should you do? Is it really right to resign ourselves to death and end everything with our own hands?" Grandma Sher was startled when she heard this, but then she laughed loudly. "If old Sher had the awareness of a child like you, how could he be forced to death? Old Sher, you can't even live as thoroughly as a child." Granny Sher looked up to the sky and exhaled. She said indifferently, "Everything in this room is the letters that Sher Yunfeng has received from his students all these years. None of the students that he has taught have ever believed that their teacher would be that kind of person. Even though old Sher has been gone for a long time, his students still keep writing to him, reporting their situation. Some of the things that they encountered, some of the difficulties, some of the puzzles, are just like before. The students always believe that their beloved teacher can solve their problems. Every time we get a military medal, we will send it to old Sher to tell him that his efforts were not in vain. His students will always believe in him. The students are accumulating their own merits little by little, using their monstrous merits to clear old Sher's name. Many of the letters in here have become relics. Many students died on the battlefield, but they didn't have anything to commemorate them with. Many of their family members came here. I found the students' letters for them and brought them home, becoming their last memento." Grandma Sher smiled bitterly. "The children are all good children, all good children. It's a pity, a pity." Zhuo sighed softly. Looking at the portrait, looking at the pair of bright eyes under Principal Sher's sword-like eyebrows, he only felt that his heart was unusually heavy. It was so heavy that his heart felt as if it was going to explode. All these years I read the letters for Old Sher every night. This was Old Sher's favorite thing to do when he was still alive. He would make a cup of tea and then quietly read the students' letters in the study room. Sometimes, when the military medals came with the letters, he would be happy and call me out to cook a few dishes and boil a pot of good wine. So now, every night, I have to read a few letters for him, boil a pot of good wine, and cook a few dishes for him. What he is most happy about, most worried about, and most concerned about are these children. I haven't died. Even if I am scolded in the face when I go out, I won't die. I want to live. I want to live to see the day when the injustice is redressed. I want to see the murderer and kill the murderer with my own hands. Otherwise, if I die, I can't bring the news here. Old Sher will continue to be aggrieved. A person can be aggrieved to death, but as a ghost, we can't be aggrieved anymore. It's said that justice and justice may be late, but it definitely won't be absent. I will take it as true and wait for the day when I'm not absent. The real murderer is just a life and death battle. They have benefits to seek and I hate their despicable methods. But in a life and death battle with the addition of a white blade, one can't live under the same sky. I don't feel aggrieved. But I feel aggrieved. Those people whom I can't do anything to. Those so-called ordinary people who don't know the truth. With the slightest instigation, the world will be pointed at by thousands of people, and the world will be full of curses. Grandma Sher said calmly. I once thought that when the injustice is redressed, I will do my best to massacre 10 cities and bury them with my husband and me. But now that I think about it, even if this wish comes true, what's the point? If Old Sher knew in the underworld, he would definitely not agree. He used his whole life, his heart's blood, and his life to protect everything on this continent. How could he allow me to carry out such a crazy massacre? Grandma Sher trembled and tears streamed down her face. But I really don't feel happy in my heart. Those people who may have been used or incited to scold others. Can they shirk all their crimes just by saying that they don't know the truth and that they are not guilty? When the time comes to redress the grievances, do you think you can write off all the sins of the past with a simple, sorry? Zhuoxiaoduo could only remain silent towards this sharp question. This question had been an unsolvable question since ancient times. Since ancient times, there had been too many foolish people. When the hero who protected the country was framed by a treacherous official and beheaded in public, the countless people who were protected by them all applauded and cheered loudly. Another corrupt official was killed and the court and the commoners were cleared. When the generals who had been through hundreds of battles were framed and killed, many people who didn't know the truth scolded the rebels and ran around to spread the news. They were so excited that their faces were red, thinking that the borders were more secure and their livelihoods were more stable. When the heroes who had served the country and the people were defeated in the political battle and were torn apart in the city, there were still countless people who had tried their best to seek benefits for them. The scandals of the high-ranking people were always the eternal topics of the lower class. Who cared if you were wronged? Some people might say, what's wrong with me scolding you on the internet? If you have a clear conscience, what's the point? However, when there are people who want to manipulate the arrangement, a few words you casually say can become a drop in the monstrous waves that can crush people to death. Since ancient times, people's words were the most fearful. How could they be false? As the saying goes, if you are condemned by thousands of people, you will die without a disease. The room was quiet. Grandma Sher quietly gasped for breath for a long time. After a while, she said, I invited you here today for a reason. Zhuoxiaoduo said, Grandma Sher, please say. Xiaoduo will definitely not refuse to help if it is within my power. Grandma Sher was silent for a while and said, a few days ago the 5 Swords Qin Fangyang, who was known as one of the top 10 fugitives of the Eastern Army, came to see me. Teacher Qin. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up. May I ask Grandma Sher, where is he now and where is he going? I don't know. Grandma Sher said, Qin Fangyang is much younger than us, but in terms of reputation he is still Old Sher's senior. 70 or 80 years ago he was already one of the top 10 fugitives. And Old Sher, it was only 20 years ago for a short period of time, and that last battle. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed and didn't answer. He thought to himself, Teacher Qin is really awesome. At that time, his cultivation was not even at the cloud transformation realm, but he was actually able to make such a name for himself on the battlefield. It is enough to show that he is blessed by the heavens and has the luck of a main character in a novel. Qin Fangyang made a special trip here to tell me that he has taken in a disciple called Zhuoxiaoduo, and that he will be coming to study at the Hidden Dragon High School soon. However, it is not that he wants me to take care of him, but he said that this Zuo is not only proficient in the art of qi observation, but also has the supernatural power of divination. He can predict life and death, and is especially good at observing the fate of people. There is nothing wrong with his predictions. If I have something and really don't have a clue, perhaps I can use this Duo to find another way or find my way home. Grandma Sher's pair of withered and sunken eyes stared fixedly at Duo as she said, "That's why I invited you here today for this purpose." Chapter 405. She slowly closed her eyes and muttered, "I really want to know how long it will take for me to clear my name. I've stayed long enough in this world. If I don't want to stay in this dirty world for even a second longer." Zhuo's heart trembled. From Grandma Sher's hateful tone, he could tell that she was so tired of the world that she and her husband had loved and protected for their entire lives. She hated it so much that she couldn't wait to leave. If it weren't for the hope of clearing her name, she might have killed herself long ago and chased after her late husband. Duo sighed deeply, raised his eyes and stared at Grandma Sher's face. It was a face full of wrinkles without any luster or blood, like a mummy. There were layers of fog and haze. Although there was a blue sky, it was far and high. Duo tried to use his luck points, but there was still no effect. It seemed that this Grandma Sher was also a super expert. "Grandma Sher, please write a word." "Let me see," Duo said in a deep voice. Grandma Sher took a deep breath and turned to look at her husband's portrait. The expression in her eyes changed and slowly turned into tenderness. It was because of him that she was bound by the mortal world, suffered bitterly and spent her life, but she still had no regrets. "June, are you okay in the netherworld?" She sighed softly. She wrote a word. Feng. That was Principal Sher's name. Duo looked carefully and muttered, "This is a mountain with the tip of a blade. Countless people below are working hard to break the blade and reach the peak." "But..." Duo's face showed disappointment. He didn't say what he wanted to say after that. Because the blade was in the middle and he couldn't go. If he went, he wouldn't be able to become a Feng. From here to there, but because the two ends couldn't reach the shore, it became neither this nor that, and there was no chance of survival. Grandma Sher, Feng means the same peak and also the same blade. The meaning of the peak of the mountain is also the peak of the blade. Feng and Feng have the same meaning. The mountain comes from the left, and there are plentiful harvests under the blade. Plentiful as in plentiful harvests. This is to show that Principal Sher's 1,000 years of hard work in teaching has brought about a bountiful harvest of students. And now, the strength of all the students is fighting against the blade above their heads. Plum blossoms and peach blossoms don't speak of their own path. You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow, you reap what you sow. Even if the song is high and few, the garden is still full of melons and beans. The wind cannot be broken. But when it turns to the left of the mountain, it is still a peak. When the tip of the saber ascends higher, when there is no longer a mountain pressing down on the top, it can merge with the power below and become the Feng sound. It is still the Feng sound. It's hard to get rid of injustice and it's hard to shift the edge of a blade. We can only wait for the wind to blow and the mountain to fall. Only then can we see a clear sky. Duo frowned deeply. He said, "Peak and Feng, there is no distinction between upper and lower case. They can exist together. In other words, the truth of this matter is about to come to light. All we have to do is wait for someone to bring it up. And the injustice can be redressed." Yes, it was time to clear his name. But Duo didn't say what the public's opinion would be. The haters connected to the internet wouldn't care whether you redressed his name or not. They would continue to spew whatever they wanted and scold whatever they wanted. It was still the same sentence. The law couldn't punish the masses. Even if the consequences were serious and appalling, those who didn't know were not guilty. The truth is about to come to light? However, this news was like a super bomb to Grandma Sher. It made her feel dizzy. This was good news that she had never heard before. For a moment, her whole body trembled. Although she had been bitterly persevering, painstakingly waiting for the day when the injustice could be redressed, in fact, her heart had long been in despair. Just like what she said before, justice and fairness might be late, but it would not be absent. She would just take it as real and wait for the day when it would not be absent. She knew clearly how difficult it was to overturn this matter. For so many years, Yi Changqing dragged his sick body and had been running around for these things, but it was to no avail. The angry protests of many students also didn't cause any splashes. Marshal Dongfang had almost checked all the families in Shangjing and Fenghai, but it was also in vain. He wanted to take revenge, but he couldn't find anyone to take revenge on. He wanted to risk his life, but he couldn't find anyone. How could he end this enmity? At this moment, when she heard Zhou Xiaoduo's words, she was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Really? Grandma Shi asked with a trembling voice. Really? Zhou Xiaoduo nodded his head in affirmation. His face was solemn. But in his heart he kept muttering. The divination was indeed like this, and the divination was also explained in this way. But this mountain is on the left. This left. It can't be referring to me, right? This matter is too big. With my small arms and legs now, I probably can't carry it, right? But looking from the opposite side, it was the right side. And the right side of Fenghai City was the direction Zhou Xiaoduo came from. The peak. The mountain was small and tall. This. Zhou Xiaoduo touched his head and muttered in his heart, I didn't drag myself into this big whirlpool because of a moment of righteous indignation, right? God has pity on me. Grandma Shi trembled all over, her tears falling down. She muttered, Old man, did you hear that? I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. A sigh came from outside the door. Yi Changqing's figure came to the door and he said in a deep voice, Sister-in-law, we've been working hard. Old Shi, we won't sink to the bottom of the sea for injustice. There will be a day when we can clear this injustice. Ha ha ha. Grandma Shi said lightly, thank you for your trouble. It's rare that Principal Yi, who is so busy every day, still remembers this small matter of the Han family. School affairs are busy, so please go back. Don't delay your great cause. Sister-in-law. Yi Changqing's expression was complicated. I don't dare. Grandma Shi didn't even lift her eyelids. Principal Yi, for you to suddenly come here, it's probably not to see this old woman, but because you're worried that this old woman will go crazy and kill your favorite disciple? Don't worry, this old woman was also a teacher of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. Even if she's crazy, she won't harm the students. Principal Yi, you can rest assured. Yi Changqing was extremely embarrassed and said, Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. Grandma Shi suddenly became furious and shouted, Don't you understand human language? This old woman is not your sister-in-law, get out. She took a step forward and pushed Yi Changqing out with a palm. She scolded crazily, I don't want to see anyone from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. Old Shi also doesn't want to see you. Get out. Get out. Grandma Shi roared furiously, and her voice was extremely mournful. Yi Changqing sighed deeply and he bowed deeply to Shi Yunfeng's portrait outside the door and muttered, Brother, I know you're anxious. We've been working hard and we'll never give up. After saying that, he turned around and left, not daring to stay. Grandma Shi's chest heaved up and down violently, and her throat was panting like a bellows. Her face was red, and her eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. You can go. Child, Grandma Shi said softly. Today, with your words, I can still patiently wait for a few more years. Otherwise, I really can't take it anymore. Grandma Shi's voice was extremely hoarse, as if these few words had exhausted all her remaining strength. Zhou Xiaoduo was silent for a moment, and then he stood up and said softly, If that's the case, I'll go back first. Grandma Shi, wait for 2 days when I've settled down in the school, and then I'll come to see you again. I admire Vice Principal Shi and I also respect you. I'll do my best for this matter. Grandma Shi nodded silently and leaned against the big picture and closed her eyes. Her face was full of fatigue. She was like a woman who had been wronged, and finally leaned into her husband's embrace. Zhou Xiaoduo left quietly, and only felt that his heart was about to explode. This was not the residence of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, but a relatively desolate place. There were not many people around, and it was a typical small courtyard in the countryside. After walking slowly for more than 10 meters, Zhou Xiaoduo stood at the intersection. Although he felt the wind coming from all directions, he felt even more oppressed. 2 young men came from afar and deliberately circled around, and came to the entrance of this small courtyard. One of them said, Do you know? This is the house of the vice principal of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who was caught for prostitution. Hehe. Is it the vice principal Shi who was caught in bed, and then his whereabouts are unknown? Hehe, none of these officials are good. Such a beast, when he was the vice principal, I don't know how many female students he ruined. That's right, after that many people came out to clean up. What's the use? That's right, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School can't afford to lose face. Fortunately, We don't have the talent to practice martial arts. If we entered such a school. Hehe. As they were talking, the two of them walked past the entrance of the small courtyard, and turned their heads to spit at the same time. Bop. Slap. 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 Two loud slaps were heard. Zhuxiaoduo, who had changed his clothes, stood in front of the two young men with a gloomy face. He pointed at his pants and said, "Are you blind? You spat on my pants." The two young men couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There was no one here just now, so how did their spit end up on someone else's pants? "I'm sorry. I really didn't pay attention just now." One of them hurriedly apologized. What's the use of saying sorry? Zhuxiaoduo's face was that of a bully. He grabbed the guy's collar and lifted him up, then cursed, "Fuck your grandmother, you vomited all over me and now you want to go after apologizing. Tell me, what should we do about this?" The two young men secretly cursed their bad luck. They had met a hooligan and this was obviously extortion. The person who spat on you swallowed his anger and said, "I'm sorry, I'll pay." "You're willing to pay? Okay, my pants, 10,000 star dollars. Zhuxiaoduo pointed at his pants and said evilly, "I love this donkey brand pants. Hurry up and pay. Take the money and be done with it." "What donkey? How can there be such expensive pants?" The two young men were furious. "You're extorting us." "Extorting? You're so poor, why would I be interested in extorting you? But who asked you to spit on my pants?" Zhuxiaoduo slapped them again, and each slap landed on their mouths. "You made me unhappy and you still dare to talk back? Do you know what I'm doing now? I'm teaching you a lesson on behalf of your father. Remember, don't spit everywhere and spit shit everywhere." Chapter 406. Give me the money. Otherwise, I'll beat you up once a day. Zhuxiaoduo began to search them without any explanation. After finding their ID, he snorted and said, "If you two have the guts, then run. This daddy has been in the underworld for many years, I will kill you." As he spoke, he dragged them forward. When they reached the intersection, he intentionally kicked a boulder that weighed a few hundred kilograms. The boulder rolled 7 to 8 times, making a loud noise. When the two saw this, their souls flew out of their bodies and they were both terrified. "Are you going to give me the money or not?" Zhuxiaoduo was filled with an unrelenting aura, portraying the demeanor of a local ruffian vividly. The two young men were already crying. Their faces were full of tears. What kind of luck did they have today? They were blackmailed for 10,000 yuan just because they spat? They really didn't have that much money? They couldn't even get rid of this disaster. Were they going to be buried here? Forget it. Behind them at the door, Grandma Sure said with a tired face, "Let them go." Zhuxiaoduo sneered, "Grandma, don't meddle in other people's business. These two bastards spouted shit and dirted my pants. I have to find them for an explanation. If they don't pay for my pants, I won't let them off. 10,000 yuan, not a cent less." The two young men cried, "You're obviously being unreasonable. You're blackmailing us. We only spat." Slap, slap, slapped out a few slaps. "You motherfuckers. Don't you know that I'm in the underworld? When have I ever been reasonable? Go to your house to get the money. We'll go now." As he spoke, he picked up the two men and left. He didn't say that he was fighting injustice for Vice Principal Sure or for Grandma Sure. He just didn't want to let them off the hook for spitting on his pants. Don't you like to make irresponsible remarks and accuse others? Today I'll let you have a taste of being wronged. 10,000 yuan, not a cent less. No matter who comes to smooth things over, it won't work. Behind them, Grandma Sure watched as Zhuxiaoduo carried the two people away. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Immediately after, he felt a sense of comfort in his heart that had been stifled for a long time. It was a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. He had to endure a lot of this kind of abuse and criticism almost every day. With Grandma Sure's cultivation, she could basically blow this kind of ordinary person into ashes with a single breath. But what use was that? Could it be that he could kill everyone in the world? However, although what Zhuxiaoduo did today was barbaric, unreasonable, and even illegal to the bone, it was the first time in many years that Grandma Sure felt her anger had been vented. This young man's temperament is really different from others. Grandma Sure thought silently in her heart. In this world, there were many times when reasoning wouldn't solve any problems, so there was no need to reason. From another angle, he could just slap him. The background of this world was based on martial arts. The strong were respected. It was just that the masses had been protected too well for too long that they had long forgotten the basic nature of this world. Zhuo tormented them for an hour, escorting the two young men home to withdraw money. After that, he went to borrow money to raise money. In the end, he really managed to gather 10,000 star dollars. He only stopped when the 10,000 star dollars were in his pocket. Slap, 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 slap. After a few more slaps, Zhuo glared and scolded, "Little bastard. Remember, don't spit anywhere in the future. Do you understand?" Only then did he walk away. Behind him, the two young men's faces were beaten until they looked like pigs. They looked at each other and wanted to cry but had no tears. They were really unlucky today. Why did they spit on someone else's leg? And the other party was so fierce. They must be careful in the future. From the beginning to the end, the two of them didn't know why they were beaten. They just thought that it was an unlucky year and went back dejectedly. After that, they would have to live in debt for a long time and live hard. After turning into a street corner, Zhuo followed the map and found the local disabled servicemen's affairs office. In less than 2 minutes, he had already donated the 10,000 star dollars. In the future, I should come to Grandma Sher's place often. Not only can I vent my anger for the old woman, but I can also donate more money to the disabled soldiers. It's not a bad idea. Since you have a mouth to curse and spit shit, you should have the ability to pay the fine. Today, I'm punishing you on behalf of the heavens. Zhuo was very proud of himself as he returned to the school. However, what he didn't know was that far behind him, Yi Changqing, who had been following him, was stunned. He was dumbfounded as he watched this drama. To be honest, this experienced and knowledgeable headmaster of the Hidden Dragon University had never dreamt of Zhuo's actions. He had always sneered at such hooligans. He hated it very much. When toads were on the table, they would only disgust people if they didn't bite. However, today, why did he feel so fucking good? This method is not bad. It's effective and immediate. Headmaster Yi touched his chin and muttered to himself. Whatever we do to the general trend of public opinion on the internet, there's no way we can debate with them. Even if there's a day when the injustice is redressed, we may not be able to change the trend of public opinion on the internet. However, if we encounter other excuses, it's easy to beat them up directly. I have to think about this carefully. Headmaster Yi felt that there seemed to be a different path in front of him. Yi Changqing and Zhuo entered the school one after the other. As soon as they entered, they immediately felt that the atmosphere was very strange. The dust in the sky had yet to disperse. It seemed like someone was fighting in the sky. Faint roars and roars were still coming from the sky. Yi Changqing's mind turned at lightning speed. His expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Stop!" He rushed up. However, it was too late. The battle in the sky had already been decided that a figure fell like a meteor and hit the ground hard, creating a deep pit. The person in the pit was covered in blood. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He seemed to be seriously injured. However, as soon as he landed, he immediately jumped up from the bottom of the pit and scolded wildly, "Xiang Quangren. I already said it wasn't me. You fucking hit me so hard." The victor in the air was Xiang Bing's great-grandfather, the former first vice headmaster of Hidden Dragon High School, Xiang Quangren, who had just come out of seclusion. This old man had a tall and straight figure of 2.4 meters. He had grizzled hair, and in his hand was a square sky-decorated halberd that was at least 10 feet long. Coupled with his extremely burly and muscular body, he was like a heavenly general descending slowly from the sky. He was like an unshakable lofty mountain that was majestically descending to the world. Xiang Quangren pointed the sky piercer and shouted, "It wasn't you? Then why did you take my position as the first vice headmaster? Now that I'm back, you still dare to take it? If you're not courting death, then what is? I'm not dead. Do I need you to tell me what to do in my position? If you dare to take over my position, I'll kill you." The person on the ground was the current first vice headmaster, Vice Headmaster Wei. He was furious. "Who the fuck is taking over my position? I came because I received a transfer order. Do you think I wanted to come? Do you think the Hidden Dragon High School is still the same as before? If I had a choice, I wouldn't have come." Bullshit. Xiang Quangren had obviously been suppressing his anger for too long. He was looking for a way to vent his anger, so he was not interested in listening to Vice Headmaster Wei's explanation. He said angrily, "I'm suspecting that you were the one who found someone to plot against me. Otherwise, how could you be promoted? Do you know what the principle of profit is? You're the one who benefited. Xiang Kuangren shouted. No matter how you quibble, you can't escape suspicion. Vice Headmaster Wei only felt wronged and angry. What does Xiang Kuangren's matter have to do with me? Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? I'm a suspect? Vice Headmaster Wei was so angry that he laughed. You should at least show me evidence to support your suspicions, right? Xiang Kuangren grinned like a majestic tiger opening its bloody mouth. You said it has nothing to do with you. Why don't you show me the evidence? Show me the evidence to prove that it has nothing to do with you. Hurry up. Vice Principal Wei was fuming with anger. Can you be reasonable? Xiang Kuangren said matter-of-factly, you stole my position and you want me to reason with you? Bullshit reason. Vice Headmaster Wei was furious. I didn't want to take this position. Then do you think I gave it to you? Xiang Kuangren said disdainfully, I don't have that kind of relationship with you. Vice Headmaster Wei was so angry that he could not speak. I'll give you a few choices now. First, resign and get lost. Second, you'll be demoted. Think of a way yourself. Xiang Kuangren said savagely. I've been the first vice headmaster my whole life, and I've never resigned or been fired. I've only been in seclusion for a few days to recuperate. Now that I'm back, I've fallen from first to ninth. Fuck this. I can't take this lying down. You must give me a satisfactory explanation. If you can't take this lying down, you can go to the headmaster or the martial arts department. Vice Headmaster Wei cursed. Why the fuck are you looking for me? This has nothing to do with me. I don't have the time. Anyway, I'm the first vice headmaster in the Hidden Dragon region. You used all kinds of underhanded means to take my position. Do you think you can be proud for the rest of your life? Now that I'm back, you have to think of a way to get me back to my original position. If you don't satisfy me, I'll fuck you every time I see you. I'll fuck you until you can't go to work. You can't work. As long as you come to school, I'll fuck you. When there's a meeting, you dare to steal my seat. Xiang Kuangren had no intention of being reasonable at all. He just wanted to pester endlessly and spout out all kinds of fallacious reasoning. However, fallacious reasoning was not necessarily wrong. From Xiang Kuangren's perspective, he had always been the first vice headmaster. He had not resigned and the school had not fired him. He had only taken a sick leave. How did he become ninth? No way. He had to be given his original position. He had to be the first vice headmaster. Begging for votes. Recommendation votes. The past 3 days have been really tiring. As for whether or not I crossed the line in the previous update, I'll wait until it's blocked. The book's results were average and the subscriptions were not good. Can't I write what I want to write? Can't I write to my heart's content? Chapter 407. Even though Vice Principal Wei felt that he was wronged by Erebus, he could not explain himself. I would like to postpone it, but who would be willing to do that? Xiang Kuangren snorted. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? I want to be the first vice principal. What does everything else have to do with me? Vice Principal Wei was so angry that he clutched his chest. You old bastard Xiang. Just you wait, I'm not done with you. He turned around and said, Principal. You have to help me. Then he was stunned. Principal. Where's the principal? Not only him, even Zhou Xiaoduo did not see when Yi Changqing disappeared. This sly old man, after hearing the reason for the fight, immediately ran away. Out of sight, out of mind, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. It was a beautiful move. Xiang Kuangren snorted and pointed at Vice Principal Wei's secretary in the crowd. He shouted, Now, take me to my office right now and throw out all of that ignorant person stuff. Motherfucker, how dare he occupy my office? How dare he? Also, where's my secretary? Why isn't he here? Get him back here. If he can't come to work tomorrow, I'll break all 3 of your legs. The secretary looked wronged. Principal Xiang, this is not something I can control. You're the one who took his position, so you have to control this. I don't care about the process, I only want the results. Xiang Kuangren said arrogantly. Anyway, I want to see him tomorrow. If I can't see him by 8, I'll go beat you up at 8:01. That's settled. He picked up the secretary and strode forward. The secretary was about 1.7 meters tall, but when Xiang Kuangren carried him in his arms, he looked like an adult who was carrying a cat. For a moment, the whole school was filled with whispers. Vice Principal Xiang was so domineering. So awesome. Obviously, most of the people in the school had not seen how domineering Xiang Kuangren was back then. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and walked towards the first grade's class. Along the way he had already thought about most of this matter. He had thought that it would take a few more days for this matter to happen, but he had never expected that Vice Principal Xiang would make such a big move on his first day back. Behind him, Vice Principal Wei's angry and resentful yell could be heard. Xiang Kuangren, just you wait. Xiang Kuangren ignored him and strode forward with his secretary in hand. He turned his head and spat, muttering, "Wait my ass." The whole school was shocked. Almost none of the students had seen Vice Principal Xiang in person. They had only heard about him. But today they finally saw what a fierce person was and what an unreasonable person was. They couldn't help but discuss spiritedly, saying that they had learned something new and broadened their horizons. This kind of fight between two vice principals, even in the lower-ranked schools, was rarely seen or even heard of. However, no one would have thought that at the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, they would be able to personally witness two high-ranking vice principals fighting in front of everyone's eyes. This feels so good. Zhou Xiaoduo praised in his heart. How could he not know what Xiang Kuangren's real intention was? It seemed that Xiang Kuangren himself already knew that after his departure, these things that happened in the Hidden Dragon High School were also because of his departure, causing the situation to take a turn for the worse and gradually become out of control. This time when he came back he used the most direct method of being a hooligan. He fought with all his might to turn the tide and help the building collapse. According to Li Chenglong's understanding, Vice Principal Xiang wasn't such a person. He was just a straightforward, straightforward person who didn't beat around the bush. He might be a little domineering, but it was all reflected in his fights with his opponents. He wasn't that extreme in his conduct. But now, in his first fight after coming back, he was full of hooliganism. Perhaps he had an epiphany? Little did they know that Xiang Kuangren directly swept through the office and found Yi Changqing. "What's wrong with you today?" Yi Changqing was a little unhappy. "Why are you so persistent about Vice Principal Wei? Do you have some evidence in your hands?" "Evidence?" Xiang Kuangren snorted. "What evidence? Why do I have evidence in my hands? Can't I beat him up without evidence?" Yi Changqing was stunned. "Boss, I didn't just stay at home for the past 20 years. I've been reflecting and pondering." Xiang Kuangren's beard was about to explode. He lowered his voice and said word by word, "In the past we were too honest, too gentlemanly. We forgot, or rather, ignored the essence of this world. I was splashed with the Forgetfulness River. It was baffling. The water of the Forgetfulness River belongs to the Umno Alliance. This is undeniable. But who said that the things of the Umno Alliance can only be used by the people of the Umno Alliance? How free is the Umno Alliance to send so many masters to deal with me, a vice principal? Instead of using the water of the Forgetfulness River, why didn't they just join hands to kill me? In the battle that day it was said that I killed them, but in fact they just wanted to use the water of the Forgetfulness River to mess with me. After they succeeded they didn't want to fight anymore, so it was as if I killed them. As the person directly involved, if I can't even tell the truth, I've lived in vain. In the battle that day the other party's overall combat power was far above mine. As long as a few people died they could definitely kill me. They just couldn't bear to pay such a big price. Old Lu was robbed and killed, but it was an accident that had never happened in so many years. You should know that the route Old Lu took was the safest one. How could something happen to him? Isn't it strange? And Old Shur, with Old Shur's cultivation, how could he be caught in bed with someone? When it was exposed, a large number of reporters and even related personnel from Star Shield arrived immediately. Do you believe that there's no connection between them? They've already used so many hooligan methods. Do they have evidence? Do they have a grudge? Do they have a grudge? But if they want to be promoted, they'll mess with you and kill you. Xiang Kuangren's expression was sorrowful and angry. His eyes were burning. Why can't we use these methods? What's the point? Must we be gentlemanly? Talk about evidence? Do you still want to talk about justice? Yi Changqing was speechless for a long time. You've been talking about evidence all these years. You want to find the enemy to avenge your brothers, but have you found it? Is there any use? Is there any meaning? Have you avenged our fallen brothers? Xiang Kuangren asked in a chilling voice. Yes. Yi Changqing closed his eyes. You won't find it. Xiang Kuangren said heavily, How can you find it? Even if you find it, they'll cut off contact in the shortest time possible. This is how a gentleman can be deceived. So for so many years, you've delayed treatment, delayed the hidden dragon, and let the hidden dragon fall to where it is today. Isn't it because you've always been a gentleman? You don't take action without evidence. Xiang Kuangren said hatefully. Yi Changqing was silent. Boss, let me ask you something. If someone from the Umno Alliance appeared in front of you and you had no evidence that he had done something bad, would you take action? Xiang Kuangren asked. Of course I would. Yi Changqing said decisively. What? How do you determine that someone from the Umno Alliance deserves to die, or that the other party is a kind person? You don't have to answer. I'll say it for you. Because of our standpoints, both sides' standpoints are clear. Someone from the Umno Alliance deserves to die without a reason. He's our natural enemy. So comparatively speaking, aren't those who framed us more evil than many people from the Umno Alliance? The Umno Alliance at most took our lives, but these people not only took our lives, but also ruined our reputation and ruined the future of the continent. Why don't you take action against such people? Let them do as they wish? Are we just going to waste the cultivation that we've worked so hard to cultivate? Xiang Kuangren's words were like the evening drum and morning bell. Yi Changqing was shocked. You're right. But what about the target? Where is the enemy? Leave that to me. Xiang Kuangren snorted and said, in the next few days, I'm going to beat up every single one of those vice principals who've replaced my position. I'll beat them up regardless of the occasion or place. If they take the initiative, they'll definitely come looking for trouble with me. Won't we have a target then? Hearing this plan, Yi Changqing felt a little dizzy and worried. So that's what you're planning. But this way you'll be in too much danger. Yi Changqing said worriedly. His old friend had been locked up for 20 years because of the river of forgetfulness. Now that he was out again, he might be killed again in a few days. I wanted to go to Old Shi, Old Lu, and Old Cheng's houses to have a look and talk to them, but after so many years, I haven't found any clues. I'm too ashamed to go. Even if I did go, I would leave in a hurry. My face is burning. Xiang Kuangren said fiercely, this time I'd rather fight to the death to give my brothers an explanation for this matter. Yi Changqing stood up and muttered to himself. He did not speak for a long time. Xiang Kuangren knew Yi Changqing's temper and did not say anything more. He stood up and said, in my opinion, we should quickly think of a way to cure your heart meridian. But I can't do it alone. If I really die, you won't be able to do anything. Now that the situation is like this, let's hurry up. Xiang Kuangren left. The door closed behind him with a bang. Yi Changqing sighed and muttered, I didn't even touch the door frame when I went out this time. After that, he fell into deep thought. There must be a change in the world. Yi Changqing sighed softly. Hidden dragon. In his mind, he could not help but think of Grandma Shi's words and Qin Fangyang's recommendation of Zhuoxiao Duo for fortune-telling. Especially the word Zhuoxiao Duo had broken down, that then he thought of Zhuoxiao's fortune-telling and the word he had broken down for him, that every word and sentence entered his soul and heart. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 408. That afternoon, Zhuoxiao Duo was still training alone with the weights while the others continued to beat each other up. When Xingqian's eyes swept past Zhuoxiao Duo from time to time, seeing Lieutenant General's sword, which was only 8 taels of light, gradually connecting it to the sword that was as light as a feather and as light as a feather, he kept analyzing it in his heart. This kid's real trump card was either something lighter than 8 taels of light or something unimaginably heavy. Tonight I must test it out. Otherwise, how can I continue teaching? As Zhuoxiao Duo cultivated, he was also formulating a plan in his mind. Now that his cultivation had been pushed to the high level of the Xiantian realm, at this rate, he only needed 2 more nights to reach the level of elemental eruption. At that time, he would have to start suppressing it for the first time. At the same time, Zhuoxiao Duo also felt that his Flaming Sun scripture was about to be upgraded. The Great Flaming Sun scripture was about to evolve into the Golden Sun scripture. His rapid progress was partly due to his hard work and partly due to the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger and the Jade of Astral Souls. However, the Jade of Astral Souls had been greatly depleted and the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger was almost out of energy. He had to think of another way. The first was to replenish the Jade of Astral Souls. The second was to recharge the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger if possible. The third was to collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He had to pay special attention to items with yang attributes. For each of these aspects, the more the better. Looks like I have to find a way to contact Fang Yinhua and see if there's a chance to slaughter a group of people from the Umno Alliance. The battle with the Phoenix Pulse Spirit was a waste. If there's a chance, I can't waste it again. I wonder when Gao Wu will start training. If I have to wait for a while, I'll have to think of a way to get out of the city. I'll bring Swollen out and get some materials. It's not a good idea to just sit around and eat. Zhuo Duo came up with several plans in his mind, but his face remained expressionless. School was about to end. Everyone else rushed to the nourishment chamber. The nourishment chamber was still in the free phase, so it would be a waste not to use it. When Xingtian, on the other hand, went to Zhuo Duo. "Show me your hand," when Xingtian said. Zhuo Duo didn't know what was going on, but he obediently stretched out his arm. When Xingtian grabbed his hand and rolled up his sleeves, revealing an arm bracer-shaped weight on his arm. It didn't look very heavy, and in Zhuo Duo's hands, it could bend flexibly with the movements of his arms. Rather than saying that it was a burden, it was more like a carefully crafted weapon. However, when Xingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. This thing should be a pair, right? When Xingtian immediately pulled Zhuo Duo's sleeves down and reached out to pinch his other arm through his shirt. Yes. How heavy is it? 30,000 kilograms. Just one? Yes. When Xingtian didn't speak for a long time. It was only when Zhuo Duo thought that he was going to fall asleep that he said, "There's a gravity space sealed in it, but I'm afraid there are only a few of them in the whole continent." He seemed to want to ask Zhuo Duo how he got it, but he stopped halfway. What did it have to do with him how he got it? This was his child's opportunity, so why was he asking about it? Why was he so curious? He had committed the biggest taboo that a cultivator shouldn't commit. As long as he knew that the cultivation plan he formulated for this was feasible, everything would be fine. This thing may be heavy, but it's flexible and won't affect your movements. When Xingtian said, "When you can cultivate to the point where you can carry this without any hindrance, remember to look for me." "I'll give you something else, something heavier." "Okay." Zhuo Duo quickly agreed. The position he had set for himself was to carry this full set of weights, hammer, 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 hammer. These 5 hammer techniques. He had to be able to perform them 3 to 5 times in a row, so that he could be familiar with them and move them as smoothly as flowing water. Moreover, he had to have some energy left after he was done. Only then would he be able to carry them with ease and without any hindrance. According to his rough estimation, according to his current progress and the growth of his strength, as well as his prediction of suppressing the agitation of his innate realm vital essence for 10 to 20 times, and even entering the embryonic breathing realm, he should be able to achieve this goal after the Flaming Sun scripture leveled up by 1 level. At this moment, Zhuo Duo had completely ignored the problem of the power of the hammer and the inertia of his swinging as his strength increased. He was wholeheartedly rushing towards this goal. Anyway, he felt that it shouldn't be difficult. School was over. Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong were still walking together, while Wen Xingtian was following behind them at a leisurely pace. "Teacher Wen, why are you also walking in this direction?" Zhuo Duo asked curiously. "Yes, I'm going to borrow something from the principal and then I'm going to look for you." Wen Xingtian said, "Wait at home and don't run around. Wait for me to pay you a home visit." Zhuo Duo's face fell. Originally, he had wanted to look for Fang Yinhua tonight. Now it seemed that he couldn't do it. He didn't expect Teacher Wen to actually want to pay him a home visit. "My parents, sister and wife are all not around. Who are you going to pay a home visit to?" When he reached home, Zhuo Duo went upstairs and took a cold shower. Just as he came out, he saw Wen Xingtian already sitting in his living room, looking at him indifferently. So fast. Zhuo Duo was surprised. "Yes, so the principal has already given that thing to you. I've made a wasted trip." Wen Xingtian said, "Come, let's go in. I'll practice your secret weapon with you. If you practice alone, it won't be as good as having a sparring partner. You'll be able to understand your own strengths and weaknesses faster and improve through actual combat. That's true improvement." This happened at 6:30 in the evening. When Zhuo Duo came out of the Annihilation Tower, it was already 9:30 in the evening. He was thrown out by Wen Xingtian. Like throwing a dead dog, he was thrown directly onto the bed. The moment he came into contact with the bed, the sweat that flowed out from his body instantly soaked the entire bed. Wen Xingtian's expression was still indifferent. He used his life spirit's true essence to check the meridians in Zhuxiaoduo's shoulders, arms, waist and thighs and knees. He said, "You've trained your body well. I'll come again tomorrow night. You rest by yourself. I'll go down and check on Li Chenglong." Zhuxiaoduo just snorted and fell asleep from exhaustion. These 3 hours were hell for Zhuxiaoduo. At Wen Xingtian's request, Zhuxiaoduo attacked him with all his might. Zhuxiaoduo was more than happy to do so. He started to attack without hesitation. In the first 5 minutes, Zhuxiaoduo felt extremely satisfied. He had never felt so satisfied in his life. He wielded the 2 sledgehammers as if they were his arms and fingers, majestic and awe-inspiring. His hammering skills also improved a lot because of this. As Wen Xingtian said, actual combat was the best way to improve. In the second 5 minutes, Zhuxiaoduo felt a little tired. In the third 5 minutes he gradually began to feel weak. The sledgehammers were powerful weapons. Even if 2 people were of the same level, they could completely crush the enemy. However, they were too heavy. This was also the reason why martial artists rarely use such heavy weapons. For example, if you used a sword, you could fight for 3 days and 3 nights. However, if you used a hammer, you might not even last an hour. Sometimes, a battle of attrition was needed. Using a hammer could not be a battle of attrition. At the fourth 5 minutes, Zhuxiaoduo was already drenched in sweat. He was trying his best to hold on, so he couldn't help but be exhausted like a dead dog. However, the problem was that Wen Xingtian did not give him any time to rest. Bring out your potential. If you can't do it, eat some elixirs. Use more strength. Where's your strength? Again. Again. Come last 10 times. After 10 times, last 5 times. After 5 times, last 3 times. After 3 times, really last 2 times. After 2 times, last time. After the last time, there was a continuous stream of people saying, "Last time. Last time. One last time. This is really the last time. This is definitely the last time." In the end, Zhuxiaoduo felt that he was about to faint. He was only carrying the 2 hammers, but his arms were almost dislocated. Although he was only using a training hammer to train with Wen Xingtian, after 3 hours of continuous training, Zhuxiaoduo was completely defeated. Zhuxiaoduo felt that training with Zhuxiaonian for half a month was not as good as these 3 hours of continuous training. What was even more incredible was that under Wen Xingtian's care, Zhuxiaoduo's arms were not swollen at all. Downstairs, Wen Xingtian left the villa at 10:30, leaving Li Chenglong lying on the sofa and a puddle of mud. In this 1 hour, Li Chenglong and Zhuxiaoduo were almost drilled to death. They were so tired that they did not even want to move their eyelids. They fell asleep immediately. However, on the way back, Wen Xingtian was in high spirits. "Not bad. Not bad at all. It's actually the only surprise in my life. Such heavy hammers." I'm afraid only the hammers of the legendary Peerless and Invincible the Flood which can be compared to them. Zhuxiaoduo's hammers are about the same, but his cultivation is far from it. I still have to train him hard. Looks like I have to come here a few more times in the future. Come here to make me happy, come here to make me happy, come here to make me happy, come here to make me happy and forget to go back. When Xingtian silently made up his mind. Yes, the other students also have to be assigned homework at night. Anyway, with my divine sense, I can monitor these kids in the dormitory when I close my eyes. As for Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong, I don't care about them anymore. I'll just talk to the vice principal and ask him to personally instruct them. It's better for them to train the people from the Xiang family themselves. The students in the class probably did not expect that the rare homework in the high martial arts school would be added to the schedule by Wen Xingtian on a whim because of the unexpected training between Zhuxiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Chapter 409. When Zhuxiaoduo woke up, it was already 4:30 a.m. the next day. At this moment, Zhuxiaoduo only felt sore all over. He supported his body to circulate 99 times before he felt better. He directly picked up the bucket and gulped down the water. In a flash, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Only then did he feel alive again. It's too cruel. Don't tell me I have to do it again tonight. I'm so tired. My waist and legs don't feel like they're mine anymore. For the first time, Zhuxiaoduo felt a chill down his spine when it came to practicing martial arts. It was fine if it was just practicing martial arts, but when Xingtian's poisonous tongue was also constantly practiced. It was really a double blow. Yesterday, it almost made Zhuo doubt his life. After all, it had always been Zhuo's strong point to flaunt his tongue. He didn't expect someone to give him a taste of his own medicine. It was really a lot more stressful. It's different from Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin never scolds people. If he doesn't like it, he will beat people up. If he's happy, he will also beat people up. But Teacher Wen will only use his mouth and not his hands. He will scold people all the time. If he doesn't like it, he will scold people. If he's happy, he will still scold people. Zhuo couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. The two teachers I've met are both very, very good teachers. But their personalities. It really makes me uncomfortable. He took out his phone and opened his contact list to find Fang Yinua's new number after she came to Fenghai. He immediately dialed it. It rang 7 or 8 times before the other side picked up. The voice was very impatient. Who are you? Ah. Damn this accent. Zhuo moved the receiver away from his ear and looked at the number again. It was right. Why did he have this accent? It's me. Your young master. Zhuo said in a dignified and condescending manner. There was no reply from the other side. After a few seconds, he asked hesitantly, Are you the young master of Gada? Phoenix City. What? Zhuo was getting a little impatient. This drama queen Fang Yan was going on and on. It's young master. Fang Yinua only hesitated for a second before becoming enthusiastic. However, he was cursing in his heart. When did I become your slave? Why did even the young master come out? I'm already in Fenghai. Zhuo asked. Where are you in Fenghai? How's the previous battle going? I opened a shop right across from Fenghai's Hidden Dragon High School. The biggest ladies' lingerie store is my business. Fang Yinua was completely awake. She immediately reported her situation. Ladies' lingerie store? Zhuo was dumbfounded. Fuck, you're selling women's underwear in front of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School? What the fuck? What a weird taste. Yes, young master. You said it's right beside Hidden Dragon High School. After thinking about it, I decided to spend a lot of money to buy the 2 stores right across the school. One of them is a lingerie agent specializing in the world's top brands. Fang Yinua's words were full of pride and satisfaction. The Umno Alliance wanted to find her? Who would have thought that she, Fang Yinua, a half-step god-reigning expert, would hide here and sell ladies' lingerie? I really admire myself for having such a brilliant idea at that time. Zhuo was speechless. I just want to ask you, if you sell ladies' lingerie, how do you expect me to meet you frequently? Zhuo said angrily, I'm also the current school hunk of Hidden Dragon High School. Do you want me to shop in a ladies' lingerie store every day? Fang Yinua was speechless. Yes, she didn't consider this matter very thoroughly. She only thought about her own safety and didn't consider Zhuo. Wait a minute. Current school hunk? Fang Yinua was puzzled. How did you become the current school hunk? The freshman training period shouldn't be over yet, right? Isn't your current nickname the Sword King? Is there something wrong with your fucking focus? Zhuo, who was exposed, said angrily, I'm the one asking you a question now. It's fine, I'll buy the store next to it. Do you want to make a coffee shop? She was resting after shopping with a lady. Then she went to a private room on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Have you solved everything? Fang Yinua quickly came up with a solution. She appeared to be rich and overbearing. The aura of not lacking in money almost drilled out from the phone. You're so rich? Cough, it's nothing. Fang Yinua was proud. With my methods, I can make him move out in 3 days. Zhuo was speechless. Hold on, don't let him lose money. I understand. How can I not understand this? Be careful, safety first. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Also, I need some high-grade jade of astral souls. Give me some. Zhuo ordered. After all, it was high-grade jade of astral souls. Even with Zhuo's thick skin, he didn't ask how much he needed. It was fine as long as he could get some. No problem. Young master, how much do you need? I'll prepare it as soon as possible. Fang Yinua took charge. To Fang Yinua, money was nothing. Jade of astral souls? So what? There are so many rich families in Fenghai City. I know all their warehouses. These things are not worth a mention. I can get them easily. Of course, the more the better. Zhuo said. Fang Yinua subconsciously said, then I'll prepare a few tens of thousands for you to use first. Zhuo started to wonder if this guy had betrayed him again. He threw out such a huge bait and waited for him to go over to get it? How could he be so rich and overbearing? He casually asked for a few tens of thousands of high-grade jade of astral souls. Tisk. Also, young master, you don't have to worry about money. I can even get a few 100 million. It's not difficult. Fang Yinhua continued. Master Zhou, who had always regarded money as his life and made it his life's work, was suddenly hit by 1,000,000 tons of explosive force. He was bored to death and suddenly lost interest in making money. Damn, with this guy around, how can I make money? Alright, you go ahead with your work. I'll go over when I'm free. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. He was obviously hit hard. Okay, young master. I don't go out usually. I've set up a private tea room upstairs. When I'm free I can drink tea and read books. It's to cultivate my character. Fang Yinhua said a few more words and hung up. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Drink tea and read books. Cultivate his character. Damn, did I just turn a great devil of the Umno Alliance into a cultured person? After taking a shower and brushing his teeth, Zhou Xiaoduo looked at himself in the mirror. He still looked as if he had been struck by lightning. On the second day of the battle, Zhou Xiaoduo was once again abandoned and put aside. When Xingtian said, "Go practice your martial arts and hidden weapons. If you don't want to practice, then do whatever you want." After that he didn't ask any more. When Xingtian knew that Zhou Xiaoduo's current realm was only at the advanced level of the innate realm. However, when it came to actual combat power, it was much higher than that. Although many of the other 35 people were in the embryonic breathing realm, when it came to actual combat, they wouldn't be able to defeat Zhou Xiaoduo even if they were tied together. However, if Zhou Xiaoduo used his hammer, he could turn them all into standard dumplings in 3 minutes. Moreover, even their bones would be turned into pulp. They weren't even on the same level as each other. This made Wen Xingtian extremely surprised, but at the same time he was also troubled. This was because Zhou Xiaoduo was bound to take up more of his energy. However, Wen Xingtian's cultivation direction and cultivation techniques were not suitable for Zhou Xiaoduo. This was what made Wen Xingtian the most upset. He was the #1 teacher of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. He had countless talents, but now he couldn't even teach a student. This wouldn't do. How could this do? In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime again. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had just entered the cafeteria when they immediately felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was completely different from usual. Looking around, they saw that the best table was empty. The tables on the side were all filled with students bustling about. Only this large table, which could seat more than a dozen people, was empty. The surface of the table was clean, and there wasn't even a drop of soup on it. It wasn't just a coincidence that this table had been left empty. Zhou Xiaoduo focused and looked again. The 19 two-clawed golden dragon boys were all standing at one end. One of them was Zhao Wenxing, who had fought with him yesterday. On the other side there were all girls in white. Zhao Wenxing's female classmate from yesterday was also among them. There were about 17 or 18 of them. The eyes of this group of boys and girls were all fixed on Zhou Xiaoduo, who was stepping into the cafeteria. More than 30 pairs of eyes were burning with fighting spirit, ready to erupt at any moment. The imposing aura made Zhou Xiaoduo squint his eyes. Zhao Wenxing's face was still bruised and swollen, and there were several bumps on his head that hadn't disappeared. Although he couldn't see his body, his face and body were probably full of such scars. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a little strange. "Old Zhao, what happened to you? Were you beaten up?" Although he didn't go easy on him yesterday, he didn't hit him that much. When Zhao Wenxing heard Zhou Xiaoduo's question, his face turned red. He said hatefully, "It's all because of you." Hearing this, the students around him were all overjoyed. They were laughing so hard that they couldn't stand it. Yesterday, Zhao Wenxing had lost to Zhou Xiaoduo for a table. After lunch, he went back to class in the afternoon and was directly picked up by the head teacher and beaten up by him. "You fought with a freshman for a table and lost. Zhao Wenxing, you're so promising, so promising. You've made me lose face. It's fine if you won the fight, but you actually lost. You actually lost to a junior. I'll make you lose, I'll make you lose." Zhao Wenxing was beaten up by the head teacher who hadn't hit a student in half a year. To Zhao Wenxing, that beating was enough to make the world go dark, the sun and the moon lose their light. It was so miserable that it was unbearable to look at. It's so embarrassing. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.